I never didn't believe in Bigfoot. I never believed in it, I didn't believe in it. I never gave it any thought.
They kept wood knocking back and forth to each other, and it was in a pattern.
Barn owls don't typically throw rocks.
I come across these tracks.
Sasquatch is still not on my mind.
Says we're live. Anybody else have this pulled up on their side screen?
Not yet. I'm going to do it on my tablet.
Yeah, I've got it over here. Okay, we are live. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the am I not muted? I'm not muted. Welcome back to, I can't say the first live episode I've ever done because I did a half a dozen like 2 years ago, but this is the first one that may work out to not be a train wreck. So I'm calling it the inaugural run. Those of you new to my channel, I am Bobby Dizzle, the Bobby Dizzle podcast. You can find all the ways to listen, follow, and I guess track me. Is that a good word? Listen, follow, and watch me, and on all the links in the description and bobbydizzle.com. But tonight we have Robert Beto with Mexico Unexplained. He has a channel, a website. Those are all in the description. And a Facebook page about Mexico Unexplained. It's all the mysteries of Mexico. Why do I want to say old Mexico? Where have I heard that term before? It's just Mexico.
Well, there's
Mexico
New
Unexplained. Yeah, cryptids, history, everything from Chupacabra to the Aztecs. It's pretty awesome. I've browsed the stuff all day. It goes deep. It goes way deeper than I thought Mexico did. And of course, we got Wild Trees here to add the scientific wing of the podcast. Wild Trees, welcome back.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
So I'll just get started with the token selfish question. Robert, what is your favorite mystery you've done so far? Just get the ball rolling there. Oh,
there's so many. It's hard to say. My most, well, probably the one that I was involved with personally when I was a little kid in New Mexico. See, there is a difference. I grew up in New Mexico, and there was a story there that is also in Mexico about La Llorona. And what she is a ditch witch. And I don't know if you've heard of that before.
So interesting you say that. One of my friends at work said, ask him about La Llorona.
Oh,
I shit you not. So here we go.
Well, I have a personal connection going back to when I was a little kid, and then also a modern connection that has to do with my business. But the little kid story, first of all, the legend is of a woman in colonial Mexico who is jealous of her husband. She hears that her husband's cheating on her. And then while he's away, she takes her 2 kids to the river and drowns them. And while the kids are floundering in the water, the mom has second thoughts and tries to save the kids and can't. And so forever now she walks the banks of all the arroyos and the acequias, the canals and streams, rivers, anywhere where there's running water, she can be there to go and get you. But I mean, that could be based on a real story, or it could just be a cautionary tale. Because when I was a little kid, we would play in the arroyos, in the dry ditches, the dry stream beds, and there could be a rainstorm 10 miles away in the mountains, and then a big wall of water will come down. So it's a potentially dangerous situation. And so it could be a cautionary tale just to keep kids out of the arroyos. But my story was when we were going to teacher's house in the 5th grade. And New Mexico is such a poor state and everything is not so well funded. We didn't have money in the school system for school buses to take us to teacher's house. We had to take like 3 city buses. And one of the bus stops, we had to walk across an arroyo called the Han Arroyo, way west of where our school was. It was like maybe 10 miles away. But we got off of the bus and we had to cross the arroyo on a little bridge. And one of the kids yelled out, "Look, it's La Llorona." And we all looked down the arroyo and there was an old woman dressed in black climbing out of it. It was a dirt arroyo. Why would there be an old lady in there? I mean, some guy said to me, "Hey, bro, she was dumping trash." If she was dressed in black, woo. And so someone said, "La Llorona." And then we all looked and then we all ran. And I've never run so fast in my life. And we were laughing and just tripping over each other and stuff like that. And so that's my connection. Fast forward to the 21st century. I'm sitting in the movie theater and there's that Llorona movie that came out a few years ago. I'm sitting in the theater and what do I see on the screen? I see on the screen merchandise that only I carry. Okay. I see Milagros, props in the movie. And it's like, what? I'm sitting there in the movie and there's merchandise that I sell that's specifically made for me in the movie about the Llorona. And then I had remembered that about 9 months before, I had gotten a big order from a Hollywood studio they said that they were working on a movie called The Children. That was the working title of the movie. And I had remembered that like halfway through the movie. I'm like, how did they get this stuff? Then I remembered that I had sent that to some props department. I get so many orders that I can't remember them all, but then, I put 2 and 2 together and it was funny through the movie. I was like, okay, there's one of my pieces. So it's like it came full circle almost, 35 years later or whatever, when I was in this dark theater. It's a really weird connection, but I guess that would have to be my favorite legend because it's close to my heart. I guess it has a lot of meaning to me.
Definitely.
So how bad did that freak you out when you're watching a movie and you saw your stuff in a movie about the La Llorona?
It really freaked me out because the first thing I saw was a piece Milagro, a metal charm that was by the doorbell. And I designed that myself.
Oh.
I have it manufactured by someone else, but I designed that piece myself. And I'm like, that's my piece. I designed that. And, that really freaked me out because I wasn't expecting that. Yeah. But then throughout the movie, I counted like 12 items from my business that I exclusively have. No one else has them. And some of the pieces, like I said, I designed that first one, and then there were 2 others. But then the others are exclusively in my product line. So it did freak me out. And then as soon as I got out of the theater, I called the guy who makes the Milagros and I said, "Do you know that some of your pieces that you make for me are in this movie?" And then he said, "Yeah, I went to the movie with my wife and she was saying, isn't this the stuff you make for Robert?" And I said, "What, Rahul, why didn't you call me, But he already knew about it and he thought, oh, no big deal, whatever. But I thought it was something profound, but coincidence? Who knows, right?
Sometimes it's, it's set up perfectly, but if you don't know about it, that's still pretty rough. I wouldn't be able to sleep that night. that whole La Llorona story is very similar. Up here, it may be specific to my area, the deep south, but whenever there's like a bridge that's maybe like less than 1/10 of a mile long over just maybe like a creek or something, and it has like a guardrail, there's always a legend that if you put a candy bar on it, a baby will cry and come and eat it at night, and some lady threw her baby off. It kind of reminds me of the same legend, just the Mexican one sounds more specific. Maybe it has more of a canon to it than put a baby Ruth there and a baby will eat it.
Well, there are a lot of little stories like that around the world. And the ones that I focus on in Mexico are usually never heard outside the country. And that's why I started my channel, Mexico Unexplained, because most of the stuff that I talk about, sure, I have the chupacabra, I have things that people have heard of, but have you heard of the Tlahuelpuchi? Have you heard of the Cuatlacas? Have you heard of the Sisamite? There are all of these creatures and legends and stuff like that they're so localized down there that sometimes people don't even hear about them outside the region or state in Mexico, much like the story you just told. I've never heard of that before. We live in the same country. I never heard of that legend before. So that sort of thing is going on down there, and I'm bringing it all up to the English-speaking world.
There's a whole lot of material for Spielberg to work with from your just your website alone.
Don't let Spielberg touch that stuff.
We can't let Michael Bay have it because it'll be exploding chupacabras. like why did the chupacabra blow up? I've just been scrolling down through here. There's some crazy stuff like you don't think about it. Mexico's so old.
That's a very important point, because culture, there has been complex civilization down there for almost 4,000 years. Some people say even longer than that. And it's been continuous and unbroken up until the Spanish conquest. So the Spanish encountered living civilizations when they arrived. And those civilizations had legacies going back thousands of years, unbroken. So some of these legends, like let's say the Tlahuelpuchi that I just mentioned, a vampire witch, that goes back to, people believe that goes back to 1000 BC. Goes back 3,000 years old. It's 3,000 years ago. Yeah.
What are the details of that story, of that vampire witch?
Well, it's usually all the witch stories in Mexico. It's funny. They're marginalized women. Like in my last podcast, I talked about a witch that, did all of this mayhem and stuff like that in a certain town. It was a story of a witch. And it started with her story being, as a little girl, people considered her ugly, and they didn't like her name, Estli, which meant blood. That's what her parents named her, Estli. And so they threw rocks at her. They thought she was ugly, and she decided to get back at them. It's like almost like Carrie, right? At the prom, getting back. She decided to go up to the hill and learn the dark arts and then, become a witch and then go after people. Well, it's the same. It's almost the same story throughout Mexico, where women are marginalized or whatever, and they're shunned by society, and then they turn into witches. And the Tlahuelpuchi is a shape-shifting witch. And what she does is she sucks the blood of babies. And this came into the forefront because the Tlahuelpuchi is only in a small state of Mexico called Tlaxcala. And it's only there, and it was brought to prominence in the 1950s because there was some clerical worker in the capital city of Tlaxcala, in the state and the city have the same name. And this functionary at the office where they process records was looking at death certificates. And on the death certificate, the cause of death for a lot of the infants was chupado por la bruja, sucked by a witch. That was the cause of death. That was officially written on these death certificates. So this guy in the capital city went to his supervisor and said, "Well, look, what is this?" And then they went and they investigated. And then the story of the Tlahuelpuchi left these little villages, then went to the capital city, and then went, bigger throughout Mexico. And then I brought it to the English-speaking world. And what it is it's a woman who dabbles in witchcraft. And what she does is she will shapeshift into something to get into your house, like an insect that will fly into the keyhole or through a crack in the window and then will materialize above your baby and then suck the blood out of the baby and then shapeshift back into something else to get out of the house.
Wow.
And so that's the Tlawelpuchi. And
That's
yeah,
pretty graphic.
and that was discovered, like I said, by some clerical worker in a government office. Or else it would have probably never been known outside of these dozen villages in the countryside. And the legend, they think, goes back, before there was any written history. So, yeah, we don't know how old it is.
It does make me curious what actually was happening to the babies if they were drained. I mean,
Yeah.
the actual.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, I wonder, it could have been just, I don't know, sudden infant death syndrome, but people say that is a recent phenomenon. I don't know. It's hard to say. But then, of course, people will say, it is the witch. It's the Tlawelpuchi. It's real.
The shape-shifting is interesting because there's like skinwalkers in North America, and I think a lot of cultures have that shape-shifting thing, and I think that's interesting.
That's the creepiest part about the skinwalkers is it's everywhere. It's like that's real, not real, but it's like transcends continents.
And there are more shapeshifters in Mexico too. The biggest one is the Nahual. And that has been the whole idea of the Nahual has been kind of twisted and manipulated by the New Age movement. The Nahual to the New Age movement is some sort of inner part of your ego or something. It came from Carlos Castaneda, who was a Peruvian person. He wasn't even Mexican, who made up all this stuff about the Toltecs or whatever. But the Nahual in Mexico, that goes back thousands of years. Once again, it's a sorcerer or somebody who is magically inclined, whatever. Somebody told me once, don't ever use the word sorcerer. It's a derogatory term, and you're otherizing people or whatever. Okay, I've heard everything in the comments section of my YouTube channel, like you guys probably have too.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the Nahual, it's a sorcerer that turns into a feline, part dog-like creature, and then goes around and kills people and does all of this stuff.
Interesting.
So I regret mentioning dog-like because everybody now talks about that dog man. And it's so overdone, and everybody asks me about that. Yeah. So, but it's like a feline dog. It's a mixture of dog and cat, and that's what the Nahual is. It has claws and everything in it. Yeah, cool. You can shapeshift back into a man too.
Cool. Now I gotta check out my wife's cat. I'm like, look, what the hell are you? Some kind of Mexican sorcerer? Show yourself. All right, let me pull a wild trees and go to the comments because we have some. I didn't think we'd have any, but we got our buddy Anthony, unidentified S4. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, Anthony.
We got to support our own. Here's me saying, hey. And this is Kevin Stallings. He's the co-worker. Great guy. Loves blue tick hounds. He is a I can't say your Amarillo, La Llorona. He is the La Llorona enthusiast. I have to walk my Spanish through our Amarillo first. Kind of like the Rock in that movie, The Rundown. Got Anthony. Oh, here's our friend Melinda.
Hey, Melinda.
Melinda's. If I ever get T-shirts, she's getting a free one. She is a blind supporter. Does not care that we are terrible.
She's also got a PhD in biology as well, so she's very knowledgeable.
Yeah, I'm gonna have her on one day. She's definitely sought after in this community because people PhD in biologists. I have questions. I have many questions.
Also, I'll just say right now that when this episode is over, it's going to continue on my channel, Biologist Wildest Trees, right afterwards. So you guys can continue if you want to subscribe or follow my channel. The conversation will continue. As
R. Kelly said, after the show is the after party. After the party. Let's see, we got wild trees. spamming. Jeremy Scott, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey,
And
Jeremy.
Melinda. See, Melinda is blind supporter. She's more precious than gold. Anyway, I was thinking of a question before I did that, just to segue. I mentioned Spielberg, Michael Bay earlier. What do you know? I say, do you know? I know it's been done. What is your favorite American adaptation of a mystery you've explored, as far as American media, preferably movies?
Well, I would have to say that Llorona movie. I thought that was well done,
I was going
and
to
I
ask you.
thought it was true to the legend. So,
Good.
yeah, I was pretty impressed with it.
The only thing I'm thinking of is The Ring, which is
Okay.
Japanese.
Now, is it? I think the Llorona I think it's like a spin-off from the Paranormal Activity universe. I thought I heard that. It's like the same people that made the Paranormal Activity movies are like, let's cater to the Hispanic community and let's use this Hispanic legend. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not
You
sure.
think it's the same one? You think it's the same bunch? Paranormal?
I think it might be the same team, creative team behind it, or producing.
Because other than The Exorcist, no movies ever scared me worse than Paranormal Activity.
All
The
of
Exorcist ruined,
or just the first one?
I can't see this. I'm not watching another one. I watched the first one in theaters. I came home. I got my sheep's blood and my holy water and went to work. I've never been more scared in my life. I found a bootleg copy of that movie a couple weeks later after I saw it in the theaters. And I'm watching it, and we're in our old house. It's a little house. It's like 1,200 square feet. And right in the middle of it, the ice maker kicked on, and I about shit my pants. I was like, God almighty. What was... I wanted out. I didn't know the ice maker made noise till that day.
I have a question for you, Robert.
Sure.
What is the current attitude toward the paranormal in Mexican culture? And also, has that changed, or has it been the way it is now? Has it changed from the way it was a few decades ago? Is the attitude evolving? This is the second part of that question.
Yeah, it has changed, and with the availability of the internet in the past 20 years, everybody has a camera now too. Mm-hmm. So people are filming more things, and people are posting more things online to the various platforms. And yeah, there is a bigger interest in all of this stuff down there, especially UFOs. That's huge.
Yeah, that's great.
And yeah, so it's becoming more accepted, and yeah, it's a lot different than it was 20 or 25 years ago.
It's funny you mentioned UFOs, because I think some of the best UFO videos have come out of Mexico, just the most impressive ones that are hard to debunk. There's this channel called, I think it's called, what is it called? Something, well, they have a show called, it's called Corridor Crew VFX Artists React. So they're a bunch of, they're a really big YouTube channel, but they produce visual effects, like special effects, but they did a series where they look at videos of supposed paranormal stuff and they try to debunk it. A lot of times they do debunk it, but one of the ones they couldn't debunk was a UFO video in Mexico, and it's very impressive. Like it's a large craft breaking off to little pieces. But what really got them thinking that's like it's not a hoax is that there's another video of the same event from a different angle. And it's like, okay, now we have two individuals filming the same thing, and we get to see it from two different angles, which it wouldn't be impossible to hoax, but it's easier to hoax just one video from one angle, one UFO.
And you can tell it's not the app thing where it's just the one angle.
Like I said, they could not debunk that one. They were like, we have no explanation. It looks like a legitimate phenomenon in the sky that was recorded by two people.
Well, you know what? The national government of Mexico was the first government national government in the world to take the UFO issue seriously and publicly. And it was in the early 2000s when the Mexican Air Force engaged with a fleet of UFOs over the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Campeche, the state of Campeche. And the government got involved, and they got the number one UFO researcher in Mexico, Jaime Maussan, to investigate that with a team of other experts. And they were completely public about it. And that was the first time in world history where there was a national government that was so upfront about the UFO issue. So that was a historic event that happened. And another thing that I would like to mention too is if you go onto a website called Webcams de Mexico, there are webcams all over, set up all over the place in Mexico. And a lot of the webcams catch UFOs. And so there's a lot of webcam footage of UFOs out there that, anybody can look at them and analyze them or whatever. But one of the most famous sightings that happened is it was on a Mexican television show that was similar to our Today Show or Good Morning America. Millions of people were watching this show over breakfast one day, and they were filming the volcano Popocatépetl, which is outside of Mexico City, because it grumbles every once in a while. It's an active volcano. It doesn't pose any threat really to the, Mexico City or anything, but it'll puff smoke and stuff. When I lived down there in 1995, when I was working for a U.S. company, it was erupting. It was grumbling a little bit, but on the show, they had a webcam showing the latest eruption, just a little bit. And then all of a sudden, what looked like a flying saucer came out of the volcano. Wow. And millions of people saw that on live TV. Millions of people saw that. And there's always been this belief in Mexico that flying saucers come out of volcanoes. And that goes back to an older belief that goes back to the ancient Maya, all the way back possibly to the Olmecs, that volcanoes are portals to the underworld or to other dimensions. So it makes sense that there would be a UFO coming out of a volcano, an active volcano. But in that case, millions and millions of people saw that over their café con leche and their banuelos and whatever they were having for chilaquiles, whatever they were having for breakfast that morning before they were going to work.
Did it look like a classic metal saucer, or
just flying right out of the volcano?
I have another story. I have a similar
story.
To
debunk it? Sorry, Wild.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, as far as I know, no one has debunked it, and it was on live TV. So
yeah, that's what I was going to say. All right, you go ahead. I was just thinking, how that's the first thing they do? Swamp gas, everybody. Swamp gas. Nothing to see here.
I was going to just say a story that there's a famous Mexican director named Guillermo del Toro, and Guillermo del Toro, he's directed Pan's Labyrinth, Hellboy, Hellboy 2, Shape of Water, etc. Well, he told the story that when he was younger, he was in Mexico. I don't remember exactly where, maybe close to Mexico City, but he was in Mexico. He was younger, and with some friends, they were hiking outside, and he saw a UFO. It clear as day. It was large, metal. It looked like the classic UFO. And it was funny because this comment was like, he's like, I was disappointed. I was like, really? That's what you look like? You look just like what everybody says, he wasn't very surprised. He was surprised by the sighting, but not by the shape or anything. He's like, wow, a classic gray saucer. So, yeah.
Are you telling me the comic book man saw the UFO? First UFO ever.
Yeah, exactly. Comic book guy from The Simpsons.
Yeah, comic book guy sees UFO.
Oh, that's crazy.
I've never seen a movie past the 60s.
Robert, we've been talking to people on our channels that are talking about aliens specifically, not just the UFOs, but whatever's piloting the UFOs. So I'm curious, if you do, I'm assuming you do believe in UFOs and that there's pilots in there, but do you think the majority of them have good intentions or maybe negative intentions, or do you maybe not know? What are your thoughts?
Why would you assume that? Why would you assume that I believe in UFOs?
I guess just because the evidence is so strong.
It's funny. I have to tell you this. My brother I'm in San Diego. My brother came down from Bakersfield 2 years ago because he was concerned about me. Because he said, your podcast is about aliens. I'm worried about you and all this stuff. And then I told him what I tell everybody. So, escúchame bien. I don't necessarily believe in anything I talk about. I'm presenting the information. And so as far as believing in this stuff, I have pretty high standards. I'm a pretty skeptical person. I need a lot of proof. And as far as UFOs go, and then to go a step further and say about pilots on the UFOs, you have to make a lot of assumptions there. And, and so for me, the jury is still out, but if they do exist, I don't think the intentions are bad. I mean, from what I've researched, there hasn't been. I mean, if their intentions were bad, we wouldn't be here right now. The whole planet would be scorched.
Right.
I mean,
if they wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, there are plenty of UFO stories and stories about the occupants coming out and everything. But whether I believe in it or not, well, I ain't saying.
Would you say you were a optimistic skeptic? 'Cause that's what I describe myself as.
No, well, I need a lot of evidence. And, and I hate to burst people's bubbles, but that's how I am. But I love reporting on this stuff, and I love investigating it, and I love sharing it. And whether I believe in it, I'm not going to be like that David Paulides guy. You know who I'm talking about, missing 411. Yeah, people, when they interview him, they always ask him, what do you think this is? Why do you think people are disappearing in national parks? And he always says he doesn't want to say anything because he doesn't want to commit. And with me, to tell you the truth, I am still open-minded about it. So I don't believe either way. It's not like when my brother came down, it almost seemed like it was some sort of intervention he was doing or something. You're talking about aliens and all these creatures and stuff. And I said, it's not like I believe that such and such happened to me or this and that and the other thing. It's okay. And I've said this to other people before. It's okay not to know. It's okay to have your mind filled with a sense of wonder, okay? We don't have to be certain about some of this stuff. And, there was a guy I was listening to on a podcast a few weeks ago saying flat Earth, globe Earth, toroidal Earth, donut-shaped Earth. Can it be all of those things? And I don't know. I mean, can all of these things exist and be part of our imagination or be real at the same time? I don't know. And the deeper I get into this, the more I say to myself, it's okay that I don't know. And, it's a great story and I love to hear about it or whatever, but this specific thing or that specific thing, who am I to know? If somebody tells me that they have seen an Alush or a Chaneque, those are traditional little people in Mexico, like dwarves and elves that are magical beings that live in the forest and all this stuff. That's been something that's been cited for thousands and thousands of years. Is it real? I don't know. But am I going to say you're crazy because you said you saw one? Absolutely not. I will never say that. There's nothing that's crazy. And, what did I see when I was a little kid? Was that old lady? Was that one guy right? Oh, it was some just old lady throwing trash. No, it wasn't that. But what was it? Why was she there?
What I think is interesting about studying the paranormal is that, because this is what I would tell like a hardcore skeptic. I would be like, look, the thing about studying the paranormal is that what I think is unarguably true about the paranormal cannot be denied is that the stories exist and they continue to exist. So people are saying, so that's folklore basically. I mean, would you tell somebody, hey, stop studying folklore? Who cares? No, this is modern folklore that stretches back for a long time.
So there must be something to it. I just don't know what it is.
Right. That's
Is is like back to the Aleutian, the Chineke, these little people. Are they the Greys? I don't know.
Right.
I mean, are the Greys Aleutians and Chinekes?
There's
Right.
I don't know. And
stories
how
about
can we
these little
tell?
people.
What was that? I'm sorry.
I said there's so many stories about these little people.
Yeah,
That's
they're everywhere.
It's like an unsung cryptid that no one like gets on fire for because I guess they're not a giant monkey. But like Alaska's full of them. Mexico is obviously full of them. Why can't I get Minnesota is full of them apparently.
It's funny that that's so prevalent because not only is it prevalent in the world of paranormal stories, but it's true in science. We know from fossils that there used to be a species of human that was tiny.
Oh, Florida's island, right? Okay, yeah.
Homo florensis.
Was it
I
Lucy
believe.
like really tiny? The fossil?
She was also very tiny. Yeah. But So there's
that
a lot.
was long time ago, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She
that's
was like a
probably
billion
that was
years
like
ago.
I believe 9 million years ago. Yeah, that was our earliest. What we think today is our earliest human ancestor. But yeah, I'm just saying the fossil record. I mean, the fossil record also supports animals like Bigfoot, large humanoids, species of humans as well. So those stories, like Robert said, there has to be something to it. Well, yeah, it's not only in culture, but it's in science as well. The evidence is there that something did exist at least.
And Bigfoot, I did a survey on my YouTube channel about Bigfoot because there are two Bigfoot creatures in Mexico.
Right.
And most people don't even think that, Bigfoot, they think Pacific Northwest, Northern California, deeply wooded places in, hardcore in North America, Alaska, British Columbia, whatever. But there are places in Mexico where there are thick pine trees that have only recently been explored, like in the middle of the 1800s, because they're so inaccessible and so remote and cut off. And a lot of people don't know that there are two different Bigfoot creatures that are in Mexico. And one of them is called the Sisamite, and he lives in the jungles of Central America and also the jungle parts of Mexico, Chiapas, the Yucatan, the Maya area. Right.
Yeah.
And he's skinny and he's shy, and the Maya have a tradition of the Sisamite as being a creature in the forest, just like a jaguar or a deer or whatever. Okay, so he's out there as a real physical creature.
Right.
Then the Cuatlacas is the bigger, buff Bigfoot creature who lives in the central Mexican mountains. And like I said, people think of Mexico and they think of Clint Eastwood movies, Dusty and all that stuff. But there are mountains in Mexico that have permanent snow cap, which is the definition of a glacier. So some mountains in Mexico are in a glacial age. And there are even search and rescue teams on some of these mountains, like Iztaccíhuatl. It's a national park and a volcano that's permanently snow covered outside of Mexico City. It's the White Lady, the Sleeping Lady, they call her. It's next to Popocatépetl, which is the active volcano, but that has permanent snowpack and ice pack, and they have a search and rescue team on that mountain that's alpine trained in Switzerland. And you wouldn't think Mexico, gosh, but the Cuatlaca supposedly lives on that mountain, the big buff, angry Bigfoot. And hikers have seen that creature on that mountain, and also in the wooded parts of the state of Puebla, which are thicker than any pine forest in the Pacific Northwest. So, could this be a Bigfoot creature that was cut off from the rest of North America? Because in between the Central Highlands, where the pine forests are, and where Bigfoot sightings happen in the United States, there's a vast desert. So some people believe, Bigfoot just got cut off from the rest of North America. And then the Sisamite is something different, adapted to the jungle, because I guess if you're big and muscular and bulky and all of that stuff, you wouldn't fare as well in a jungle situation.
Well, jungles are very tall. Jungles are very tall, so a lot of times if you're a larger animal like the jaguars or whatever, it's good to have a light climbing body because you could take advantage of the treetops.
Hmm.
So that could, but that's fascinating evolutionary how it could have, it makes total sense from a biology perspective that you had one large population throughout Mexico perhaps, but then some kind of geological event happened, climate event happened that isolated both of them, and that does happen, and then those animals become their own thing. That's very cool.
Yeah,
it makes you wonder if they're regional, as far as their alleged paranormal aspect, portal hopping. Like maybe they can't go too far on the other side before they come out.
yeah. Who knows? A lot of people think that, and then the Maya believe that the Sisamita could just disappear. So
Right.
there's a lot of that aspect to Bigfoot in North America. I know about that, where people think that he goes through, portals and stuff like that.
Yes, absolutely.
So
Been hearing a lot of it lately.
Yeah.
And then you said, I remember talking to you previously, Robert, that I think the nice one of these creatures, the slender southern one, gifting is done, or is that the northern one? Where
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. And the Maya believe that you would leave him a gift. And they believe that also with the little people too, the Alush. And the Alush is in the Maya area, the Chineke is in the central part. Just like Sisamite is in the Maya area, the Cuatlacas is in the central part of Mexico. So they're two different places. But yeah, you leave him gifts. And the Chineke, it's interesting just to go back to that little creature. There was a bridge near the Cancun airport that kept falling down when they were building it. I guess it was like in the 1980s. The bridge kept falling down, and an old Maya elder said, "You didn't get permission from the resident Chineke or the resident Alush who lives there. You didn't get permission from him to build that there. So he's wrecking it in the nighttime." And so what they did is they consulted with some Maya people who were knowledgeable about the Alush, and they built a little house under the bridge for the Alush. And after they built the house, the bridge didn't collapse anymore. So they appeased him, and then everything was fine. And you can drive by that bridge now on the way to the Cancun airport, and you'll see this little house underneath a bridge. And the same thing happened with a concert in Chichen Itza. I forget who was doing the concert, but the stage kept falling down. And then some of the elders came and said, you did not make an offering to the Alushes. You're not respecting the spirits here. You're not respecting these little people. You've got to make an offering, and none of this will happen. And then, of course, the rest of the story. They did the offering. They appeased the Alush, and then nothing happened. So
they're like reverse beavers. they destroy at night.
So, is there something to it? You can decide that, right?
Mm-hmm. Let's check out some more comments. We got some good ones here. I just wanted to, while I was thinking about it, welcome our new friend, Long Island Bigfoot. He is going to be on the show, I think, next week, and his channel is amazing. He's up there in Long Island, Staten Island, checking out all that. A ton more cryptid activity up there than I would think. I would think it'd be all NYC, but apparently I know nothing about Long Island and Staten Island. No shocker there. And our buddy Glenn Jackson, Wild Trees, you remember him from a couple weeks ago. He was the that tragic pit bull attack.
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah, that was. Every time I think about that, I'm like, Jesus. And our friend Jeremy Scott's back. Welcome again, Long Island Bigfoot. But he did make a comment here. He used to live in San Diego, Ocean Beach, and used to see Sunset Cliffs and see crazy lights over the ocean. And we're surfing in Rosarito, Mexico, and saw 3 craft over the ocean 2 nights in a row.
Cool.
Very impressive.
I saw a UFO here on the Indian reservation. People don't see, once again, like I say, in Mexico, you don't think of pine forests and glaciers. In San Diego, you don't think of Indian reservations necessarily, but San Diego County has more Indian reservations than any other county in the United States. And I was on an Indian reservation in the back country of San Diego, and I did see a UFO. And there were other witnesses too. So,
what did it look like?
It almost, oh gosh, it looked like a tent, and it was orange in color, and it had lights that were pulsing. So it was like this shape, like, and flat on the bottom. It was weird, but yeah, I wasn't the only one who saw it.
Wow. Lucky you. Lucky everybody who saw
I guess. I don't know. Was there missing time? Maybe I wasn't so lucky. I don't know.
Interesting.
The missing time thing. Missing time thing gets me every time you talk to a UFO person and they start thinking about that and they get like a look in their eye. It's like they forgot a homework assignment. It's the same look. Dude, I've seen it like 3 times talking to these guys, man. They're like, yeah, I miss time. Like they just stare off. It's the Marine stare, 1,000-yard stare, looking through you. Incredible. So, one of my selfish questions I meant to ask you tonight, now that I'm thinking about it, what do you think the chupacabra actually is, or the stories you've heard? I don't want to get off on that it's scientific fact, but what is the goat sucker according to local lore?
Well, it came out of nowhere, so. That's an interesting phenomenon unto itself, because it was first reported in Puerto Rico, okay, which of course is not part of Mexico. It's an island in the Caribbean, which is a U.S. Commonwealth, kind of like a backwater of the United States. But it gained attention in the Spanish-speaking world because of a talk show host in Miami called Christina, and she's the Oprah of Latin America. And she started to talk about the chupacabras, and then all of a sudden there were sightings in Mexico about this creature, and it was a little bit different from the Puerto Rican one. The Puerto Rican one is similar to, if I may, the cover of my coloring book.
Available at all fine bookstores everywhere.
That's right. Yeah. So the Puerto Rican one is more reptilian in appearance. The one in Mexico is more furry and looks like a gigantic coyote in some reports. But some people say that because of the Christina show, now this can take different paths we can go down, or different rabbit holes, if you may. Was it a mass hysteria event after the Christina show? Or did people all of a sudden have permission to talk about it? Was it something that was always there, but because it was on Christina's show, people then started to say, yeah, I've been seeing this creature and stuff. So is it that? Is it mass hysteria? Is it some guy? There was a sheriff down in Mexico who said it's un gran psicosis, a great psychosis, like mass hypnosis or mass hysteria. Sorry. So, and then there are other people who think that the chupacabra could be a tulpa. Now, a tulpa is a thought form. So if you're thinking about it, and that it goes back to Tibet, they have the concept of, that's where the word comes from. The concept of, the concept of a thought form coming to life is across cultures. And so some people were thinking that these sightings were people forming these thoughts in their minds and the thoughts becoming real. And we have an incident in early 2020 in a small town in Mexico where they all started seeing werewolves, and they saw tracks and stuff. And people were saying that that was a tulpa. It was one person said that they thought they saw a werewolf, and then everybody started to say they saw it. And then it manifested in tracks. I mean, that's one way of looking at it. And then, of course, for back to the chupacabras, it could be an unidentified animal, a cryptid, a legitimate cryptid. And then, like I said, the Christina show gave people permission to talk about it. So who knows? But one thing about that creature is that it's not seen as much in Mexico anymore. Which people who believe that it could be a thought form creation, something manifested, well, after the Christina show in the 1990s with all the massive sightings and everything, well, that could explain it, that the sightings have died down over the course of the years. So who knows?
That reminds
like
me
I
of the
said,
UAP
it's okay
thing.
to not know.
So that reminds me of the UAP thing here whenever they released all that stuff last year. And then all of a sudden everybody had a UFO story.
Yeah, so
it was like the exact same thing.
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, our minds are more powerful than we think they are. And I don't know if it's possible to do this stuff. But like I said, I'm not closing the door on anything.
Right.
And I rarely commit to things because there's always more evidence. There's always something that's different or whatever. There's more to the story.
It's not beyond the realm of possibility. If vision boards work to achieve a clean house and a new car, then what's 40 million people thinking about a souped up coyote?
Yeah,
it's not beyond the scope of possibility. And I didn't know that chupacabra thing was only a few years old. I thought it was something that's been around as long as I can remember.
Oh,
it's been around. It first came out in the 90s. That's when it, and then, like I said, after Christina, after that show, because that was broadcast to tens of millions of people. It's funny, in America, we don't know about what's happening south of the border. The most popular singer in this hemisphere in the late 80s was Shusha. And most people don't, you're American, you've never heard of Shusha before, but 500 million other people who share your hemisphere know who Shusha was. She was this tall blonde woman from southern Brazil, and she had a show da Xuxa in Brazil. It was a Brazilian children's show where she was singing and stuff.
Was that the show that came on and everybody's going, Shusha, Shusha, Shusha?
Yeah.
I remember that when I was little. I never knew what it was or what they were saying.
Didn't she have? I think I remember because she had some shoes that were really popular for little girls one Christmas, and even my parents were trying to get them so hard.
well, yeah, she was a phenomenon. But if you say who was the biggest pop star in the 1980s, female pop star in the Western Hemisphere, people say, "Oh, Madonna," but it was really Shusha. Because she had 500 million people watching her and buying her records and everything. But in America, who is she? Nobody. Just like Christina, from Miami all the way to the tip of South America, people knew who Christina was and they tuned into her show. And then when she talked about this, then everybody started seeing the chupacabra. So I don't know if there's something to it.
Well, I think that's a good point. You're bringing a lot of information forward that people may not know about Mexico, but you're also bringing forward larger points, which is that how close we are physically, but how separated we are as culturally, how things can happen that we're not aware of, even though physically we're so close.
Yeah.
I just wonder what kind of similarities there are between a lot of the, I don't want to say Indian, but Native American, our tribes here and the ancient Mexicans, because they're basically the same bunch. They all came over on the same Bering Strait.
Well, you know what? That would be like comparing Portuguese to Russians to Scottish people. There's some genetic similarities, but the cultures are vastly different, even within Mexico, even people living next to each other. So yeah, there's a lot of variety. There are some similarities. The Aztec language, Nahuatl, which is still spoken by over 1 million people in Mexico, that native language that was the lingua franca, the official language of the Aztec Empire. 1 million people still speak that language. It belongs to the Uto-Aztecan language family, and it's related to a lot of languages in the American Southwest. Ute, Navajo, Apache. There are different languages that's related to in the United States.
Really?
So yeah, there are some connections. So yeah.
The ones I was thinking more along, not like they're like you said, not like Scottish or like Russians or like Portugals, not like, but more along the common legends that they may share that might prove something more paranormal, might be closer to true than we think. Like, oh, they think that this, like, they got the hairy man. They have what you said was the Sasquatch in Mexico City. Like, they just have similar stories, different names, kind of like the three major religions.
Yeah, like there's in North American, I think originally like around Minnesota, the Thunderbird, okay, a gigantic bird, right? That people still think the Thunderbird could be a cryptid. There's a Mexican equivalent called the lechuza, this gigantic bird, and there's folklore associated with that. A witch, a marginalized woman, remember, who turns into a witch, dabbles in the dark arts, turns into this gigantic bird that goes and kills people at night and, flies over, and the wingspan is like 12 feet, 15 feet long, something like that. And some people believe that these legends are based on an actual creature. And you know what? If I'm going to commit to something, which I don't want to do, if of all the cryptids and legend stories that I've heard, I believe in this one the most, because I've heard so many people talk about this creature. And I even had somebody in South Texas offer to go on a lechuza hunting expedition, take me along with them. And I almost took them up on it, but I don't know, because if you go to my YouTube channel and you go to the Lechuza show, it's one of my most popular shows, but look at the comment section. Everybody has a story, and they're like lengthy, detailed stories, and they're all similar, and they're from different parts. This creature supposedly lives in northern Mexico mostly, and then also the Rio Grande Valley of Texas. And that's like the biggest hotspot is around the Rio Grande for this creature on both sides of the border. And so I'm inclined to believe that this is a possible real thing. The witch part of it, maybe not so much. But the creature existing as a cryptid, it's possible.
I used to hunt a lot more than I do now. And when you talked about, hunting for it in actual Texas, like legit hunting, is there a like an action you have to do to get, like, stir them up, or a particular time of year? Like, how would, like, it seems like you'd have to do a lot of prep work for a cryptid of that size. I mean, did the hunter mention anything like that?
There, as far as prep work goes, I'm not sure about that, but people know where they're seen, so this person who said that they wanted to take me on the trip, they were in Rio Grande City, I think. And I guess trees, you have the Texas connection, right? So
yeah. So yeah, I'm right by the
where that is. So anyway, yeah. So they told me they knew where these creatures were, and so all we had to do was show up or look for them. So I don't know.
Do you have any way to contact that person again? I'd love to get in contact with them. I think Bobby would too.
It's in the comments section of the Lechuza show. They left a public comment. Well, I'm sorry, what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I interrupted you. No, I was going to say, yeah, what I want to do is I'm going to go back, watch that video, and look at all the comments, and then make my own video, maybe expanding on your ideas and also on the comment section. That's really interesting. And then, Bobby, I was going to say, me and Robert have talked about Lechuza before, And I came up with a method of attracting one, but then of course you have to deal with it once it arrives, so you better be ready. But if it is a cryptid, then large flying animals they navigate a lot through their nose, olfactory senses, because they have to cover so much ground. So I would just get a bunch of fish that's rotting in the sun, close to where you think they are, and I think that would attract them. That would attract a lot of things, actually. Yeah.
Much like the 1999 Matthew Broderick hit Godzilla.
Exactly like Godzilla.
Scene always made me hungry. I'm just picturing the terrain something that big would have to live in, and why wouldn't it be a bigger problem?
Well, you know what I think people don't realize just how vast. I mean, I live on the coast. I've always lived in big cities pretty much. And a lot of people who live in big cities don't realize how vast North America is, including Mexico, northern Mexico. There's so much empty space, and there's so many inaccessible mountain ranges, a lot of places that haven't been fully explored yet. A creature could hang out there with no problem, I think. One that flies? Yeah, sure, why not?
I will also say, to add to what Robert said, when we go to my show in a little bit, I have a lot of satellite imagery of these mountain ranges and these wide open spaces that's going to play. So you could get a look at how vast it is, how much space there is in northern Mexico.
I'll start heading over there. Wild Trees has the good. He's got that flight simulator stuff that makes me just sit here and just zone out watching it.
Yeah, Bobby used to play Flight Simulator in the 90s. It looked a lot more blocky back then than it does now. Now it's a lot more realistic.
How dare you? Hang on. Somebody just posted a comment that was going to be my next topic, so we'll call that a segue. Possibly our lead out to a Wild Trees after party. But Jeremy Scott wrote, John Teal, who wrote Mothman Prophecies, made correlations to Mothman and Thunderbirds. But I did see on your page, Robert, that there was a Mothman. See, Mothman is one of my passion projects. I love talking about them because it scares the bejesus out of me. But Mothman in Mexico, did that appear with a similar sequence of events as it did in Point Pleasant? Or is it
not like the bridge incident or anything like that? No. A big winged creature has appeared, and this is different from the Lechuza because this one looks more like a gigantic moth. So that's the only difference. These big winged, there's also the man bat. That's another huge winged creature, and they all live in northern Mexico. These three things, the Mothman, the man bat, and the Lechuza. So I don't know, there's something there. They all look different, though. So that's why we distinguish them.
The Mexicans one's not like a harbinger of doom, angel of death?
Some people say that it is, yeah. So there are not a whole lot of sightings about that, though. Mm-hmm. The Mothman, of those three creatures that I mentioned, that has the least amount of sightings.
That makes sense, especially if it's the same Mothman. It just only appears before things happen. They just haven't maybe put two and two together.
He vacations in Acapulco,
I don't blame him. Who would want to hang out in West Virginia in the wintertime? Some say it's almost heaven, but I call almost freezing. Just came up with that one. John Denver, you can give me a call. Yeah, I talked to a lady a couple weeks ago that I'm going to have on. She was talking about some issues she had with the actual Mothman in Point Pleasant. She was going to go survey it, and every one of her team got violently ill anytime they got near the town. So I'm like, shit. I'm like, was it more of like, I asked her, like, is it you're violently ill as like a punishment? She said it was like a warning. It was like an alarm, but it was in our gastrointestinal tract. I'm like, okay.
Interesting.
Warning heard. Doesn't shock me.
I will also say, I think, Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one of the easiest and funnest ways to support Robert is to just go to Amazon and type in Robert Bitto and pick up one of his books or his coloring books. That's what I would recommend.
Well, I'll tell you something about a coloring book. I was looking at those today. I was like, man, he's got the best merch. Like, I was going through your merch section. What am I doing with my life?
Well, you know what? I have a lot of good material to work with. So, yeah,
I mean,
why not make T-shirts and stuff like that about the creatures and things? Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed the thumbnail I made for this episode, but it was Our Lady of Guadalupe.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite Mexican things because I'm Catholic, and so I think that's the way that they that the church kind of expands down there. It always fascinates me. Seems like they're having more fun with it than we are up here some days.
Yeah, that's a whole other show, I think. I mean, we could talk about that for an hour or 2 hours.
It
There's
really
a
is.
lot about religion going on in Mexico right now.
It's interesting you said that because I was thinking about bringing it up in here, and I always like to have people back, and that would be kind of a panel-esque kind of thing because I could get a priest that is a Spanish minister from my parish. Maybe get some of that happening. This dude, his name's Father Jonathan, but he's the only homily I didn't want to sleep through. So I was like, I got to get that guy on the podcast because he did not put me down.
Awesome.
Yeah, but he's a Spanish minister now, Spanish ministry. So that may be an idea. I may reach back out to him.
Cool.
But with that being said, we'll wrap this up. It's been an hour and some change. I think we've had fun with Robert's first episode. I know I have. I'm the type of guy that could go for literally hours on this stuff. Now I want to buy this yellow Mexico Unexplained T-shirt. Let me fire that one up. But we'll wrap it up, and everything about Robert Beto and Mexico Unexplained is in the description. Wild Trees YouTube channel is also in the description, and every way to watch, follow, and listen to me is in the description. So like, comment, and subscribe, and we'll end it. Robert, thanks for being on, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been fun.
And everybody check out Wild Trees channel for the after show to this part 2. It's in the description, like I just said. So thanks everyone from the comments. Thanks Wild Trees, and thanks Robert. And until next time, it's the Bobby Dizzle Podcast. Signing off. All right. How's everybody doing tonight? Dolly, Wild Trees. Everybody, welcome to the old Bobby Dizzle podcast. Invite everyone to follow me on all the Instagrams and the Facey Spacies. All those links are in the description and on the newly renovated BobbyDizzle.com. Enough about me. We got Dolly Saffron, local celebrity, and a proud Georgia Bulldogs fan.
Yes, ma'am.
Get her a chance to gloat with my Roll Tide sticker right here. So,
hey, oh boy, yeah.
I usually don't do the college football thing on here.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do. Anyway, Dolly is a lifelong. How old were you when you started with your experiences? I wanted to say 10.
Well,
I knew it was
10 months, actually.
10 months. I knew I got 10.
Yep.
Okay. And she has experiences up until this day. Maybe I think they stopped not too long ago. So I remember something about
I'm still in contact. I just don't have physical contact right now.
Yeah, that's what you were saying.
Yeah.
It was. I remember. What did she say about that? Anyway, everybody in the world has heard your story. I mean, it's pretty popular. I for some reason, all my For You pages are all Dolly and Preston.
Oh my!
And random sprinklings of Anthony Sinclair.
Oh wow!
And but can we talk about the I was just jump right in. Can we talk about the other worlds you visited?
Sure.
And did you visit any of our solar systems? Any of the planets in our solar system?
I've pretty well by this time now. I've seen all of them. The first one I ever went to that I had recall for is Saturn, and I was taught a lot about it, and it helped stick the pin in. This is what I'm going to do. And
imagine
the second was the moon, and I've seen them all. I've even seen Pluto, and I'm sad that they don't call it a planet, but they really are correct, and it just doesn't really make it into that zone, Yeah,
it's smaller than the moon. I didn't know about. They don't tell you that when you're in
yes.
like elementary school. You just think planet's a planet. You don't realize it's a big orange out there.
Yeah, it is. It's lopsided too. It's not fully round, right? And there's a couple more out there that they are just about to lay in the coordinates for, that they know they're there. They just haven't sighted them yet. And one of the things that the new telescope is for turning it around and catching it.
Mm-hmm.
So
I've heard
That's
that there's a couple big ones way out there causing a slight oval shape.
a little bit. There's no Nibiru, okay?
Yeah.
There's no Nibiru, but there are two more bodies that are circling, and one of them does have a stranger orbit than everybody else. It's like pretty much out there, but it is part of our system, and it's pretty much because about 280,000 years ago, during one of the sun's iterations of micronova, things got blasted around pretty bad. It really had a lot covering the sun that it blew out, and so it got thrown out there pretty good. That's where Pluto's from, by the way. It's from the sun. That's why it's mostly water and ice. The sun put it out, and it congealed with all kinds of stuff, and it just landed in that orbit. That's all. So,
now, as far as our solar system goes, is there any more life out there, microbial,
in our
besides
solar
us?
system?
In our solar system.
Yeah, there's microbial life. They've pretty much targeted where it would be. Io is one of them, but it's very rudimentary. There's life can exist in pretty extreme places. There are microbes that come from other planets that land here. You all don't realize that. We have incoming all the time. They just have to make it through the atmosphere and not burn off. They have to be embedded deep inside, wouldn't be an asteroid, it would be a comet. Okay. And if a comet came in, that's where you'd get it from. Asteroids are heavy metal, they're mostly iron, pyrite. And so, yeah, that's how that happens. And we've been injected a few times over the years. Absolutely.
Yeah, asteroid looks a lot like a fool's gold when you finally see them. They look exactly like you go to the Smokies, to the little gym and mineral shops.
Yep.
And
I've
they
been
have
there.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm about 3 hours away myself.
Okay.
So yeah, they got the fool's gold. That's like a meteorite. It's like the same thing.
Yeah.
Did you say Io had life? That's a moon, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Moon,
And
moon.
it's got the right conditions to hold microbial life. Absolutely.
Is that
But it's
Saturn or
very
Jupiter?
far away from the sun. Io is Jupiter, I think.
Jupiter, okay.
And
I get it mixed up.
it's okay. It's okay.
Europa. I know Europa and Oceania.
Right.
That's the ones I know about for Jupiter. I
Right.
can remember.
Yeah, and there's Io. We have life is all over through the universe, and we get incoming space dust that's loaded with particles. There's all kinds of things going on from space coming to us. We're in line for all kinds of things, and we circle our galaxy. We're not sitting still in the arm and just rotating. We're traveling around our galaxy at the same time. We rotate, we undulate, we do all kinds of things, but we're actual travelers through space in our galaxy or on the outskirts of our galaxy. And we run into stuff all the time. So, yeah.
When it comes to that fact that we're all moving, nobody thinks it. Somebody said if you did this, something like that, your hand is like 30 miles away from where it was when it started.
Pretty much, yeah. That's close.
So weird.
Yeah.
That's the weirdest thing.
Yeah, and you don't know it. You don't feel the movement of it, but that's true. Yeah. We're protected in our ionosphere, We have a magnetosphere that protects us, and there's all kinds of things going on. We're pressurized here. It's like being in our own little spaceship.
And those flat earthers are always, well, if we were moving 1,000 miles an hour, we'd fall down. I'm like, dude, bro.
No. They're different forces of gravity, right? They're all
like being in a car.
acting upon our planet and our system at the same time. We're getting it it's like a pinball machine, Sometimes we're this way and that way, and things affect us constantly.
Stuff is incredible.
Yeah. So, yeah, well, I'll tell you, one of the planets that I've been to is I have been to the Tall Gray Homeworld. It's in the Orion cluster.
Oh, yeah,
And they have a huge planet. It's much bigger than Earth. It's gravity light. In other words, it doesn't have the same heavy gravity that we have here. And Earth didn't have the same gravity it has now. It was much lighter before. And they have really big trees, and they have all kinds of things going on. It's a phantasmagorical place. It has existed for a long time, and they are well seasoned in how to treat their environment and how to exist in it and things like that. They're so well evolved for that. And when I went to school there, it was up in a really big tree. It had a pavilion in it. It's a huge pavilion in this tree. And it was fantastic. And I went to school with girls, and there was another one nearby that had all the young boys in it. And we were all pretty much a pretty widespread age range. I think the youngest was 5 or 6. And that's about when I started. And they went all the way up until they were 15, 16, 17. So, constantly going back. And then some of the classes that I took were on the ground on that planet. And so that's the first one I ever really had the most experience at. And then when I started flying, I started going to other places. The most further out I've ever been is to a planetoid. Okay, so like a Dyson sphere, only it's much bigger. And it's going across the galaxy. It's about halfway, almost the halfway point. And it's a general place for them to sit and recover when they make jumps to go travel great distances. They move things, animals, every kind of ethnicity of ET kind of goes there. You can get worked on, your craft, that kind of thing.
It's like a rest area.
Social place. Yeah, it's a rest area. That's a good point. And
it's like intergalactic Buc-ee's
stuff, something like that. And they have they convene there. They have different places where they commune with one another, and they do all kinds of things there. It's, you name it or think about it, and it's probably going on there. And so I've been there. That's the furthest out I've been. And then the closest in I've been is probably in the Delphi system. And it's like if you were looking at the sky and you see the Pleiades, okay, and you go like it's the crow flies. If you were to just like fly straight through the Pleiades, okay, you're not making any turns or anything. You're just taking that tact. It's way past that, but it's in the Delphi system, and it's a water world, and I've been there a bunch of times. I did a lot of learning there. I have a good friend there. Her name is Micha, and she looks Polynesian, a little bit different, but quite so. And I've seen the Andromeda galaxy from a distance. It's a furnace. It's a great big planet-eaten, solar system, galaxy-eaten furnace, and it's a star nursery.
Really?
The Pleiades is also a star nursery, just so you know. Okay, and it's moving through, and if it comes in contact with something, it's going to absorb it and use the energy from it to make new stars. I've been to Zeta Reticuli. I've been to Sirius. I've been to just other different places, that you would know. Too many to mention. So
I think one of my favorite ones is the Subaru constellation. A little bitty one.
Really?
Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones. It's the constellation is called Subaru. That's what they call it in Japan.
Oh.
It's like a miniature little dipper. You'll see it.
Okay.
But I'm fascinated when you said Orion.
I have to think about that one for a minute. Yeah. And if there are places that I go that I'm trained to go to, like every single pilot for the Grace has an assigned amount of places that they go. And we all know the coordinates. And when we're flying, they take us there first so that I learn it. And then I have to prove that I can get there. And then I go there on my own. And then that's part of what I do. And I've been to worlds that are like this one in different parts of our galaxy, which actually exists, and where people are evolving and learning and growing. And a couple of them are like Earth in that they've had a couple of really bad disasters and they've lifted them off. And so I've trained under that because this could happen here.
We get them off of there?
Yeah.
Kind of rescue them?
Yep. Yeah. They don't want humanity to suffer. They give everybody a chance to keep evolving,
Was it you that said that you were rescued the tribe on Earth? Who was it? There was like about to be a volcanic eruption or a flood or something.
Oh no, Preston did a story about that. I know what he was talking about. I had to ask about it because I wasn't aware of it. But yeah, there was a volcano in South America that went off, and 30,000 people supposedly disappeared and died in it. And no, they took quite a few of them off. They got to them and got them out as it began to happen. They just took them, and that's why people are missing, basically, I think. And but they helped as many as they could. Yeah, they give everybody a chance. Now I've helped people that were deciding from contact that they were ready to go, and with working with them, it was a mutual understanding between the Greys and them that they were ready and they were going to go. And there was nothing, no impediment to them leaving. It wouldn't really be noticed that much. And so they went. And Preston's written a couple of stories about that as well. So,
No, I skimmed over the symmetry book. I didn't have time to read it. He sent me the PDF.
Yeah.
I was like, I wish I had time to read anything.
Yeah.
I'm always messing around here.
That's all right.
He sent it, I'm like,
go back and look. Yeah.
He sent it to me. I'm like, oh gosh, hope he doesn't expect me to read all of this because I don't have time, but I'm going to skim it. And plus, I watch all the videos too, so I basically had the audio.
You got an idea.
But, yeah. Did you have the? You said you went to school there. Was it for a long time, and then they drop you right back off?
I probably started right somewhere between the age of 5 and 6 that I recall.
That's right. You didn't know how old you really were.
Well, I met Mama first time right between my 5th and my 6th birthday. I can't give you a date except that it was probably in like August, because I was trying to remember when Mary Poppins came out, because it was like a week or two after that movie showed. And we went to one of the premieres in Miami. My dad took my brother and I. And so I know it was right about that time, that year. And so that's when I have full recovered memories of going with them. And it was very dreamlike to me. My mother was really not happy about it, and she would try to convince me that I'm dreaming. But it got weird for me because in elementary school, I was bored off my keister. I mean, I already knew everything they were teaching, and I drove my teachers crazy, and they used to send me to the library, and I used to sit there and read all day. And I realized by the time I got to 6th grade, I had read every book in the library and advanced. Okay. And I was advanced anyway. And there was no accounting for that in my mind. Why, how did that happen? And then I realized, yeah, I'm learning all the way around the block. I mean, I've got it from them. I've got it here, My dad was an architect, and he was constantly teaching me and taking me places and doing things. So,
time-wise, you're way advanced.
Yeah. Pretty seriously.
I wonder is anybody in your family also in contact with the same?
Absolutely.
Oh, wow.
My mother has memories. She used to talk about it. It frightened her really bad, though. It was not totally. But if you understood the whole reasons why it's complicated for her, the military did something bad to my mother when she was trying to get pregnant, and it's caused problems. And she didn't know who to fear, the military or the ETs, and she didn't know who to blame. And she just shunned everybody. She didn't want anything to do with any of them. And
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but my dad definitely had contact. He told me about it finally when he realized that I was finally woke up. And when I first learned to fly, when I graduated, right at my 19th birthday, he got to take first flight with me. They brought him up and he rode with me on my first flight. That was very cool. And,
That's awesome.
Yeah, I was very proud that day. My daddy came, so it was good.
That's great.
Yeah.
Did you ever have or when you were with them, or have they explained it? What's the word? Like interaction with the military, like scramble the jet since they're in the area.
You mean while I'm flying?
No, just while you're flying, or whether they were here, just hear tales of them having interactions with our military.
This is where I'm in a sticky wicket, because I did work for the Army. I have NDAs of glory, and my father, because of my dad, I have NDAs. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying then. So I can't speak to that. It would cause me huge issues. They somewhat do now, because I think me disclosing something would be a very bad thing for them. So I'm not going to be ridiculous and do that.
So it may be bad for all parties involved.
Very.
I mean, look at Bob Lazar. They painted him into a corner.
Right. So I leave that alone. I have seen on my own time on the ground, though, like when I was, this one I can talk about. When I was working for the Army, I had quit doing tactical things. And I went to the MPs and I became a clerk because I just needed a break. Okay. I became one of the lead clerks. I had all 3 shifts, and I kept all their logbooks straight. And then I was in control of D-cell, resting and stuff like that, and holding and getting them ready to march to go wherever they were going. And I was on my way to work one night, and there was a night shift, and I was in my Volkswagen with the top, open, like one of those slide roofs. And I was looking through my rearview mirror, and I kept seeing these lights behind me, and I'm like trying to see where the hell are they coming from. And it was moving very fast. It looked like a stadium lights coming at me. And I'm like, what the heck is this? And I I started to slow down and really look, and then I realized, oh, this is incoming. Okay, what the heck? What are they doing? And I pulled over, and just as I came to a stop on the side of the road, it buzzed me, and it turned around really fast and came back at me and hung there in the air. And he's sending me messages, and I'm like, oh my God, that never happened to me before like that. Never. It was a huge warning to me what he was giving me at the time, and that blew me away. That's the first time that ever happened to me in my life. In the middle of the night, just came after me. And then another one was I had moved my mom down to Panama City. She wanted to go into a retirement place there near my daughter. And my friend who gave me my family friend, that's a long story too, gave me a kidney because I was poisoned, okay, and I had to have a transplant. And she went with me to help me. It was a long day for everybody. And we got my mom all moved in and all the stuff out of the truck, because I drove the truck and she drove a car, and then I rode back in the car with her. And we got lost. And I was already alert because I knew something bad was going to happen, and I slowed way down. It's pouring rain, no visibility. And she said, "What are you doing? This is a highway. Go." I said, "No, something's wrong." And then we came right up. If I had gone the speed limit, I would have been in one of the worst accidents ever. I was like, oh my God. And so we decided to pull into a Mexican restaurant and have dinner and calm down because it was pretty bad. When we came out, I don't know what happened, but we got turned around and we went down the road the wrong way. We went west instead of south, or east instead of north. Anyway, so Talata follows me around all the time. He watches over me, and he came down. He couldn't stand it. He's like, you need to turn around. And she saw him, and I know he did it to show her he was real because she was questioning me about it. And he literally came down over the car and said, "Turn around now." And he stayed with us all the way halfway to Atlanta. And that freaked her completely out. And that really did happen. And I was so surprised that he did it. And
I bet.
Wanted me to go home. It was an unsafe night because the weather was so bad. And so those are the two biggies, So.
And you think he could have picked you up and taken you home?
Like,
hey, bro, with a spaceship.
Things I got to do on my own. Yeah. Yeah. So I live two lives. I've lived my life with them, and then I have my life here. And I have karma. I'm here for a reason, and I need to do what I need to do here too. And
the way they respect karma is crazy to me. Like, not crazy, but it's just like a crazy law they go with, like really stringent.
Well, no, not really. You're the one who's doing it. Karma is all on you. You don't realize this, but you choose what you're going to learn before you get here. This is a gravity heavy environment that you're in, and you're brought here. Okay. And you're attracted by your DNA and your prana, your ethereal body it helps you to dwell with your karma by your consciousness. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever you're going to learn, you learn. And if you make mistakes, it's your consciousness that's going to get you for it. That's why it's important to wake up. That's why it's important to be in contact with your consciousness, because you'd make more progress than you would backing up the wrong way. And that's important. And humanity right now is real screwed up because of that, because they're not in contact with their higher mind. They're conscious of who you really are.
I wonder if it would be a good service just to tell us and anybody listening, for someone busy, a busy modern schedule, you got, you're working to the bone, you can't pay all the bills, your kids are going to ballet practice, whatever. The TV's always on. What are the simplest steps we could do to start meditating? Just to start, get our foot in the door.
You just described my life, Wild Tree.
You have
incredible.
Before you meditate, you have to decide what's more important to you. Okay. If you're waking up, you'll start to see that there are things that are not good for you, that are negative, and that you make the choice. It's like going to AA. You can't be with alcoholics if you're trying to give it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can't be in an insane negative environment if you're trying to find peace and soul and consciousness and to be able to use your abilities. There are some things that you have to take off the table and put down. Humans are habitual beings, and it's hard to break a habit. So before you start, write it down, put a piece of paper and write the reasons why you're going to meditate and what it is you expect from yourself for it. Okay. And then what do you have to do to achieve that? Because 3 things are important. You have to get rid of negativity to meditate. You have to stop watching bad things. You have to stop thinking bad things. You have to clean your body up. You have to do these things. meditation is only as good as your operating system. And if you're gamming it up with bad, buggy interference, your computer, which is your physical mind, isn't going to work right and help you do it. So clean it up. Think about what you want to do. It's not important to watch TV 24/7. It's not important to answer your phone every bloody time it rings. And it's really not important to have your phone next to you while you meditate. Put it away. Turn off the Wi-Fi. Let your family know this is 10 minutes of time that I'm going to use to center myself and find out what I'm thinking, and then shut up. You have to stop thinking about everything. You put it all down. Most important thing you can do. You can't hear yourself. You can't hear your own mind talk or the universe talk to you. You have to shut up and listen. When you meditate, it means to calm your body, calm your mind, and open up your third eye and listen. That's meditation, pure and simple. The minute you achieve that, you will start hearing and seeing things that you never thought existed. You will start to understand things because the universe will go, oop, open line, let's download. And it'll let you have an open channel because you've provided it. You've opened your third eye and given it time to speak to you and teach you and hold you and give you peace. It's a real cool thing. It's like taking a hot bath. You soak in, and put Epsom salts in the water, and you just go, and then all of a sudden you're about to think straight, and nothing in the world seems important anymore because that's what's important. Nothing here is important to you except doing what you need to be doing to learn. Learn all that is learnable, and then proceed. Period. If you distract yourself, you're not meditating. So you have to give that up.
You know what I think I know it's not nearly the same thing, but I'll take a long walk every so often.
When I get while you walk, that's a good thing.
When I get about a mile into it, I start like daydreaming, like almost like I'm being drugged.
Yeah.
Like something happens. Like I can't think that's kind of like 10% meditating, maybe.
It's
Maybe
pretty
40%.
cool. You're building endorphins in your brain, and the serotonin uptick because you're walking, and all of that. Your brain chemistry is altering, and that's the important thing. You're laying the program of your mind open to calm down, relax, and do its job properly. You know
what it feels like? You know how when you're laying and about to go to sleep and you come up with like the best ideas in the world?
Absolutely.
It's like that, but constantly when that happens
That's
to me.
because you shut up and you're listening, right? The universe is talking to you. Absolutely.
Like I have to turn the podcast off I'm listening to because I'm just getting all these ideas and stuff. I know, I'm just out here dodging cars, but my mind's going.
Yeah. Right.
So
learning to meditate takes time. Don't ever forget that. Okay. It's like learning to ride a bike. You're not going to be an expert the minute you start. And everybody's on a different path, and everybody has a different rate at which they achieve things. So set the intention and then make little goals. Today, I'm going to do it for this long. Today, I'm going to expect this. My intention is to learn this. You do it a little bit at a time so that every day you meditate, you start to see the changes in your mind, and you start hearing yourself, and you're opening up, and then it'll take you where you need to go. But don't sweat it. Let it happen. That's all.
I know anytime I've ever tried the truest form like you're talking about, my mind starts racing with like stuff that has nothing to do with anything.
Right.
Like it's like it's fighting it.
Yeah. Just imagine all that in your hand. Do what Buddha says. Okay. Put it all in your hands. Okay. Everything in the world, all this stuff that you're thinking about that's irritating you, and then turn your hand over and let it go. Imagine it. See it happening. Let it go. Your mind will release it when you do that. Try.
That makes sense because I will go. For some reason, anytime I try to clear my mind, I think about Abraham Lincoln. I have like my mind says Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, we're like I said, we're habitual creatures, and we're trained to be habitual, and it's irritating. Just let go, be free.
I don't know why that's the first thing I think of anytime I try to clear my mind to do something like that.
Yeah.
Like what the hell happened? Scarred by Abraham. Am I Abraham Lincoln from a past life?
Yeah. When you meditate, your brain should be operating in alpha. Okay. In other words, you have five frequencies of brain thinking that's going on: alpha, beta, theta, gamma, delta. Okay. And alpha is it's the blank chalkboard. There's nothing there. You're just going into alpha. It's nominal, just pure nominal. Your brain is just there. Okay. And that's the one where you can turn on your pineal gland. You need to be an alpha to turn on your pineal gland. Excuse me. I say it wrong sometimes. And that's when you're on. That's when you know. You can discover that you're psychic and that you start hearing things. You'll hear people, or you'll suddenly think of somebody and they'll call you 10 minutes later, or your intuition will take leaps. Okay. You'll start to feel things. You'll become more empathetic. And then the next thing that starts to happen is that you will want to do that. In other words, you'll find yourself all day long thinking about, oh, I'm going to do this, or I'm going to let go now. And you get so good at meditating into alpha that you can be driving your car and, be on automatic pilot and be an alpha and start to feel things around you, sense what's around you.
Sorry, Wild Trees is having technical problems.
It's okay.
I think he's back in now. Yeah, that's I've noticed that the hypnotist you get when hypnosis when you drive and you get somewhere you forget you went. Like, how'd I get here?
Yeah, humans do that a lot. People ask, I want to clarify something. People ask me all the time, well, how do the ETs wipe my memory? Nope, you're doing it. You do it. I'll give you how that happens, and you do it all the time and you don't even realize you're doing it. Every night you dream. When you wake up, you either have a dream that you can hold on to, but then it's gone. You say, oh, I'm going to remember this dream, but 3 hours later, oh, it's gone. I forgot. Okay. You're actually going OBE when you sleep every night. You do have nominal dream, little teeny dreams that are your brain doing housework, but most of it's your OBE all night long. And yet you're not remembering it. And it's like very frustrating for something. Why can't I remember? Why can't I remember? What's wrong with me? Your pineal gland is not turned on all the way. It's gummed up with all kinds of irritations, negativity, fluoride,
Fluoride, yeah. I was about to say
all
fluoride.
that stuff. When you go with ET, you go into that dreamlike state when you're with them. You go into a kind of a mental type of wow, okay? And everything slows down and you're away from all the chatter and static of this planet when you're with them. They're in an environment where you're cut off from that. And your whole brain is awake when you're with them. And your pineal gland is being stimulated by them because they're contacting you. They're speaking to you mentally, okay, psychically. And you're all of a sudden like, wow. And then when you're getting ready to come back, you're being forced back into this negative place. And you have no idea what I want to use the word. And it turns that off. You're the one who's escaping it. It's becoming trivial to you because you're being bombarded all the crazy crap around you. And humans do it all the time. I watch it happen. Some people say, I want to remember. Well, to do that, you have to experience your abilities. You have to jump into that. You have to remember on your own. It's your job to do that. Nobody else's, yours. And you can. If you really want it to happen, it will. Your intention sets the stage for that. Your physical mind will follow what your consciousness tells it. If you up your game, your hearing of what's really going on, or your eyes, you're seeing. That's how I woke up. I knew it was happening to me. It was very dreamlike. I understood it was happening to me. I knew I probably wasn't crazy, but everybody was telling me I was. And I wasn't allowed to talk about it because my friends would not speak to me, okay? Ridicule me. It was horrible. That's what we face here, okay? If you're not like everybody else, or if you're different, that's a bad thing. That's a way to stop you from being and hearing who you really are. And you have to be willing to give it up and want it to happen, to hear, to see, to remember.
They don't like people that come out of the system either.
No.
They want you to keep consuming.
No. And like when I was growing up, I wasn't here all the time. So it's like, and I was isolated a lot. And I saw one horror film by accident. I was probably 4 or 5, and King Kong was on. I was sneaking into the living room. My parents were watching it. And I want you to know that affected me. It really did. And I thought, nope, can't handle it. And I was already being taught by my consciousness, because I was already wide open psychic. That's not a road I want to go down. And so I watch no horror films. I watch nothing evil. I refuse, because it affects us. And yet we eat it like it's candy here. People act it out. They play games of murder and running you over and shooting you down. And it's like, if you want to fly, if you want to levitate, if you want to be psychic, if you want to know what the universe really has to say and all the knowledge in it, you have to kind of give that all up, or you're just not going to get there at all.
That makes a lot of sense because that's bringing you right back down.
Exactly.
Especially some of the
Levels
video
of
games.
consciousness, right? And negativity will haul your brain out. It'll shut you down. Your physical mind is very affected. It's a physical brain, and it can be affected by negativity, negative water, negative air, all of it. It can hurt you to the point that you can't be what you were intended to be.
And I've heard that your brain does not know the difference between like Grand Theft Auto murdering people in a bank and the real thing.
It's just a computer in, garbage in, garbage out. That's all it is a physical, biological computer that your consciousness uses and dwells to operate in this dimension. Period. That's all it is.
That's the reason virtual reality works so well because we don't know. We're just right here.
Yeah, that's the biggest con that ever walked the earth. People think that we live in a hologram or a 3D graphic anti-reality of some sort. That is totally untrue. If you understood what a hologram is, and I'm going to tell you now, all it is a 3D picture of something real. Okay? And it's shown with light up so that you can see it in 3D. That's all a hologram is.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a physical picture of a real reality. We do not live in a hologram. We live in a hardcore, third dimensional, gravity heavy reality. If you jump off your roof, you're going to get hurt. If you jump off a cliff, you're going to go splat. Did anybody who fell off the towers live? No, they did not. Because we're all physical. You have a certain amount of time here, and you have a wear out date. Okay, and if you up the game on that and take yourself out, well, you're going to come back and try again somewhere else. And it's just a really good idea to use your time here wisely. Up it, learn to become wise here so you can get out of here, because this is not a real fun, no offense to anybody, but I don't want to live here anymore. No kidding. I've done enough time here. I'm done. I'm not coming back. I came here for this. I know I did. And no, it's too hard. I don't want to play that game anymore. I don't want to keep making back steps. I want to step forward or raise up.
I think that's the reason that things like communism and like that seem so evil, because they're taking you back down. You're not learning anything.
Right. Well, unfortunately, we have several generations now that we're not taught the basics of reality. Most kids, when I talk to them, don't even realize what gravity really is, and they'll argue with you about it. And it's like, oh my God, there's more than one type of gravity. Force is different in different situations, and they don't know that. Here's the big one. The earth is hollow, or it has inner earth. I want you to understand something. If you understand that when you dive in the water and you're on a tank to breathe air, that there's only so far down you can go before they have to switch oxygen to nitrogen, because that's the only way to get oxygen into your body cells under pressure. Okay? Go down in the rocks a mile and see what happens to you. You'll become hypoxic and die from it. There's a place that you know about it, Ruby Falls. Have you ever been down there?
Mm-hmm.
You remember the elevator ride down? Do you remember feeling the pressure coming in on you and your head going, oh my God? That's only a mile, less than. Okay? Try to go to the center of the earth and see what happens to you. All the material that is earth is pressing down on it. And the gravity force is so much greater at the center of our planet because gravity does that. It sinks it in. It's molten in there. We have a molten iron core that has
nickel? There's nickel in there.
And it's serious. There are a few little teeny elements in there, but it's solid, molten hot. And it's grinding against the outer core and then the mantle. Okay? That's why we have volcanoes and magma, because the grinding is so intense that it causes it to turn into molten lava because the rocks melt. That's how hot it is. Nobody's living anywhere inside the earth. Nobody. The deepest they can go is about 8 stories, 10 stories, maybe 12 max. That's it. After that, you're losing oxygen. You'll die.
It's something like 7 to 12 miles that we've only drilled through, isn't it?
That's right.
So
don't let anybody ever tell you that it's physically possible that there's an inner earth. That is a lie. It is physically impossible. You live in a real planet with a real core and a real magnetosphere, and it's round. Okay? And you live in a solar system with a round sun and round planets, and we're all dancing around each other and interacting with gravity upon one another. And then we've got the rest of our galaxy affecting us also. We've got quasars, we have several different kinds of quasars. We have, there's just electromagnetic current sheets. There's just all kinds of stuff around us. And space is dirty. It's full of dust, electromagnetic dust filaments, okay, plasma filaments, and everything's connected to everything else. And we can't see it because our eyesight and our optics are not that good, but it's there. It's real. It's like oxygen. You can't see it, but you know it's there, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is going on in space. There's a lot in space that you don't see there because you can't see it. But mathematically, they can prove it. NASA bloody well knows that there's plasma dust filaments all over the place that we're already touching Andromeda. That galaxy's already in contact with us. And it's just amazing to me that people don't know these basic facts about existence. They just don't know. And it's because they stopped teaching it. They started confusing everybody. They started throwing all this negativity and all this crazy stuff so nobody can really get educated anymore. And that's scary to me. Totally scary.
And the public education system seems like just a series of storybooks now.
Pretty much. Mythology, everybody hates everybody. Everybody's wary, paranoid. Everybody has to have an individual identity when they don't realize that we're all one, that what we think affects everybody. We all hear it, whether you realize it or not. And it's counterproductive to humanity. It really is. And there's a cabal that's real, and they're in control of us. Don't doubt it for a minute. You have to step off that train and say, "Ooh, I'm free. Wait a minute," and start thinking for yourself and dive in with both feet into full real knowledge and teach yourself. It's the best thing you could do.
So what do you think about the World Economic Forum that just happened? All the guys flew into France in their private jets to tell us not to use our cars.
You realize that that's smoke and mirrors, right?
Yes.
They're hiding the truth, right? Because what's going on is real, and they don't want you to know about it until they get you. Because they think they're going to survive it. They've planned to survive it, and we're in the way, period. And it's very sad to me that that's reality right now, but it is. And you can decide how you want to deal with reality, or you can stay delusional. It's up to you. I mean, karma is karma. You may have come here to be delusional, I don't know. But everybody deserves to hear the truth at least once. At least once.
What do you think about like DMT and mushrooms, how they connect you to that world?
Do you know your brain produces that chemical all by itself? It doesn't need,
it's just like more of it.
Right. What's the rule about overusing something, overindulging in something? What happens to you?
You get sick.
Yeah, it hurts you. It destroys brain tissue. It does all kinds of things to you. Don't. I was told by ET, as well as my father and mother, both who were smart people, no, do not. Your brain does everything you need it to do. You don't need that as a crutch to get to the head of the line cosmically, okay? You can do it on your own. Absolutely. You have the gifts you need.
Do the DMT, like make your brain produce more DMT?
No. Meditation, by the way.
Meditation?
Yeah, using your psychic ability. Quit drinking
that makes
fluoride.
Sense.
Quit calcifying your pineal gland. Let it open up. Explore the universe on your own. You can. Absolutely.
That makes sense because we're dreaming naturally, and it's basically a trip.
Of course you are. You're OBE every night. Your consciousness does not stay in your body 24/7. Don't believe it does. It does not. And when you're asleep, when your physical mind goes to sleep, that gives it the excuse to get the hell out and go look around. It gets bored in there. Trust me. If you got stuck in a body that can't hear you talking to it, okay, what do you think you're going to do? You're going to go fly around and have a good time. You're going to go see things and learn things and do what you need to do. That's why some people's dreams are so phantasmagorical. They're not. It's not anti-reality. It is you searching the universe for answers. Period.
So what happens if you're like in the middle of one of those good REM sleep dreams and you get pulled out to the spirit that's OBE?
What do you mean?
I mean, they go right back.
Yeah, you okay. We have
I'm thinking like a mortal
types of energy. Your body is just a biological conglomeration of cells and minerals and everything that comes together via your DNA to produce this body. The energy that sustains your body is your heart because it's pumping and producing chemical electricity. And your consciousness, that's where your consciousness resides. Your real mind, your consciousness is in here, your chest, not your head. Your physical brain is the steering wheel of your consciousness, okay? what holds you here is an energy that you can call prana. Okay. It's a pretty good word. The Hindus love it. They understand what it is. And you're attracted to your body by prana. Okay. It is your prana. It belongs to you. It is your energy. And it's what you sent out to get here in the first place. When you go OBE, your prana elongates. People describe it as the silver cord. That's just your prana holding on to you. And it's not going to let you die. Your prana will not let you unexist until the last day that you're supposed to be here. It will not stop. Okay. For whatever reason you do leave your body, your prana will release you when it's time. If it's not time, it's hanging on to you. And I don't know of a single person who's gone OBE and not come back. Not a single one. That's how strong your prana is. When you do pass, your prana releases that energy that holds your consciousness intact here and dwelling, and it releases you back into the universe, cosmos, source, and you're free from it. And then once your body, after 3 days, your body starts to release the prana and it follows you back to wherever you're going. Talada, the entity that indwells the craft that I fly, is a fifth dimensional, non-corporeal entity who is past that. His prana exists with him at all times. He doesn't need a corporeal body anymore. He can go through any dimension he wants, and he exists that way. We can eventually get there. That's one of the things we should look forward to. If you learn what you need to learn and you evolve the way you should evolve in wisdom, that's what you're looking to go do. But it's really hard to tell people that when they can't hear the truth. And that's, use your equipment. It's real important. Use your equipment. You'll figure it out.
I'm kind of looking forward to that, to be honest.
You should.
Like, I'm kind of really optimistic. I just Googled for all the
It's
people
good
listening
news.
at home.
A, we don't really die. We exist forever. You've lived multiple lifetimes already. You'll eventually learn to remember them all. Okay. And experience the fullness of your existence. We come here just to learn hardcore life instances in hard reality like this. It puts wisdom on us. Whatever we learn here, we wear it like coats and dresses and stuff. It's wisdom. You take it with you. You don't leave it here. It goes with you. It's the only thing you take with you. Love is wisdom also. You take that. But, all the stupid stuff you did every day, playing video games or wasting your time or getting drunk or doing stupid stuff, no, that doesn't go with you. Good lessons go with you. Wisdom goes with you, not the stupid stuff.
I looked up the prana term. I was doing a little research on the side there.
Yeah.
Manifest energy of the entire universe. I think that I'm maybe like 3% in touch with this, because I feel stuff like you were saying. Something happens, somebody calls.
Yeah.
I get
your innate
signs.
ability already operating. Everybody's already psychic. I mean, everybody has, your psychic doesn't completely die. Well, some people it does. I've seen that happen. Their brain is destroyed and they lose everything when that happens. But
I think those are the NPCs, the kind of the drones of the human world.
Well, people, if you have like an infection in your brain and it shuts down your pineal gland, you're done. You're not going to be psychic anymore at all. And I've seen that happen personally. Seen it happen. It's horrible. Okay. But as long as it's operating, help it, because you're already psychic. You already are. You'll be thinking, look, I'm thinking of a song or a movie or whatever, and then suddenly it starts playing on the radio, or my friend calls and says, hey, let's go see this movie, or I was just thinking about you. I was thinking about you. Or instinctively know, innately know that something is happening, and you call this person because something's wrong. This is your ability talking. That's how you function. Empathy.
I'm real in tune to seeing signs that are meant for me. Like, if you
There
think
you go.
about a question long enough, I can get. There's a few examples, and stuff that I know that the other side is real simply from that. Like, it's way too specific.
Right. Don't be afraid to use it every day. Don't be afraid to sit there and think, what can I pick up now? Send your mind out. Send your ability out so that you hear what's going on around you. One of the things that I learned really, really young is that you can't lie to me. I hear the truth. Okay. And talking about politics, I don't even watch it. No, don't play that game. No. Something's wrong with these people, and no, don't even. ETs don't act like this. They don't have politics. They don't have law like you would think of it as law. They have consensus. They love each other. They hear the truth. Nobody can lie to anybody because they're wide open psychic. They don't have governments. There is no such thing as a galactic federation. Okay. That's the biggest load of BS that ever came out. Please
That was the most disappointing thing Preston
That's
told me.
our stupid thinking on them. Do not generate what you believe about ET from your own perspective. You'll be wrong every time. Okay. They're not that way. They are billions of years advanced from us. These are beings who have superseded the gravitational pull of any existence, any dimension, and can travel between the dimensions. That's how they get here. They use light. They use light gates to get here. Space is dangerous. This gravity heavy, third dimensional space that our galaxy is the hardcore, what do you want to call it? The hard RAM, the hard, it's like the case,
like the hardware.
Okay, the hardware. And it will teach you, it can cut you up. It'll teach you the hardest way possible before you learn to go, oh yeah, okay, I'm avoiding that now. We're not going to go there and do that. And you'll finally eventually realize that every particle in this universe, even in this dimension, is light. Every part of it, every cell you have is light. It's just so densely packed here that you can't see it. But people see auras, and that's the light coming from your energy. That's you, your light. Okay? And these dimensional beings know this, and they know how to manipulate light. And they use their psychic abilities to traverse the entire universe. They don't use steering wheels, and they don't use digital things and buttons and bells and whistles. That doesn't exist. Okay, they obey the rules of the universe, and one of them is that space is gamma radiation, and it'll deraz your DNA in 5 minutes. They don't stay out there. No, they get into a magnetosphere. They get into an environment where they're safer, and they let their little AI guys do all the hardcore work out in space for them. That's why they were created.
The little grays?
Yes.
The little drones?
Yes. They're the worker bees. They can't be hurt by it. They're somewhat biological, but they're able to take that radiation, and they can be reused or replenished or whatever, And when they're not in use, they don't work. They stack them up, So that's what they're about.
I've got the mentality of like a
They're not avatars, by the way. They do not involve them. Okay. No, I've heard that one too. And it's like, no.
Oh, avatars. Yeah.
No, I got a body I'm indwelling right now. Thank you very much. I'm going to learn everything I need to do in this body. I can use my mind to create almost anything I want in a physical world and safely create it. And with the rules of what that is, you can't engineer a silicone being. It doesn't exist. We're carbon. We have DNA. There's DNA throughout the entire universe. If you're a living entity, a living, breathing, anything from a gnat to a human, you have DNA, and we're all the same thing. We just dime out differently. We're all consciousness. And
you said we're not avatars.
No, we are not. We are living, breathing representations of ourselves from source here so that we may learn here. And
so when this is over, we just go back.
Yep.
Okay.
And you debrief and you think about what you did and why you did it. And this is where karma is really big. There isn't a big guy with a stick on bam and let you have it. It's you talking to yourself. You're the one that has to face your reality. You're the one that has to face what you did or didn't do. And yes, you're going to have people talking to you about it, but nobody's going to punish you. We punish ourselves quite easily. Thank you. We're our own worst enemies. And that's what karma is. You can either be your best friend or your worst enemy. Take your pick, I've heard people talk about, well, I need to experience everything. I can't know if I'm good if I'm not evil first. I'm like, well, okay, if that's your bag, I don't know what good that's going to do you. You have to make the choice. You either want to go up or down. Take your pick. You can either go back to the beginning over and over and over again until you get it right, or whatever, and you will. That's what karma will do to you. You'll have to. You have nowhere else to go. If you want to come out into existence, you have to go where you're learning. The class. It's not like here. You graduate a kid whether he knows it or not. You're going to relearn it whether you like it or not. That's karma. It's the way it works.
That makes sense. You can tell when you're trying to learn something.
Own it.
Mhm.
Own what you know. It's important. I wouldn't want to own all that negative stuff at all. It's too heavy. It makes you heavier. Don't want to go there.
Preston has finally chimed in. We did a few minutes ago.
Okay.
We were in the middle of some in-depth conversation. I wasn't going to interrupt.
Okay.
He said taking some amazing photographs and videos of the ships.
Yes, yeah. I have a YouTube channel. It's Dolly Saffron. If you go there, I have several different types of craft that ET flies, and I also have Talada on film. I told them when I made up my mind to come out to everybody, they knew eventually that I was going to need evidence, and it got to the point where I was like, it's now or never, okay? And I went to the UFO MegaCon in 2021, and I met Preston first time there. I'd known him for a long time. We'd been talking forever. He was, interviewing me all the time. And I had an Airbnb with like 3 rooms, and Yvonne Watson stayed with us too. She's an UFO investigator, paranormal, and she's psychic as well. And we got there before he did because he was on Coast to Coast that night, and he couldn't come in that night. So she and I were there first. And Talada came down, and we got him on film, and she got to see him too. And I got a mothership to come within range so you could see what it looks like when they're in the sky. And then the next night when he got there, he went out and Talada came down for him too. And I showed him the mothership came, and they look like a great big purple smudge in the atmosphere at night with no moon. You can see giant purple, huge, bigger than the moon. That's a mothership. And
okay.
You won't see it now though. That's the problem. This is hard for me. When I chose to come out, I knew what was coming, okay? Because we have all this stuff happening to our planet and our solar system. And the Earth is not a safe place for them to fly anymore. Absolutely not. Our magnetosphere is down almost 40%. They crash real easy under those circumstances. And it got to the point where you can't take those. I wouldn't even fly. I mean, I had a really bad day one day up there, and I went, this isn't good. Because you lose your magnetic guideline because we surf the lines, and when it just disappears or it swings this or that way, the only way you can do is go straight up. And you have to have really good reflexes, and some of the younger ones don't, and they go down. So no, they're not here. They left. They bugged out. And
Is that kind of what happened to Roswell?
Yes. Every crash on this planet is because of that. Yep.
I didn't know how many there had been. I've never heard of that one, but
right. That's exactly right. Nobody there. You can't shoot one down. Contrary to popular belief, you can't shoot one down. The Hollywood shootout back in the 40s, with the lights and everything, they were trying really hard to shoot that thing, and nope. And there were myths about one coming down. No, it didn't. You can't shoot one down. They have a barrier around them that is so perfect that anything that hits that barrier will come right back at you. It'll bounce right off. You can't disrupt their field at all. It's a graviton wave, and it's impenetrable. And if they lose their ground connection to, though, because they're riding magnetic field resonance. In other words, they're putting out a magnetic signature. Okay, it's either positive or negative. And sometimes the ship is half in positive and half in negative, depending on the field line that they're running, because they change polarity a lot. Okay, and that's why Talada is so important to me, because he's aware of that. He's sighting it and seeing it. I'm seeing it with him, and I know how to guide the craft under those circumstances. Is a big deal, and you have to be really, really trained to do that. And if your reflexes aren't what they should be, you can go down really easily, and they have. So they're not here right now, not at all.
So what do you say those Tic Tac and the gimbal footage are?
That's our stuff. That's back engineered. Haha. Yep. Do you know what a TR3B is?
So
they have
TR3B?
several versions of that craft. It's the triangle, the black triangle. If you see a black vehicle, black skinned vehicle, and it's very dark, it's from here. Okay? They don't look like that at all. That's not their bag. And they're not capable of getting that close to the ground the way that they're doing. And when craft come down, they have to cool off a lot, because we're plasma hot when we're up outside the our planet, not in atmosphere. 17,000 degrees is pretty hot, and they glow pretty white because of that. It's a huge plasma burn going around the field, and they come in so hot they could kill people for 1,000, 2,000 feet. that energy, that radiation coming in is pretty intense. That's why it's a good idea if you are around a UFO in the past that you shouldn't touch one or get too close. We have, what's his name? Travis Walton found out real big in spades what happens to you when you touch one. You're going to get zapped by it. Okay, it's dangerous. They have to cool off. They go to a different system to fly here. It's like batteries. So a different type of, the graviton wave is fed by a very intense amount of electricity, and they have backup batteries for that. That's why you see them feeding off of power lines. Okay, it's to charge the batteries so they can stay in longer and not hurt anybody. They'll go into thunderstorms and pick up electricity that way also. It's a thing. So they cool off and then they can come down, but they still can't. A graviton wave is electromagnetic radiation that you just can't stand. They have to totally shut down for somebody to even get near them. And they're not going to do that the way this world is, because people here, there's not a whole lot of that going on. They have to be way out in the middle of nowhere with nobody around, and they feel safe to do that. So
yeah, that explains why it only happens way out there too.
Yeah, pretty much.
In the desert and the Ozarks.
Yeah. It also explains why when they do display, and they do, they've gone to schools, they've gone to drive-in theaters, they've gone to football games, hockey games, you name it. There are billions of public places where they'll come down to be seen, and they've shown themselves because they can't count on the world governments to be nice about it. They're terrified of them in the first place. They're paranoid about it in the second place, and it's just not good. They're lying to everybody. They're not giving you real disclosure. It's like plausible deniability is their way of life, okay? And nobody knows what anybody else is doing in any one of their sectors or their, jobs that they give everybody to do. And so ET's been going door to door practically trying to show you they exist. And if you really think about this, disclosure has already happened. A lot of people on this planet know they're real. They've seen them. They've personally seen them. They start to remember being on board with them. They are brought on board for one reason first, and that is we're under gamma radiation here. We're taking heavy loads of it and have been for the last 100 years. And it's getting really critical now because our magnetosphere is letting it in. Cancer, autoimmune disorders, your DNA is breaking down. And they give everybody a drink. It kind of helps put their DNA back where it belongs, and they move along. Sometimes they'll heal people who are damaged, hurt, and they know that they need to be here. They'll help anybody who will help anybody else. A lot of people are being helped, and you have to look at their lives and ask them, question them, what do you do for a living? What's your motto about life? Who are you? And you'll find out that these people are helping other people. They give of themselves. They're caring about humankind. These people absolutely get healed first of big stuff. And then there's karma. We do come here to suffer. We come here to learn lessons. And the only way to do that is by what happens to us. So you may have come here to have cancer and learn what that means and learn what let's put it this way, how we respond to everything is the most important thing you can learn to do. If you respond well, things go better for you. You heal faster. You can heal yourself. You can accept your lot and learn from it. And that's wisdom all by itself. But people think that they have to be given everything. Y'all have been taught that if I want it, I can have it. That's not true. That's one of the lessons we learn while we're here. You don't get everything you want. Sometimes you get what you need, or if you work for it, you do, but not what you want. That's not why you're here. And a lot of people think that ET should come down and heal everybody and take them off. You're not ready. Nobody here, really, there's a lot of crazy going on here. They're not going to bring you up for that reason. They want you to wake up. They want you to understand. And what's coming at us right now is going to teach a lot of people a lot of stuff real fast. And it's just really up to us. That's the message. It's up to us. It really is. With every individual on this planet, everybody has to decide what they want. Do you want to be delusional and not do any of this and just live in the world that you live in, that you think you understand? Or do you want to see what's really going on and learn from there and go from there and work on your abilities so you can hear them? Because the second thing that happens is once you open that gland up and you start being able to use your abilities, you'll hear ET loud and clear, just like I do. They will be able to communicate with you, and they will.
I bet if that happens the first time, it'd be kind of scary.
I don't know. If you're ready to hear them, it won't. You'll already be in that mode to accept it for what it is. You'll understand it at that point. If you were to do it today with no walk up the stairs to that door, yeah, it would probably terrify you, but nobody's going to do that. You have to learn. You have to walk up each step of learning for that, and you're prepared for it when you get there.
I may have to give that a shot because I really wouldn't mind a little bit of that. I don't need to go to the Orion's belt or anything, but I wouldn't mind being able to talk back and forth, get some insight.
Yeah, well, not only them, but everybody in your life. We can hear each other if we want to. That's important. My mom and dad were really psychic. My great grandmother was too. Oh my God. And I was so impressed as a kid. My mom would be in the kitchen doing something, and suddenly she'd stop and she'd say, your dad has got an umbrella and he needs to get it out of the car right now. And she closed her eyes and she said, Bob, get the umbrella. You're going to get wet. She knew it. And an hour later, he finally got home and he said, thank you for reminding me about the umbrella. My jaw hit the floor. I was like, I didn't know you could do that. I can do it, but I didn't know you could. My mom says, you never listened to me. I'm like, oh God, my mom's psychic. And, that's how she knew I was getting in trouble too. Okay. She didn't have eyes in the back of her head. She had the third eye going on. So I knew she was psychic. My dad was very psychic. You couldn't lie to him if you tried, at all.
So much for teenage shenanigans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much. I got away with something once and I paid for it in the end. I had to come clean before it got worse. So yeah.
Is there anywhere to hide from them? Like, not them, but like psychic abilities. Could you hide like a Faraday cage?
On craft, it depends on what kind of craft I'm flying in. We have Faraday cages on board. You have to, because I'm an electromagnetic field.
Yeah.
And I can get electrocuted really quick. And I have pads. When I'm with Talara, it's different. My Faraday environment is I have 2 huge pads under my feet where the chair is. And then I have another one on my left hand that I lay my hand on. And then when I'm working to fly psychically, I'm in a field protecting me with this object that I use to fly. And if I was to get up suddenly and walk out of it, it'd electrocute me. I have to stay in the seat. And I'm in total I don't really know how to explain this. Talon and I meet in the middle and we meld together. My eyesight quits working when I'm with him and I see it through his eyes. I hear through him. I see all the entire craft at one time and I feel it. I can feel it expanding and moving. And I can feel the electromagnetic field lines when we come in. I know it's like swimming in a swimming pool with all that water around you, and you feel every bit of it hitting you and touching you. You know, every part of you is alive with the knowledge of what's going on around you. That's how it feels to fly a craft. And when I'm with Talata, so it's big. It's cool.
Now, do the craft ever go interdimensionally? Like, have you ever been to another dimension?
Yes. Yeah, we travel through dimensional space to go where we go. We don't travel at speed. We travel. It's like people refer to it like Einstein saw it as folding space. Okay,
yeah,
which
bending
is
a paper.
It's a good representation of it, but it's not. Between the folds is a gate, a light gate that they create. So mentally folding space is all well and good, but you still got to get from here to there. And there's a light gate that opens, and you go right through it. So I go from this space to that space, and then we travel, light years in half a second. And then we shut the gate as we go through it. And it takes less than half a second. And when I first started learning how to do it, I would become disoriented. It's very disorienting. I mean, you become weightless. You lose your body. It's weird. Okay. And I got used to it. I take a breath, because the first time I thought I was going to suffocate, I didn't. But it felt like that to me. Like I was nowhere in here, and it's so fast though. And yeah, they travel dimensionally, literally dimensionally.
Like my question was like
fifth dimension. Yes.
I'm question was wondering like if you're ever over in the fifth dimension for like, a half hour. Let's see what it looks like over there. Like, is it another world? Is it?
No, I see everything as if I'm here. It's just, I see all of it. There are things in this dimension that you don't see past into the other dimensions, but the higher in dimensional space that you go, you see inward into the other because we're all on top of one another. You're sitting in a space with 12 dimensions right now. You're in the third. There are dimensional beings that live around you every day, see you every day, because they can see you, you just can't see them. People talk about guardian angels. Those are dimensional beings that live with you and they love you enough to stop you from doing something stupid from time to time. That is a guardian angel. There are light beings who are still corporeal, but they're mostly light, and they go into the fifth dimension as well. And they come back and forth. And that's why people think they're seeing angels. Okay. They look just like an angel, incredibly light. Their wing, it looks like wings. The
That makes sense
Anunnaki
there.
are real close, are real close to being in that group, but they're not quite over it yet. Like if they leave this life as an Anunnaki, sometimes they go up higher if they're ready to go. And I would, it's probably why there are less of them now than there used to be honest with you. We are all evolving, and the Greys are about to make that jump as well. The fifth dimensional beings saw them getting close to it, and they offered them the ride. In other words, they offered them the technology or the knowledge that they needed to make that jump because they were ready for it. They went up the staircase, they knocked on the door, and they opened it. And that's the point. You don't get handed anything until you're ready. You have to work toward it. That's the point.
Imagine giving humanity that right now.
No.
We would screw it up.
Yes.
First of all, we kill somebody else with it.
Yeah, well, we have nuclear devices that are very bad for us and them as well. It blows into dimensional space. It causes rifts, you wouldn't believe. And I don't mean like rifts on Star Trek, okay? I mean that it absolutely physically hardens their environments into something that it shouldn't be and damages them. We're deadly people, and they don't like it at all.
That says a lot for why they started showing up after Hiroshima.
Absolutely.
Popping up.
Yes.
You just said something that Wild Trees has mentioned a couple of times, and he may still be there. He could be AFK. You never know. He's a busy man.
But
yeah.
So I do have a question I'm going to ask Dolly.
I'm about to ask it for you.
It's a different question, but you go ahead, Bob. You do this one. I'll do my question.
Okay.
No, you mentioned before while Bigfoot was granted the ability to clip back and forth, and you kind of just said the Greys were given a ride because they were close. Do you think Bigfoot was close, like with their abilities to clip in and out?
It doesn't matter what you look like, you're evolving, okay? And a being who doesn't look like us is not dumber than us. An animal that looks like a lower animal to us could actually be a higher one. So you have to think about that. Looks are deceiving. You can't take something at face value. You have to investigate it and you have to understand it, okay? And that doesn't mean kill it and look at it. It means understand it, okay? And Bigfoots are apparently very wary of us. They know what we're capable of, but they're here for a reason. And you can just think about that. Why?
It just seems like they use the exact same abilities that people like you talk about the ETs. It's the exact same stories, just insert, a wild man. And when you said that they were given the ability to do it, I knew that Wild Trees had mentioned it several times.
I'm sure that they had to evolve to it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Not all humanoids or hominids look alike. Some of us are really hairy and some of us have no hair.
It's fascinating. This is just me thinking, you don't have to answer. It's just fascinating that what something like a Bigfoot could do to get granted that kind of permission.
Earn it?
Yeah. Kind of want to
literally earn it?
Yeah, because when I had the idea, I thought of the idea independently. So obviously I wasn't the first one to think of this idea, but I did think of it independently. Was that I was just thinking about, why does Bigfoot have these extraordinary abilities? And those extraordinary abilities seem to be exactly like what the Greys could do. So I was like, there has to be a connection here. And then I thought about, what do the Greys always preach? They preach use technology wisely, don't have nuclear weapons, live in harmony with nature. Those are some of the things they teach. And then I noticed how Bigfoot seems to do all those things. Bigfoot doesn't have any nuclear weapons as far as I'm aware of. They don't use nuclear technology. They already live in harmony with nature. So I thought maybe, the ETs had gifted them that technology, or there was some kind of connection between both of them. But I was going to ask you, my question was about Bigfoot, and I was going to ask you, basically, can you put shed some light on the Bigfoot mystery? It's just a fun topic. We've been talking about a lot of deep subjects that I'm definitely going to meditate on, But something silly, I guess, or
I
off
am.
off topic is like, what can you tell us about Bigfoot? Are there different types of Bigfoot? Are some of them just simply flesh and blood animals?
I probably know as much as you do, and maybe one or two things that I intuitively know, and I've experienced a couple. I know they exist; they're real. I know that they're intuitive and they're intelligent and that they're psychic. I have had a minimal touch contact. I used to live in Pine Mountain, up where the FDR Roosevelt State Park is. I lived in the park actually, and I had 10 acres and then 25,000 acres all the way around me. I was very secluded there. And I lived up on a ridge, high part of the mountain. And my backyard was okay. And we used to have bonfires in the wintertime. And all of a sudden I get this big urge. It felt like I needed to be a little bit more. I always feed animals, okay? I always try to take care of nature. But this drove me to want to give it something. And I didn't know what I was trying to give what to who at first. I didn't understand what I was feeling. We built like a little kibbutz in the back. My daughter and my stepdaughter went out there for, to just chill out. And I started leaving apples and oranges and nuts and berries and stuff in the kibbutz. And it would disappear. I thought, well, okay, all right. And then one night we were at the bonfire, and all of a sudden I got a telepathic message, first time in my life. And it just let me know, it's like, I'm cold. I could really, really ask you not to bank the fire down tonight. Let it burn. And don't come back out. And I thought, that's interesting. Why am I thinking this? Who is this? Didn't tell me who it was or anything. But I did exactly as I was asked. I left the fire burning. We didn't bank it back. Went in, went to bed. The next morning, it was completely where it ought to be, as if I had done it at the end of the night. I was like, ooh, this is interesting. Okay. Then about a month later, we had a giant tornado out there. I mean, a killer tornado. It came in from the west and it took out lots of Pine Mountain, the FDR State Park. Poor FDR statue at his barbecue at Del Del's Knob went flying into the valley and took out Manchester and Warm Springs. Okay. It's just bad tornado. It ate us like a banana, peeled, finger of God. Okay. And I heard 2 days later, after we all coming out of shock from it, I heard this horrible, woeful, just, it just went on for 10 minutes. And I'm like, my skin crawled. And I'm like trying to send it a message. Are you okay? Are you okay? And all I got back from that, hearing that, was, no, it's gone. And I thought, oh my God. And I had to leave shortly after that. I was working all the time, and it broke my heart because I realized its entire environment had just been lifted off the planet like it wasn't even there. And I thought, oh my God. And I cried and cried and cried, and I don't know what happened to it. I never get that message back. And I've just been so interested in all of this. Preston's heard one. He went running after it, and somebody grabbed him, another, Wendy grabbed him and yanked him back to the car screaming, no, don't follow it, and oh my God. When I heard
That's hilarious. That sounds like Preston.
Yeah. And I thought, yeah, I've heard that too. And I realized later, thinking about this, processing it through, it wasn't up to me to make a personal meet and greet with this creature. Okay. It was intelligent, and it was asking me sweetly to help it. It needed help. And I did, because that's what I do. I love animals. But it touched my mind in the most loving, peaceful way. You can't hate that at all. You can't be afraid of that at all. And I think that if more people started to use their abilities and called to them, they might make contact with them better. I think that they're wary of us because we're not using our abilities. That's what I think. That's my opinion.
I'm probably scared to death, like one of these creatures toting around this whole ability and not utilizing it. And
Right.
Preston, there's easier ways to meet David Pilates. You don't have to go jumping into the lion's den.
That's hilarious, Bobby. I like that.
You said that. I'm like, he's just trying to get on Missing 411.
No.
Today, George Norrie. Tomorrow, David Pilates.
Yeah. And there's a huge, well, it's not huge, but I'm impressed. Out in Blue Ridge, there's a big Sasquatch museum. Beautiful. Oh my God. I went in there, and I was in there for like 3 hours. You couldn't have kicked me out if you tried. And interesting artifacts, and just scientific data everywhere and everything. And I've thought since I've lived here now that I'm sending out the message, I'm safe. You can come here. I'm already feeding the animals. Got deer coming up on the property, birds everywhere, squirrels. Oh my God! And I got a possum already that's inherited me with its little baby, and I hope I see babies in the spring. And so I'm going to give it a safe haven here, and we're going to plant fruit trees and just make it a nice safe place for it to go, and see what happens. That's all I can do. And if it's here and of a mind to come around and hang out, cool.
I bet since just spitballing here, since you've already had the establishment with the previous one over there by Fort Benning, there maybe you've got the resume, for lack of a better term, that they'll come right to you.
I don't know. I hope so.
Yeah.
I know that I can broadcast to them. I know they hear me, and I've heard them. So yeah, I'm not
You're not a threat.
No, not in any way.
You're not gonna pop at them with a rifle or anything.
No.
Like it would do any good.
No, I'm not into hell. I can't even let flies bother me. Okay, if a fly stays in the house, I'll let it live for about 4 days and then I go after it. I had real good luck the other day. I put a cup down with the fluid in it and I said, "Just die already, just go." And I went in the kitchen to look for the cup and there were 2 of them swimming in it. I was like, "Wow, let them out. Don't come back." I have a hard time with all life now. It's like you learn to respect it and you have to be careful, You have to treat life right. And so the ladybug comes in, I love it up a little bit and take it out. And I just got a beehive and I can't wait for that to go up and get it ready for the bees in the spring. And yeah. So
Well, you're in the right place for it.
Yeah.
There's a ton of them around here. My family's got all kinds of hives.
Oh wow.
I don't mind the bees at all. Like I'm not scared of them.
Yeah.
But man, they get obsessed talking about honey. Like y'all, you use a teaspoon a year. How much honey?
Wow. Yeah. I know. Well, that's the irony because they get overbuilt and then the queen will flood, get out of the hive, and they mostly all go with her. And it's like, what good is that? You just left the hive with all that honey in it and bees. What are you doing? And then I got a flow hive because this is one you can tap it and the cells drop and it empties the honey out and it doesn't kill the bees because I know when you work a hive, you're killing them, a lot of them. Okay. I don't want to go there with that. So I got a flow hive and I'm going to give this one a shot. We had them at the zoo and they worked really, really well. So we'll see.
Is that the one that has like the plastic combs that it shaves it as you push it down?
Yeah, silicone. Yeah. And it drops down and the honey.
My cousin doesn't believe they work. I'm like, theoretically.
I'm about to put it together and put it up.
Because they look like they're too good to be true, to be honest.
We had them at the zoo. Yeah. They worked. They actually worked. We got a lot of honey. Oh. We had a huge tree that was full of bees, and we didn't know what to do. So we got 4 flow hives, and by God, they went to them and left the tree, and it worked. So,
does it get it all out? That's one thing I was thinking.
Yes, not all of it. It leaves just enough in it for them to keep going, and they'll rebuild it up. And then you only have to open it once a year to clean it. That's it. You take it all apart, you smoke them out, you give them a box to go to so they can hang out. You isolate the queen, you have to. Mm-hmm. And then they stay with her and then you clean the hive up, you get it ready for the next year, and boop, you're done. That is so totally cool.
I love the way they look when you take the comb out and it looks white.
Yes.
It's about to get balling. You're about to get the hell out of some honey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We took the comb out of the tree because they don't take the comb with them. And we were taking a paddle and just down in the buckets. Oh, that was so good. Oh my God, honeycomb is so good. Oh, and we were giving it to our bears. We were giving it to Alana, who loved it, and other, monkeys and stuff like that. We spread it around the zoo. Oh, it was feast day. So
you had the bucket with the tap in the bottom.
No, we just had buckets with handles, carrying them around and scooping it out to everybody on their feeders and stuff like that. And
what I'm talking about whenever you cut the comb off the slide there and you let it all seeps down.
Right.
And you put it outside the next day and there's 40,000 gnats near it.
Yes, I know. You got to put a lid on it. Yeah, that's
every bug for 10 square miles is.
I know. I also love the fact that honey lasts forever. You can't kill honey. It's its own perfect preserve, and so that's good, and it's the perfect food. So
it also cures allergies. That's real.
Yes, it is. Immune system booster. Yep, it's an antibiotic as well. It has antibiotic properties. So
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I said I'm a threat to get allergies at time of years where there's nothing
Yeah.
blooming, and so I'm killing the honey.
Mm-hmm.
God knows
we
what
eat
it
honey
is.
every day around here. Yeah.
Like it'll be dead of winter. It'll be frozen for months, and I know frozen's relative term for the South, but
Right.
like nothing's blooming. I mean, when it hits these warm snaps like it is right now, how something will bloom for like a day or two,
Right.
freaking kills me. They like
I know.
knocking me in the head with a 4x4.
I know. I live on
2x4.
Benadryl. I'm allergic to a lot of stuff here. I know.
Zyrtec.
I'm a hybrid, and I'm allergic to weird things, and so I take a Benadryl every day. Literally, I have to.
Oh yeah, I'm on Zyrtec all the time.
Wow.
I got sciatica right now, so I'm on all kinds of stuff.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm working through it.
Okay.
At least I can walk now. When I started walking, I can walk. I'm like Pinocchio. I'm a real boy.
Oh, wow. Have you ever got a hang chair? It's an inverted chair. You get in it, it hooks on your ankles, and then you drop it down so you're upside down, and it pulls your spine apart, and it allows your discs to go back in where they belong. You get sciatica because you got a disc leaning on the nerve. You should try that.
Yeah, my uncle has one, the invert table.
Yeah.
My mom's a physical therapist, so
okay.
I get all kinds of unsolicited advice whether I like it or not.
Okay.
She gives me the stretches. It's the reason I can walk today is because of the stretches she gave me.
There you go.
Still can't feel my little toe. That's weird. I just hope it doesn't progress much more.
Yeah, I have too many injuries. I have issues with that as well. So yeah. So
if I can't hike, I'm gonna be really mad about it because that's one of my favorite things to do.
Well, walk around with a stick. That's my next move. I'm getting a stick. Going on 65 now, and it's so heavy gravity here. And I thought, well, I'll use a stick now. I'll keep going.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right. Said John P. Adventure says, ask your mom for some treatments. Oh, she's going to get me some dry needle. She's recommending dry needling and an epidural. And I'm going to a chiropractor doing yoga. I'm hitting from all fronts. I'm going to be like a superhuman by the time this is done.
Have you tried 4% lidocaine patches yet?
No, I've never heard of that.
You go to the drugstore and CVS has them. It's their brand, and it's lidocaine patches, and it's 4%. You put it over where the discs are that that are causing the problem, and you leave it on for half a day. And I usually put them on. People tell you go to bed with them on. That's when you get the most relief when you're supine because your back's falling apart, and you'll be like new in the morning. Try it. It's amazing what it does. You just have to remember that even though you feel good, you still have the problem. So don't overdo. But it gives your body pain. Slows down healing. So if you can be out of pain, you do much better in the healing. And those lidocaine patches are great. You should try them.
I definitely will.
She'll agree. Yeah.
A couple of days ago, I would have taken anything. Like, just give it to me. Dog crap cures this. Give me the dog crap.
Yeah. Well, ice numbs the nerve, and that's what lidocaine does. It numbs the nerve without the ice. And
once I started icing,
using ice. Yeah.
Once I started icing, it got better.
Yeah.
And they gave me a big old.
It's the same thing, only it's better. Try it.
Cool. I will have to. They gave me a big old free one at the chiropractor. It looks like a bag of peas, but it's frozen. You know how people always put bag of peas when you get a vasectomy.
Okay. Ooh. I feel sorry for you. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for being on. We'll wrap it up. We just talked about everything under the sun, literally.
Yeah.
Literally.
It's not silly. Anything you learn is a good thing. That's what I say. Anything. I would tell you all to try out 2 apps on the internet. One is the ESP Trainer. Okay. It's in the Play Store. It works on your PC, works on your Android and your iPhone. And it helps target when you're using your abilities and when you're not. And it gives you it helps you draw you into understanding when you're on and when you're off. That's a really good thing to do. And just play with it, learn, And the other one would be Preston wrote the book on meditating and OBE. He's extremely knowledgeable about it, and I recommend it highly, really highly. It's a good book to go get. You can get it at Amazon, and it's not that expensive, and anybody can afford this. And just learn. And he's about to put another one out there, but he gives guided techniques for doing this and real knowledge about it and who said what and what works and what doesn't. So try it.
Now, do you have anybody who's actually read those books and gotten better? Like,
I have people tell me all the time, oh, I read the book. Oh my God, it's working. So yeah.
Like, I would love to hear those testimonies. That'd be kind of cool. You could do like a whole show on that. And
Okay.
when when you were on Wild Tree show a few weeks ago, I had a coworker that got that app, and he's actually worked up about 20. He went from 50% to about 80%.
See, there you go.
But he started out like quick, like his first runs, he was 70 or 80, then went down to 50 and back up.
Yeah, well,
My
it's
gosh.
forcing, yeah, because you start overthinking yourself, and it
Mhm.
draws you into being more stable with it. So that's
It plateaued.
more for that to happen. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate you being on here, and
You're
your
welcome.
YouTube link is in the description. I put it in there before we
Right.
started.
Yep. And I'm also
Well,
on Messenger. If you want to talk to me in Messenger, you can find me without being my friend, and I usually answer, and that'll put me into putting you in my friends list at that point. So
Okay.
I try to answer everybody. Yeah.
And I invite everyone to subscribe to my channel as well, just right there, I think. Wherever.
There it is. I see.
Yeah.
it. Okay.
I'm all backwards over here. I'm looking at myself at two different windows.
Okay.
Well, I will let you go, and thanks for being on again. We'll have Preston back eventually, I'm sure, once he gets some more books under his belt. Lord
He's
knows
got
he
one
doesn't have
coming,
enough.
actually. So,
He's going on an intergalactic book tour.
okay.
All right, folks, we're going to end it.
Thank you.
Take it easy, and thanks for watching, people. Please subscribe. Please. Thank you. Bye.
Maybe that.
Bring it on back. Bring it back. Well, what's going on, everybody? We are early because that's how we do things here at the Bobby Dizzle podcast. Punctuality is key. Who else is here? There's Wild Trees. He joined us. Better late than never. Yeah, man, we were setting up. I'm like, I'm just going to pop it early. Wild Trees can pop in. He knows the drill.
Perfect. Can you hear me all right?
Oh, yeah. We're already live, man.
All right, good.
A
Just
couple
checking.
minutes early. I want to tell everybody, welcome back to the Bobby Dizzle podcast. This is your home for the rabbit holes and tangents and anything that captivates my gnat-like reflexes. I have a couple of announcements. I'm reconstructing my homepage that was eliminated by nearly free speech against my will. So I'm building that back up brick by brick. It's bobbydizzle.com. You can find all the ways to watch, listen, and follow. Those will also be in the description and at bobbydizzle.com. Enough about me. Tonight we got D.A. Roberts, kind of a local celebrity, Missouri's finest. Wearing a Sasquatch shirt, got a Sasquatch hat. D.A. is a former law enforcement officer. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
I saw those pictures. Those are pretty pimping. He's an author, podcaster, paranormal investigator, host of D.A. Ex Machina. I've watched several of those shows, and y'all go pretty deep. I do recommend the Roanoke one for any of you history buffs that also like paranormal things. That one will make you leave your lights on at night. And Mr. Roberts also has authored several books in the cryptid, paranormal, zombie, and sci-fi genre, and he's working on fantasy. Did a little homework there.
Awesome.
And they're all available at daroberts.net. And I was going to ask you about the I was doing a little deep dive. I saw the DA verse. Are all your books with the same characters and kind of like a little series, or are they in the same like an anthology?
There are lots of different characters in the different series, but the series all interconnect. There's a timeline on my website.
Mm-hmm.
If you read the books in
Yeah.
a timeline order, you're reading multiple series in a specific order. It tells a much bigger story.
It's pretty neat looking. I mean, I haven't read any, obviously, because I'm illiterate, but I did scroll down the little timeline. They're pretty cool. Like, I was going to ask you which one you thought would people start with, but since it is a series,
I would recommend starting with Apex Predator Wolf Moon. That kind of kicks it all off.
they had a real like an old school vibe look to them.
That was intentional. I wanted them to look like those old school adventure paperbacks.
Like something you get at the book fair.
Right, exactly.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Cool.
Wild Trees are like him. You need to check it out. He's got his little thing. And you were I wasn't going to ask you about the Coast to Coast. Well, okay. I didn't get a chance to discuss any of your videos with Wild Trees, but DA does a lot of the same stuff as Anthony, Unidentified S4.
Okay.
His channel, I'm not sure the size of. They're very comparable. A lot of the guests, a lot of stuff. He is, like I said, the recent one about the Roanoke tribe colony, lost colony,
Right.
with the crow on the tree.
Mm-hmm.
That was a really good one. You had to go back and watch it because there were some issues, but yeah, it was pretty nice.
Thanks, man.
And do you think he does a lot of dog men? Were you the one telling me about Project Dogman? Was that you added me to that group, Project Dogman? That's what
I'm
it was.
I'm the Region 2 director for the North American Dogman Project. That
Yeah,
covers
let's
all of the Midwest.
okay. That checks out. Yeah, what do you think the Dogman is actually? Does it compare it to the other cryptids? Like, does it use the same ways to transfer through the veils?
I think it's a physical creature because it's been listed down through the centuries. I mean, some of our first known record of anything like that would, of course, been Anubis and Wepwawet from Egyptian mythology. But both the Romans and the Greeks mentioned creatures they called the cynocephalus, dog-headed warriors that they fought in both in northern Africa and in India.
Yeah, you never hear anybody go too deep into the Dogman. It's always the Sasquatch gets all the rep. But I think that's also a Skinwalker thing, as they see the Dogman out there.
Well, the Skinwalker, the Navajo refer to it as the Yinatalushi. They can take any form, whereas a Dogman is just simply that.
Just a straight up cryptid.
Right.
I was going to ask.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was going to ask. There's one Dogman report that I heard about in Texas. It's a very small town called Vidor, Texas. And I've actually been to that town. It's like literally a one-horse town. But it's close to a really big natural preserve called the Big Thicket Natural Preserve. It's got a lot of biodiversity, UFO sightings, ghost light sightings, Bigfoot sightings. I'm just familiar. Have you heard of that sighting in Vidor, Texas, or Texas sightings?
Off the top of my head, I'm kind of drawing a blank. I'd have to review my notes and stuff. But there is a lot of really odd stuff sighted in and around the Big Thicket area. So it wouldn't surprise me that there'd be a population of dogmen down there.
Cool. Very cool.
Was that East Texas?
Yeah, that's in East Texas, near the location of the Louisiana border. I'm sorry, but yeah, I had my own
Beaumont, Texas.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it's 40 minutes away because as a scientist, I did a lot of my early research there, so I would stay there for a month at a time at a research station, and Beaumont was the closest big city. So when I took an excursion, I would go down. They have a really nice strip club there that my friends told me about, and Beaumont's great.
When I was an officer, a buddy of mine and I talked about applying to the Texas Department of Corrections to work at Beaumont until we found out that its nickname was Bloody Beaumont.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, we're like, you know what? Maybe not. That might just take a big old pass on that.
So maybe they don't back the blue here in Bloody Beaumont.
That's interesting. I've spent some more time working in Beaumont, and I mean, this is anecdotal because I don't live there, but everybody seems really friendly, like laid back, and they have a big mall, a university there. But yeah, to be fair, I have not looked at the crime statistics of the area. So
that was referring to just the conditions inside the prison.
Oh, okay.
Talking about the city itself, they refer to the prison there as Bloody Beaumont.
Okay, that sounds believable. Yeah.
That's what they should have sent Martha Stewart back in the day. Bloody Beaumont.
Yeah, but I was just going to quickly mention that I've told the story before, but it was a few years ago. I think it was 2015 or 16. I spent the whole month of December in the Big Thicket, and I had a pretty intense paranormal experience. Intense because it lasted a long time. I think maybe 3 to 5 minutes. But I've told Bobby about this. Basically, I received a phone call when I was staying in a town called Saratoga. It's one of the towns in the Big Thicket, another one-horse town. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I received a phone call from two non-humans. I don't know what they were, but it lasted for about 5 minutes. I've told Bobby about it, but basically, I picked up the phone, and first of all, I gotta say I was very scared at night because this house was like in the middle of the woods. It was like so lonely. But in the daytime, I had a blast. But at night, I was like the only person there, so I was very on edge. But yeah, the first thing when they called me, the first thing I thought was like, oh, this is a wrong number, and it's like a foreigner, because I couldn't understand what they were saying. I was like, oh, they're speaking French or Arabic or something. But then as the call progressed, I realized I was like, well, first of all, the voice does not sound human. I was like, this voice sounds like really like a fairy. If I could imagine what a fairy sounds like an imp, like an animal that's very mischievous. That's what it sounded like. It had no sex, like it didn't sound female or male. And then another voice came on, so it was like its buddy, like two little minions, and he started laughing at me. It sounded like and talking to me, and then And then I also realized that what they were doing, their language, which I've heard other people say, so their language was using English words. So every word was in English, and it had a good rhythm. You know, it sounded natural, but all the words were used incorrectly. So it was like nonsensical English speak. To them, it sounded like they understood what they were saying. But yeah, that was my personal experience in the Big Thicket.
Well, yeah, like I said, the Big Thicket's a pretty odd area. There's a long history of Bigfoot sightings in the Big Thicket. You know, of course, you've got just across the border into Louisiana, you've got the Cajun Rougarou. You've got all those bayou legends. That's a heavily forested, heavily swampy area. Yeah, you could encounter damn near anything down there. I'm pretty convinced. So a paranormal encounter doesn't shock me at all. That was all Native American land long before, you know,
Yeah.
any of our ancestors got that far. So it's a long history of odd things happening even before Texas was a state or even settled. It's just a really creepy area, and it's a lot of fun. I want to get down there and spend some time, but I have not made it to the Big Thicket yet. But I know some people that have.
Okay, well, yeah, let me know if you want a tour guide. It's
Sure.
from it's only like it's not very far from me, and I know the area. The other thing that's interesting about that area is I was hired. I was working with the Big Thicket and also with the federal forestry, the federal government for the forestry agency. My job was to survey the area, so I literally went to almost every single part of the Big Thicket collecting insects. But what's interesting, I've thought about this. I'm pretty sure I've been spotted by Bigfoot because I was in that area so much and so deep in the woods, every part of the woods. I'm almost certain that Bigfoot have seen me
Oh,
and
guaranteed.
observed.
They
So
will
it's like
see you
that,
long before you see them.
right? So it's like it's a reverse cryptid sighting. You know, I didn't see them, but I'm sure they saw me.
Yeah,
But I
Bigfoot
really,
saw me and nobody believes him.
yeah. Now, I think I wasn't messed with because I think they're smart enough to know that I was there as a scientist and I was there for conservation methods. So I'm pretty sure they gave me, you know, they didn't do anything to me because I don't know. From what I've understood about Bigfoot, it seems like they can understand intentions.
Yeah,
And I think,
I've heard that a lot. I do believe that they can sense intent. I mean, domestic dogs can sense intent.
yeah,
If you're coming in the door of a house and you've got bad things on your mind, and that person's got a dog, they're going to know it. Um, Same thing if you're afraid of a dog. If you show fear and run from dog, yeah, it's going to chase you and bite you. You know, animals can sense intent. They can sense fear. They can sense your motivations. So I would say, you know, it was completely within the realm of possibility that they knew you weren't there to cause problems and just kept an eye on you.
yeah. Which I didn't think about at the time, but yeah, afterwards I thought about it, which is cool. And if I ever do want to do follow-up research on Bigfoot, I'd probably go to that area. And if I
It's a good
was going to
place
do
to
research,
start.
yeah, there's a website called woodape.org, and
Mhm.
it lists all the sightings exactly in the Big Thicket. And these are all areas I've been to. Like, you know, I look at the map, I'm like, oh yeah, I've been there multiple times. So yeah,
See like your car in the background on one of the pictures.
yeah.
I've often wondered, like after all the Bigfoot guys we've talked to recently, if a scientist couldn't go and get kind of Jane Goodall on them,
Mhm.
if they
Yeah.
did like a repeated, like, hey, it's me, Billy the scientist. Maybe not the whole gifting like the hair thing we've talked about. Maybe they could get a cool sighting, like at least in their mind, be satiated in that area.
Well, what I've learned from Bigfoot, two things that I mean, I'm not sure if these are correct. This is just what I'm going by now. Number one, it's pointless to try any kind of anything aggressive toward him. Trying to shoot him or tranquilizing, it's pointless because number one, I don't think they're going to let you. Number two,
You know,
they could easily hurt you. That would be like I said, that would be like a field mouse going against Mike Tyson, basically. So
Little
it's like
Mac.
Not only
not
that, if
even
you're going to trank one, we have nothing to go by.
yeah.
We don't know what their metabolisms are. We can get a rough guess based on mountain gorillas how much it would take to put one of those down, but they might be 2, 3, 4 times the body mass
Yeah,
of a mountain gorilla. So your best guess might not even be close.
and their physics may not
Yeah.
even play like that. Their
Right.
bio
Physiology.
physio. Yeah.
The other
This is
thing,
why I keep you on here.
I'm happy to be here always, Bobby. You
Yeah.
know that. The other thing is that okay? I've also seen that. Look, it seems like it's also a fool's errand to try to use any technology to record information or to do a scientific experiment. But here's the thing: a scientist could still do research with Bigfoot but here's the thing, you're not going to be able to use a recorder, a video camera, any of these tools, but you do have a tool and you do have a recording device. It's basically your ears, your eyes, and your mind. They will allow you to use your mind and your eyes. So like I said, here's an example. Like if I wanted to do a project with fish, okay? Uh, One way to, let's say I was going to a stream and I wanted to count how many times a fish jumps out of a stream. And that was my research project. Okay, well, one way of doing it is I could just put a camera there and record it, right? But if I, for some reason, if I wasn't allowed to use technology, I could just go there and I could just see with my eyes and record with my brain. So I do think research with Bigfoot is possible, but you have to use your body as the main scientific device. I think they will allow that to happen. And those are the
I
two
don't think it's
things.
a question of allowing. I think it's a question of what they recognize. Because I know there's lots of audio recordings been made of very good vocalizations. Lots of pictures have been taken of print castings. Pictures have been taken of tree structures and things like that. I think what we're up against when people are using a lot of trail cams is, I think, much like other animals in the animal kingdom, they have the ability to see in the infrared spectrum, and most trail cams operate with infrared shutters. So, yeah, I think they see this beam and just avoid it.
Oh yeah, trail cams are dead giveaway.
Mhm.
Like even deer can sense those.
Yeah, I've seen deer just look directly at the trail cam. I mean, it's obvious they were looking directly at it. Coyotes, bears will actively tear apart a trail cam sometimes because they smell the plastic, they smell the chemicals. I guess it smells sweet to them, because I know a number of people that have trail cams destroyed by bears. I personally, my plan is to buy some trail cams that don't use IR, and I want to build wooden cases and not have any of the plastics in there except for the working parts of the camera.
You can get those old ones. They used to have the film rolls in them.
Mm-hmm.
They may work better than the new ones with it.
I don't think the IR is going to catch you much. There's been too many accounts of farmers that have had their motion sensor lights pushed up, or they'll go out and find sticks shoved in the ground at the edge of where the motion sensor kicks in. So to me, it's kind of an indicator that they are seeing that IR beam. So I don't think we're ever going to catch them on an IR beam unless they're either planning to do it or just didn't notice it, which is unlikely. They tend to notice everything. I mean, if somebody snuck into your house while you're at work and hung a trail cam in the corner of your living room, you're going to notice.
Like you were saying about the smell of one. Have you ever gotten like a new remote control and smelled of it? Like you take it out of the box, you can smell it. That's how the trail cams smell.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got to be a foreign subject. Like it just smells like that hot plastic.
Right.
I wanted to run a hypothesis by you.
Sure.
Because I thought about it recently. So this is a possible explanation. And dude, you could criticize it as much as you want. I'm not committed to this at all. I just want to further discussion. But anyway, this hypothesis is supposed to be a way to understand or explain why Bigfoot have these weird properties that most animals don't. Like they could turn into orbs, they could turn invisible, their footprints run out, it's like they disappear. They seem to sometimes read your mind. So this hypothesis is supposed to describe why this happens. Okay, so what my hypothesis is that most Bigfoot are flesh and blood animals. Okay, they are native to Earth, but this involves the extraterrestrials or the aliens, the UFO occupants. Okay, so the first part is like if you listen to what a lot of UFO occupants tell humans telepathically, the message is very consistent. It's always like, don't use technology, don't use nuclear weapons. You're using technology incorrectly, and there's going to be a catastrophe in the future. And I've seen that it be consistent. I've never seen a UFO say, make more radioactive weapons. Use more power plants, do more pollution. I've never heard it. It's a very consistent message. Now, if you look at Bigfoot, if it is just a wild animal, it already does what the UFO occupants want it to do. It's doing what they want us to do. They don't have nuclear weapons. They seem to respect nature. They know how to live in harmony with nature. So my hypothesis involves gifting. So the hypothesis is that perhaps at some point in our past, I don't know when, the UFO occupants, they saw the Bigfoot and they said, well, this is what you're supposed to do. We like what you're doing. We want to support you. But you're outnumbered by the humans, and the humans have these weapons. So basically, the UFO occupants gifted them the technology that they have. So the reason why they could turn into orbs, they could go invisible, they could read our minds, they could use portals, is because it was a gift given to them by the UFO occupants. And that's basically the idea.
Well, I'm kind of the opposite end of that spectrum. I'm after almost 20 years in law enforcement, I'm a very physical evidence kind of guy. I
Okay.
think these things have been around for a very long time. I think what people attribute to them as supernatural abilities can be explained. I don't think now this is just me personally, and again, there are no experts in this field. I don't
Mhm.
claim to be an expert. These are my theories.
Of
Um,
course.
I don't. I'm not an advocate saying it's either my way or no way. Everybody's theory is just as valid as mine. Mine's just an educated guess based on observations.
Sure.
I think that you can't explain a mystery with another mystery. I've got a good friend who was an Army Ranger. We grew up together. We went out in the woods one time, and I was making fun of him, saying, "Oh, I was ex-Army too." And I was, "Oh, you Rangers aren't that bad. I can find you." And he goes, "Oh yeah, try it." And I turned around, and he was gone. And this is just a guy that was trained to do it. It's not something that was born to it. It's not something that's wearing a natural ghillie suit, something that doesn't want to be found in the first place. A lot of researchers, including Doug Hychek from Monster Quest, have been studying hair samples found and found that they have a clear medulla, which allows the hair to pick up and redirect the light around it. So if they have a clear medulla and they're standing in like I am with a green background, they're going to reflect the colors around them. So it's going to be very easy for them to blend into their surroundings. What most people will want to try to explain was something like, oh, their tracks disappeared, so they had to have been picked up by a spaceship. No, a much easier, a lot more logical explanation would be the same thing our special forces do. They backtrack on their own tracks until they can break the trail. We don't have to go to super fantastical explanations to say these things don't want to be found, and they're much better at hiding in the woods than we are. So when you look at the morphology of the tracks, their ability to climb trees, the clear medulla, and the simple fact that they know for a fact that motion in the woods is a dead giveaway. Every deer I've ever shot, I found because it was moving. If it had been laying still, I wouldn't have seen it. So these things get into an area of thick brush and go dead still, you'll walk right by them. My buddy that was a ranger, him in his ghillie suit, I nearly stepped on him twice and never saw him.
Yeah, they're in like a natural ghillie suit too.
Exactly. And they don't want to be found. Are you guys familiar with the uncanny valley theory?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Very much so.
The uncanny valley theory, basically, every human on the planet is afraid of something that looks almost like us in the dark. It's like when you turn off your bedroom light and that pile of laundry in the chair suddenly looks like a monster and you flick it back on.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, everybody, all walks of life, all across the planet, fears something that looks similar to humans in the dark. And I think that is very close to the Danny Vendramini theory that at some point in our past, probably about the time we learned to make fire, something that looked a hell of a lot like us hunted us in the dark. And I think that primal genetic memory is still there.
Yeah, I've heard about that a lot. Like we were trained to fear that particular shape.
Exactly. It's something that's passed down from generation to generation because it's, what one of my sergeants used to refer to as good old ass saving fear.
Yeah, it probably helped out a lot. Probably the reason a lot of us are standing here.
I wanted to go back to your response, and I think it's a very valid response. I think it is correct. I do think the majority of what Bigfoot can do are just adaptations, whether they're physiological, or behavioral adaptations. But there are certain cases which are hard for me. I'd like to see what you think, that are hard for me to describe with just physiological adaptations or behavior adaptations. So, like, there's this witness that we talked to called Randy who lives in Minnesota, and he was with someone else in a deer stand. Basically, they saw like a square rectangle doorway, like a portal open up in front of them, and it looked like the Northern Lights. And then out of it came two orbs of light, and then they saw the orbs turn into a Bigfoot. That kind of stuff is kind of harder for me to explain. But what are your thoughts on these kind of sightings, and what could be causing that?
I've spent a lot of time in the woods in my life. I grew up on a farm. I grew up deer hunting, everything you could hunt in the Midwest. I have never had that personal experience. All of my experiences with any kind of cryptid has been very physical in nature. But I'm not going to dismiss anybody's accounts of something like that happen. It's just never happened to me. do portals exist? Yes, we know for a fact that CERN created one. So portals, it's not. We're not going to deny the fact that portals can exist. So what did they see? I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't with any definitive amount of knowledge or forethought say that they're wrong, because I wasn't there. We can't, you can't say somebody just because we disagree with it, we can't say they made it up. But it is completely outside my experience base. I've never encountered anything like that in all the time I've been out. I have encountered some pretty paranormal stuff, and I can see how, if that was a paranormal encounter, that it would manifest its in their perspective as something they would recognize, or was intended to scare them. Not all things we see in the woods are cryptids. There's, as the old expression goes, there's stranger things in this earth than you're explained in your science or ratio. So there's a lot of things out there we just can't explain. We haven't reached that level of technology where we can explain away all the mysteries of the universe. So, did they see a portal? I don't know. I wasn't there, but if there was two of them, so I would say, if they both saw the same thing, that would certainly lend a lot of credence to the story. But again, it's outside my realm of experience.
Sure.
Never experienced anything like that, so I would take them at their word, and hopefully be able to go back to that spot and either experience it myself or recreate it or find an explanation for why. But it would definitely be something I would want to look into. And again, I wouldn't dismiss it outright. It's just outside my realm of experience.
Hey, he did offer for us to go up there and sit in the tree stand.
That would be cool.
But it's in Minnesota, and I'm over here in Antarctica compared to there. So like a 17-year drive. I'm like, I don't even know what continent that's on.
Well, I would say, thank you for your feedback, because that is, I do appreciate that, and I do like, it is a good point. It is not a good idea to explain a mystery with another mystery.
Right.
Yeah, and then I think your point is well taken, that a lot of if you're not familiar with wildlife, I mean, intimately familiar, a lot of the things they do could seem bizarre or unexplainable, when really it's just their adaptations.
I've seen a lot of stuff on these Bigfoot pages that are just stuff that people who, like DA and myself, would have known from just hunting our whole life.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Well, take a look at the chameleon or the cuttlefish or the octopus. The first person that saw that probably thought it was witchcraft. Like, holy crap, that thing just changed colors and disappeared. The first person that saw that had to be just absolutely mind-boggled.
Especially the cuttlefish.
Oh yeah, those things are just creepy, and they're very intelligent. For example, the ancient Norse, they tried to explain the northern lights, the aurora borealis, by saying it was the light reflecting off the armor of the Valkyries who chose the dead warriors to enter Valhalla. So just because we don't understand something doesn't mean it's supernatural or that it's an alien, like that guy on TV, Aliens. Just because we don't understand it doesn't mean we can't at some point. So could it be? Yes. Could it definitely be a portal? Could it be supernatural? Yes. Could it be a phenomenon we just can't explain yet? Yes. Yes, it could. Like down here near Joplin, Missouri, what they refer to as the ghost light. They've been trying to say for better part of a century that it's just swamp gas. I don't know if y'all ever been to Southwest Missouri, but we ain't got a whole lot of swamps around here.
Nope, just mountains.
Yep.
And land of lakes. Oh, Doug Hycheck had actually been up to that place we were talking about with Randy in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a
Doug's a good dude. I really like Doug.
2 degrees of Bobby Dizzle. Like one day we may meet. But Melinda/Mindy has a question for you there, DA. Can you explain on the hair color and blending in? The medulla is the center of the hair shaft. Outside is the cortex where the color is located. What is the question there?
The center part of the hair, and you can look at this up on MK Davis's site. You can even talk to Doug Hycheck about it. Watch some of the episodes of Monster Quest. The center part of the shaft of Bigfoot hair samples that they've studied are clear, kind of like a polar bear's fur. How polar bear's fur is actually not really white. I think my computer just locked up. You guys still hear me?
We still hear you.
So
We'll
coming
probably
through.
come up here in
Something
a
locked
second.
up.
It's a very precious screen you locked, very precious
Oh,
position
yeah,
you locked up on.
that's such a flattering look for me.
It's like you're very terrified.
That might be OBS. My OBS studio might have just crashed.
Oh, are you using as the virtual camera?
Yeah, I do that for the virtual camera from my background because
Yeah,
the green screen through StreamYard kind of sucks. Well, we may be stuck with this without me resetting my computer, so
you probably
hopefully it'll fix itself. But it's the same thing with polar bears.
Mm-hmm.
Polar bears aren't naturally white. Their hair are clear. In fact, what they're talking about for the next generation of ghillie suits is a lot of fiber optics, which will pick up and redirect the color of the light around it. So if they're laying in among brown foliage, they'll look more brown. If they're laying in among green foliage, it'll look more green. So what the working hypothesis is with a lot of researchers is this clear hair shaft on Bigfoot hair allows it to blend into its environment in a very natural adaptation, which to me is a much more logical explanation than saying it's walking around out there with a cloaking device.
Mm-hmm. And no clipping around the woods.
Right.
I do love that theory, that hypothesis, though. That just gets my goat every time I want to hear about it.
What is I forgot that you mentioned the researcher. I think his YouTube page is Greenwave. But what is that researcher? He's a Bigfoot researcher.
We're talking about MK Davis.
Yeah, MK Davis. What do you think about the videos he has on YouTube, especially the trail cam ones, where it's like really far away and you can see the Bigfoot going over fences and you see them being super tall? Do you know what videos I'm talking about?
MK's got some fantastic videos. I like his videos and Thinker Thunker. In fact, if MK or Thinker Thunker says that they believe a video is fake, I'm pretty much in agreement with them because they do such minute detail searches into these videos frame by frame. So as far as any of the videos they've captured, I've talked to MK. I've had him on my show a couple of times. I've had a lot of conversations with him. If he's posting something, I'll take it that it is what it is. I don't believe he's doctoring images in any way. I don't think he's trying to perpetrate any hoaxes. So if a video surfaces from MK, I will trust it. Just because I know the guy and I know his credibility. Whereas, with the advent of Photoshop and video shop programs, it's very difficult to be that accepting of just a random video that's posted to Facebook or posted to YouTube.
Thinker Thunker's a good channel too.
Very much so.
And it's really fun to see. Thinker Thunker. So you mentioned you were a paranormal investigator. What did you do? Do you do the field research? Is that like a ghost side of it, or are you cryptid investigations the most?
We do primarily cryptid investigations. I'm the Region 2 director of the NADP, so my field of search is primarily Dogman, and I've got a big interest in Bigfoot as well. I've been digging into Bigfoot since I was a kid, since the late 70s. But we've recently been kind of branching a bit more into the paranormal side. I've had a few paranormal encounters of my own that were tough to explain. So I'm very open to the paranormal. I believe that we are seeing either intelligent haunts or remnant populations, remnants of people, of spirits. But I definitely think there's a lot going on in the paranormal field. It's something that I firmly believe in, but I don't know as much about as I would like.
What's the most real cryptid experience have you had run into?
Nick Valente, who's the Region 3 director for NADP, him and I have spent a week in LBL last year, and we had a sighting of a dogman at about 30 yards.
Okay, that's why I thought you were from Kentucky.
Yeah, we were in LBL we spent about a week inside the LBL.
That's where I got that at. So you had some experience out there?
Mm-hmm.
One of my kayak buddies goes out there all the time. I want to ask him about that.
LBL's a creepy area. It really is.
Nice and remote.
Very.
Just a hop, skip, and a jump from here too. You just got to go just above Nashville and you're there. Oh.
Well, it looks like OBS finally completely crashed. Give me
OBS does it for me too. Got a nice free advertising there. Oh, I can see you now. You look really creepy.
Well, I had to kill OBS completely.
Yeah. Oh,
now I'm just really dark for some reason. Let me see if I can adjust that.
I love it. See, OBS is cool until it's not, and then it's OB like.
Exactly.
That's why I don't use it. That's why I record stuff on here until I figure it out, or I get like a soundboard or something. Breaking the fourth wall. Oh, we can let me check out the comments here. Nice little segue. Let's see. We got Anthony. Do we know Anthony? What's up and shaking? Hello, Anthony.
Anthony, that's Anthony Canatello, one of my co-hosts.
Cool. Oh,
yeah,
that's
in
right.
the chat. Anthony and Robbie Rains.
That's where I recognized him. Yeah, the also known as future Bobby Dizzle podcast guest. That's we got our favorite biologist, Mindy, our second, well, tied for favorite biologist. Maybe she's a PhD, so she might outrank you by a second, by a little. Got DA. He's saying hello. Call Anthony Pitbull. Why can't I remember a Pitbull song now? Robbie Rains. What's going on, Robbie? Keep thinking. Got Scarborough Sasquatch Station. He's good. Always like him. Of course, we got Mindy deep diving on the hair follicle. What did she say? The outside is medulla is the cortex with the colors located. So if Bigfoot has brown or red hair, those colors are located outside the medulla. Ooh,
yes. Mindy's just trying to find out the physics of how this hair works, but I mean, that is a technical question. I myself can't, but there are some hints because we've been talking about how polar bear hair works. So I think polar bear hair is very well understood. So I think, Mindy, the answers to those questions would probably be found if we could read more about the polar bear hair. Because I do understand where you're coming from, but I'm not an expert on hair.
Oh, yeah.
I'm certainly no expert on hair follicles.
It's amazing how complicated they actually are to be what they are.
Scarborough Sasquatch wanted to know if I got a picture of the dog man. Funny story about that. Nick Valente and I were leaving an area called DeMumbers Bay. And just after you leave the primitive camp area, there's a low water kind of concrete bridge that goes over a little slough. We were just past that. We were probably doing 4 or 5 miles an hour, just creeping. And I literally had my cell phone in my hand with the app up, looking to film something, hoping I could see something. And when I saw it, it went completely out the window. I didn't even think about I only saw it for like 15 seconds. And so by the time I was calm enough to rationally think about my camera, it was long gone.
And just for everybody watching, LBL means Land Between the Lakes, and it's up in Kentucky. It's almost like Lake of the Ozarks, but in Kentucky. Lots of paddling, lots of fish. I've been near there, never to there, but one of my dudes in my paddle club goes up there all the time, so I feel like I have. Like it's one of those osmosis experience. You've seen so many pictures that like I've been there before. No, I haven't. Nowhere near there. Now, when you were an LEO, a law enforcement officer, did you have any experiences during that? Is that where you got your interest in it? I know a lot of people have.
No, my interest in cryptids goes back to when I was a kid in the 70s, first seeing the Patterson Gimlin footage. My only odd experiences as a cop were involving what had to be something supernatural. I saw a full body apparition in a chapel. There was nobody there. There was one way in or out of that chapel, and I went in thinking somebody was in the building that wasn't supposed to be there, and there was no way they exited past me, and there was nobody in the room and no place they could hide. But I saw them just plain as day. I've seen a disembodied figure move across a hallway in an old section of the old surgery wing in the hospital that they shut down. I chased a shadow figure on the mechanical floor of a hospital. Chased it for about 15 minutes before I realized there's no way it could have gotten out, but it was gone.
That's one thing about being that particular profession is you can't just bail on something once it happens. You got to keep use your due diligence and due care and make sure it's not something like I've always heard that story, and it may be anecdotal, but like somebody called the police because the neighbors were going nuts, and they go up there and the apartment's been abandoned for 15 years, And I'm like, I would just quit the force. Give me my gold watch. That's all I want.
I wonder about the apparition. What did it look like? Was it a man, woman? Was it dressed contemporarily? Was it see-through? Was it solid?
I was checking doors in an old section of the hospital that wasn't used anymore, and I was walking down a hallway near the old chapel. And as you're walking down the hallway, you can add an angle C into the chapel because it's a little alcove. There's a little hallway, and then it turns and goes into the chapel. And as I'm like glancing in there, I see an old man, looks like he's probably in his 70s or 80s, in a full, like dark colored suit, in the back pew of the chapel with his head down like he's praying. And I thought, well, that's odd. I checked the door, turned back, and walked down that little hallway and entered the chapel, and he was gone. There's no other exit. There were no closets or anything that he could have hidden in. He wasn't under any of the pews because I checked it. He wasn't under the pulpit because I checked that. There was literally nowhere he could have gone without, running right past me. There was no place he could have gone, and nowhere, no way he could have gone out a window because there weren't any. It was just a little alcove chapel in this old hospital. And when I started making my rounds, I thought, oh crap, that was freaking weird. And as I'm making my rounds and exiting in the main lobby of that old section of the hospital, there's this gigantic painting of the founder of the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at him and went, that was who I just saw.
No, freaking get out.
I kid you not.
That would end it. I'd be, well, maybe, what?
Trust me, that didn't go in the report though.
Oh, no. Wild Trees always says if you're going to always be ready to have a paranormal experience and don't freak out. And first thing I always think is I would freak out. But maybe I wouldn't. Maybe, you don't know how you're going to behave under certain trauma.
Right.
Like you hear bad news, you just go, okay. And then you save it for afterwards. Maybe that's how you would act, but it sounds like you handled it pretty well.
Well, I didn't panic and I didn't run off, so I guess I did all right.
I mean, if it wasn't hostile, nothing bad actually happened to you, knowing that you just saw the ghost of the founder of the hospital, not only does it confirm like the afterlife, it confirms, ghosts are real.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've long believed they were real. I grew up on stories like my mother. She grew up in a haunted house. I heard those stories as a kid, so it's not like I was outside of belief for me. I've never ever thought that ghosts weren't real. I've always believed that there was something beyond the physical world. So it wasn't like a paradigm shift. I didn't freak out, but I have had a couple of well, would you look at the time moments in my career, like I need to be anywhere else right now.
Yeah, I mean, even the bravest of souls, you got to get out of there. It's like a glitch in the matrix or glitch in our programming when you see something like that happen to you. Like like you said a while ago with the Uncanny Valley. The other day, I saw the shadow of my TV plus the transition to the corner of the room. I thought a dude was there, and I'm like one instant when I woke up at like 3:33, of course. Seems to be what I do a lot.
It's strange that some people seem to be far more perceptive to this sort of thing than others. Mm-hmm. I used to jokingly refer to myself as a psychic brick because nothing like that affected me. But my wife, on the other hand, is very intuitive when things like that happen. Her and my youngest son, if there's something creepy around, it's like a magnet for those two. And my wife is she's like 100% done with it. When she starts feeling, she's like, oh, nope, something's wrong here. We need to get out of here. And I'm like, nope. It's a pretty nice place. I kind of like it. I don't notice a lot of that stuff, but when I do, it's got to be obvious. It's one of those things that there's a lot of people out there who are mediums or intuitives, and I've never been that guy. I'm not really in tune with it. But one of the things I've noticed about both the paranormal and with cryptids is the more you're exposed to it, the more you open your mind to it, the more you seem to notice.
There has been multiple people we talked to that have saying you can practice it and get better. So everybody has the ability, like everybody has the ability to do certain exercises, just have weak muscles. Have you ever tried
I think a lot of it has to do with how open your mind is to it.
Have you ever tried the ESP practicer app, whatever it's called? What is it called? ESP? Wild Trees knows what it's called.
CE5?
Yeah, where you can
or remote viewing.
No, it's that app where you practice the ESP.
ESP trainer.
Yeah. Kind of like predict the next number or something. They say that helps you do the astro projections and be more sensitive. I don't know how well it works. Sounds like a bit placebo-y to me.
I wanted to get a question real fast, not to pick us off course, but Mindy asked this in the comments. She was asking what you thought shadow people were, and I once again I have no evidence, but I'm interested in what you think since you worked in law enforcement. Sometimes the way the shadow people act and the fact that they're human looking, I wonder if they're criminals, if they're human or human-like, using technology to do crimes, like to break into people's houses and harass them. That's just an idea I had, but what do you think what are your thoughts on shadow people?
Well,
Having chased them before.
a lot of people will see shadow figures during moments of sleep paralysis. And a lot of times they'll describe either what they refer to as the Hat Man or the Hag. And these are commonalities that people across the globe have experienced. In my experience with the time I chased a shadow being, it just looked like a shadow of a person. It was on the mechanical floor. The only way in and out of the floor was if you had to have a proximity card to get through the doors. To in and out, so there was no way.
What is a mechanical floor?
The mechanical floor in a hospital is where all the maintenance equipment is. It's where all the air handling equipment is.
Okay.
It's shut down to everybody but maintenance and security, simply because it's all of the high-end air moving equipment and electronics, and where all the main breakers are, and it's a secure area where the general public doesn't need to be. In fact, if you go to certain hospitals, that floor won't even appear on the elevator. Well, the public elevators anyway. So I went. Part of my rounds in the hospital would be to check that floor to make sure no doors had got left open or nobody had managed to sneak inside. And as I was passing between two of the massive air handling equipment, I saw a shadow walk from one side to the other. Yeah. And I immediately beat feet over there and shined my light around, and there was nowhere anybody could have gone. And I looked down another section and I see it again, and I'm like, God dang, whoever that is fast. So I'm yelling like, "Hey, stop!" So I chase it down another section and over by one of the doors, and again those readers, you've got to scan out, and they beep. So I would have heard somebody go out that door. The door hadn't been opened. The door was secured. And it opened into a stairwell. So, I opened it, checked to see if I could hear anybody going up and down the stairs. There was nobody on the stairwell. And this went on for like 10, 15 minutes. I would see it and I would react. And I would see it and I would react. And it finally ducked down a section where the maintenance elevators were. And again, these elevators had to be accessed by the proximity card. And this was an older hospital, so the elevators were not fast. So it ducks into that section with the elevators, and I duck around the corner, and it's gone. There's no place it could go. There's a window, but it's inch thick glass. It doesn't open, and the two elevators are still closed, and neither indicator is moving. I didn't hear a beep. There was none of neither elevator was on this floor. So it's not like somebody hit the button and waited for the elevator, then jumped in and waited for the doors to close, because that would have taken time, and I would have been there. I was maybe 5 seconds behind them. So they didn't get on an elevator. They didn't go through a window. They were just gone. And at that point, I'm like, I am chasing something. I'm chasing something that's not really physically here. But in hospitals, there's so much death around hospitals that I think it does attract negative, dark energies.
Oh, most definitely.
So I've known nurses that have seen a dark shape come out of a room right after somebody's died. Just weird stuff like that. So I think shadow beings are, I don't want to say demonic necessarily, but I think they're negative energy. I think they're negative entities that feed on misery or death, and that's why they're seen a lot around hospitals. And people that experience them during sleep paralysis are in extreme fear. So I think these things are a definite dark negative entity. And again, I hate to use the phrase demonic because I think that gets overplayed, but I think to an extent they could be that level of darkness, just maybe on a lesser scale.
It seems like the shadow people are like the first, I don't want to say foot soldiers that come out, and anytime the veil's kind of broken, kind of like whenever you have something happen, they're like the pest that gets the pest that gets in Anytime like a building's abandoned.
Yeah, it
'Cause
reminds
anytime
me of.
anybody uses a Ouija board, they see shadow people. It's like the first
It
thing that
reminds me
happens.
of. It reminds me like when you have a dead carcass. You know, there's stages of
Mhm.
decomposition, and
Yeah, that's
different
what I was
animals will
thinking
come
of.
by.
Perfect. Yeah,
Yeah,
like the
they're like the
maggots.
first ones to come. Yeah,
They're like
yeah.
they're like the fly eggs of the ghost world.
The bot fly.
Um,
Yeah, the
so
green fly.
I wanted to ask you, since we're talking about negative entities, what are your opinions on the black-eyed people, black-eyed children phenomenon?
You know, it's something I've never experienced. We did a show on it about a
Mhm.
while back, talking about black-eyed children, and I think that those again are something very dark. They're always asking to be either let into a house or let into a vehicle. How do we know that in the cases when people did let them in, that those are just missing cases, missing people?
Mhm.
Because you know, the only encounters we have of these are people that experienced them and turned them away. We
Mhm.
don't hear about them. You know, people, oh, come on inside. So you know, these could be definitely, you know, preying on people.
Mhm.
We don't know. I don't have a whole lot of information on this, but I think again, I think these are a very dark entity. I can't say if whether they're supernatural or alien in origin, but I think there's something very sinister in what they're doing. And I think if you encounter one, if you let it into your house or into your vehicle, you're doing so at your own peril.
Interesting. Okay. I wondered about them if they were. See, first of all, I don't like the term energy vampires. I think it's too glamorous. I like the term energy milker because I think that's closer to what they're doing. They're milking you for fear, like a fear milker. So anyway, I wonder about the black-eyed children. You know, when they're asking, I wonder if they don't feed on your fear, and I wonder if the reason why they ask to go in is because it's not because they want to go in your house. They actually don't want to go in your house. They want to keep the fear going because that's what they're eating. So by asking you and begging to go in your house, they're keeping the tension up high, and then they're feeding off of them. And this is based on a witness that I talked to who had that happen. If you guys want to watch that episode, it's on Black Lotus Live, an episode called Shadow People. Black Lotus Live or Black Lotus Productions is the name of the channel on YouTube. But yeah, he said that yeah, they came to him, they were begging. He got the impression they could come in if they wanted to. You know, they could break a window. But then they finally left him alone. But they were like banging on the door and scaring him. So yeah, I just wonder if it's perhaps maybe they do want to go in and they do want to do something bad, but perhaps they also want to scare you. And a way of ratcheting up the tension is by just keep persisting to be let in.
Again, I don't have any firsthand knowledge. I've just read accounts of the black-eyed kids. So yeah, that could 100% be it. I think that they are definitely after something, and I don't think it's good. Could
No,
it be
that's
that
for
they're
sure.
feeding on your fear? Sure. Could they be feeding on your flesh? Again, sure. We don't know. According to NAM US, 600,000 people are reported each year in America. Uh, you know, if you look at the number of missing 411 cases that David Pilates has talked about, could cryptids or paranormal or creatures like black-eyed kids contribute to this? Yeah, it's entirely possible. We don't know. Now, I can tell you from firsthand experience as a cop, you know, maybe 3 out of every 5 missing person cases are just somebody that stumbles in a day or two late with a hangover and a bad story.
Mhm.
But you know, a lot of people are reported missing every year that are never heard from again. Now, a lot of that's, you know, bodies that are never recovered,
Yeah.
human trafficking, but
Yeah.
specifically when we're talking about the missing 411 cases, a lot of those go missing under extremely bizarre circumstances and are never heard from them again.
I can only watch the missing 411 The Hunted. I can't watch the original. Too many children.
Mm.
I can't do the children thing.
Well,
Mindy
as a
was
cop, I
talking.
can tell you the hardest cases you will ever work involve kids.
Yeah, man,
Yeah.
that's gotta
Yeah.
make you into more of a, I don't want to say more of a man, but kind of thicken you up a little bit more than anything.
They're the ones that stick with you.
Sticking with me, I don't even know them.
Hmm.
But I had a guest last week, Karen. She's kind of a paranormal investigator. She was saying that she wasn't saying about black-eyed kids, Mindy. She was talking about little kid. Well, I was talking about little kid ghosts being the scariest one of them all in my world,
Mhm.
in my mind. And she said it seems like the demons use the negative energy uses the little kids to be kind of a smoke screen to something worse, draw you in. But yeah, that was her little hypothesis.
Mhm.
I don't want no part of any kid ghost. That's the worst.
That would be an easy way to, because most adults have a protective instinct of children.
Yeah, especially ones that's like the ghost, like, hey, what's wrong? Cross
Mhm.
over, and all of a sudden
We see a kid in distress, we're pretty well hardwired to try and help.
it's
Well,
more dug
most
into
of
us
us
than
are. I can't say everybody is.
yeah, it's more dug into us than the Uncanny Valley thing, I believe.
Especially
Easily.
if you've got kids of your own.
Yeah, and you can probably hear mine right now. I know I can. Apparently, it's bath night. Anytime I fire up this microphone, I have to take a bath and squeal. I'm not sure. I must admit a hormone from back here. Oh, Daddy's having fun. Let's make as much noise as possible. Let's have a fight.
I'm lucky there. My boys are all grown.
Now they just ask you for money. John P. Adventures is here. He's from, was it Portugal?
Portugal, yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool. Yeah, we've got 8 fans, but they're very diverse. So,
well, hopefully we can attract a few of them over to our channel.
Oh yeah,
I'll be happy to promote you guys on ours. Send people your way.
Yeah, I was curious. That's a good segue. Could you please share with us and with the viewers? I mean, how can we support you? Do you have books? What's your website? What's your YouTube? Like, if we want to learn more about your work.
I've got currently at the moment I have 27 books in print. A good chunk of those are about cryptids. It's all cryptid fiction. But how my fiction differs from a lot of others is I've spent decades researching cryptids and taking thousands upon thousands of accounts and eyewitness statements, and I use those eyewitness statements to create the behaviors of the creatures in the books. So the behaviors are as real as I can make them. So 27 books in print. You can find those at daroberts.net. You can find them on Amazon, barnesandnoble.com. Pretty much anywhere books are sold, you can find me listed. Multiple series about multiple different characters, but the series are all intertwined. I'm also part of the North American Dogman Project. I'm the Region 2 director. You can find more information about that at the NorthAmericanDogmanProject.com. And if you'd like to check out our podcast, we do all things cryptid and all creepy things that go bump in the night. Show's called DAX Machina, where we air every Wednesday and Saturday night at 8 p.m. Central. And you can find that at youtube.com/DARobertsAuthor.
And they do a good show too. That stuff is well thought out. It always shocks me how people just work 40 hours a week and do this and have talent.
I've got a good group of guys. I really do.
There's lots of guys out there. You can tell that they're just one viral video away from popping off, being on the History Channel or something.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. The Tennessee Wraith Chasers? They're kind of like that.
Mm-hmm.
They were some of my favorite. I don't know what happened to them. You never hear from them anymore. I follow them on some kind of social media. I see every once in a while, they got the black shirts and the tattoos.
I don't know them personally, but we do have friends in common. So I'm familiar with them, but I don't really know them that well.
They have a really good show. Now, let me circle back here since we're circling the drain here. What do you think of the Patterson Gimlin footage? Do you think it's legit, or maybe?
I definitely think the Patterson Gimlin footage is legit. 1967, when that was filmed, we did not have the Photoshop technology that we do today. We've had, specifically one guy named Bob Hieronymus who's tried to claim he was the guy in the suit, yet has been consistently unable to reproduce the suit or anything even remotely close to it. He couldn't duplicate the video, despite many people trying to give him the budget to do so. So I think it was just him trying to get his 15 minutes of fame off of
and no one can
video.
Duplicate it.
Well, at the time they showed the footage of the Patterson Gimlin footage. They showed that to special effects people in Hollywood, people who had just coincidentally wrapped up filming Planet of the Apes, and they're like, "There's no way you can build that suit with what we've got."
And we were thinking the other day, it kind of hit me as like an epiphany. Our guest Randy from Minnesota with the Bigfoot was talking about how they would tear his game cameras off the trees and anytime he had a camera, they would smash it. Like and nothing would, and they would physically like remote into his iPhone and take pictures off of it, which I don't know how that's possible, but it's not for me to decide. But I've got to thinking about it. The Patterson Gimlin camera was just spring loaded. It was
a
no
old hand
electrics.
crank 8mm.
It was just it's basically the same from that movie. What was our movie? Nope.
Yeah,
It's the same scenario. It's the same. Like it hit me. I'm like that is Jordan Peele made me know that Jean Jacket is Patty. Correlation.
Yeah, in the movie Nope, it's a horror movie about UFOs. The UFO
Have you
turns out
seen it? Do you?
No, I have not.
Oh, really? Oh, sorry. I just assumed you did.
So a spoiler. Well, it's a small spoiler. The UFO is very unique because it turns out to be a living organism. It's not a mechanical craft. It's just one living thing. But anyway, yeah, the idea in that movie is that it can control electricity, so it could shut down any kind of electrical equipment. So what the end up solution is to get it on film is to use an old school crank film camera with no electronic components. And that's what Patterson Gimlin. That's what those guys had. They had an old school crank camera. They didn't have any gas powered engines. They had horses. They probably smelled, they didn't have any cologne. They probably just smelled like BO. So
smell like cowboys.
Like cowboys. So that probably contributed to the fact that, they were undetected.
Yeah, all things being equal, it was the perfect I'm going to see a Sasquatch scenario as far as what they had on them.
Have you seen Bluff Creek?
Bluff Creek?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds familiar.
It was directed by Bobcat Bob Goldthwait, of all people.
Oh, hell yeah. I've seen the trailers for it.
Really good movie.
Yeah, he was talking about that on Rogan.
Yeah. I heard about it.
If you get a chance to watch that, it is well worth the watch.
Awesome.
I need to watch that. Yeah, Nope was amazing. Me and Wild Trees did a review on it or something. Did we do a review on Nope?
We did one on Prey. But we talk about it a lot.
Yeah.
Another really good one is what is it? Primal Rage? No, Primal Rage. No, I can't remember what it's called.
Is that the one where the Bigfoot had the wooden mask?
Yes. Yeah.
That was a fan funded one, wasn't it?
I think so.
It was like
the special effects of the creature were just amazing. One of the best. That's when people describe Gugway, that is the best depiction of a Gugway I've ever seen.
Awesome. Where are they from? Is that in like Europe or something, or Mexico?
No, Gugway are described as being very much like Bigfoot, but having a mandrill-like snout. They've been seen as in the Beast of Seven Shoots. You can Google that. Gugway actually comes from a Micmac word it means face eater. They're basically the boogeyman of the Bigfoot world. They're absolutely carnivorous. They're very Primal Rage. Thanks, buddy. They're just absolutely terror. They're 100% carnivore. They have no fear of people. Very aggressive. A lot of the Lakota referred to them as the Bear Man, and that was what was told to me by William Nighthawk, who's a Lakota shaman. Awesome guy. Has the Red Rabbit Hole with William Nighthawk podcast. Super awesome guy. But him and I talked about the Gugway at length. But the original Micmac word was Cuckway, but it kind of got bastardized into English as Gugway. But again, it means face eater. Like I said, they're kind of the boogeyman of the Bigfoot world.
Yeah, so they are American then, if the Lakota saw.
There are subpopulations of very aggressive reports of aggressive Sasquatch, like in Alaska, and there's apparently 2 species in Mexico, but one is very aggressive. There's a species near Mexico City on the sides of the mountain, sides of the volcanoes. They're reported to be aggressive, but we know that not all reports are aggressive. But it's interesting there are sub pockets of aggressive Bigfoot Sasquatch.
Well, Bigfoot are considered to be highly intelligent, and I would agree with that statement. They're very intelligent, and much like people, you're going to get personality ranges from good to bad. Just like humans, we've got serial killers in our populations. Look at the movie Ghost in the Darkness. That was based on a true story. Those were two lions that basically just decided they were going to start killing and eating humans, and they did it by the hundreds. Fantastic movie, again, based on a true story. They don't know exactly how many people those lions killed.
That one will give you nightmares.
Yeah, that's nightmare fuel right there. But those
That's
were just
real.
animals that saw us as food and went out of their way to do it. So it's not unheard of in the animal kingdom. But I think you're going to see as wide a variety of personality types among Bigfoot as you do among people, and some of them are just going to be plain bad.
Oh yeah, and it falls under that thought you had about the black-eyed children. Like you never know what the bad ones did to people because they weren't allowed to report it.
Right.
Cool. All right, we're closing in on our hour, and I really appreciate you being here. I wanted to wrap up and just ask you what you thought about your coast to coast experience.
Oh, Coast to Coast is awesome. I've really enjoyed being on there. I'm hoping I can be back on sometime in the near future. That was my second time on Coast to Coast. Fantastic experience. Wonderful show. I've been listening to Coast since Art Bell was on. Spent a lot of nights working overnights not only as a cop, but back when I worked security and even working in factories, working overnights. So I'm pretty much a night owl anyway. But those got me through a lot of overnight shifts. Those old Art Bell and George Norrie Coast to Coast, just fantastic. And I did the weekend edition with Richard Serrett. Awesome guy, fantastic host. Just go to coasttocoastam.com and you can listen to the old archived editions. You can find both of my appearances on there.
Okay, that's one thing I was going to ask if they had it anywhere. I couldn't imagine being security late at night watching Coast to Coast. That'd give me jeebies. God, it does it to me. It is during daylight hours.
Right. My mother told me when I was a small child running around the Ozarks and hunting, fishing, being an idiot and everything an Ozarks hillbilly kid can do. My mother once told me that I would blunder in where angels feared to tread, and that's kind of been the hallmark of my life. I'm the idiot that will run toward crap just to find out what it is. When other people are hauling ass the other direction, I'm going to see what the heck it is.
If you don't get that tattooed right here.
Yeah, when I was a cop, I didn't want to be the second guy through the door. If we kicked the door, I wanted to be the first one through the door. It's just my mentality. It's just the way I'm wired, and it's probably never going to change. Probably get me killed one of these days.
Well, they say fortune favors the brave.
That's right.
You'll be the first one slashed to death by a dog man.
Well, I won't go down without a fight.
Here lies DA. He was a DA for attacking the dog man.
It'd be like on that movie Dog Soldiers.
That's another good movie.
I love that movie. I'll be that guy. I hope you get the shits, asshole.
Or the Jack Black character on Mars Attacks. He grabs the guy that grabs him. He gets incinerated. Let me run through these comments and we'll end it. We got Scotty B's here. These are all our favorites, so we got to mention them so they won't ignore us.
Hey, Scotty.
Sightings on 18 wheels. He's a good
one.
Oh,
hey, what's up?
He does a lot of live video out of his 18 wheeler and sees all the crazy stuff. John P. Adventures, I know him. Robbie Raines, we all know him.
If I'm out in the woods, I'll have a couple of my maniac friends, Robbie and Anthony and Doc. All with 458 SOCOMs, so it's not like we're going to be alone. It's not like we're going to be easy targets.
Maybe the Bigfoot will be watching out for you guys.
They better.
You can grab them by the strap on the back of their backpacks and throw them in front of you. Who wants to play Human Shield?
That's right.
All right, DA, we'll go ahead and we'll drop off here. Thanks for being on. I hope to
no problem. Thanks
one day come on your show if I'm in any notoriety in the next few months.
Well, we'll see if we can make that happen, man.
And I'll reach out to some of your partners in crime there, have them on one of these days. And just thanks everybody for watching. Been a really good episode. It's been a good week for episodes.
It was great meeting you.
We'll talk
also.
You too, man.
Oh yeah. And Wild Trees will probably reach out see if you'll be on his one day. He is a good show.
Yeah, definitely.
His show is much more informative than mine. Mine's like being in a frat house. All right, we're going to end the live broadcast. Thanks for watching, everyone.
I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then I'm gonna feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready.
What's up? Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome back to the podcast. This week's guest, UFO researcher legend Preston Dennett. Needs no introduction. Most of you already know him. Several books on Amazon, interviewed several UFO abductees. Great guy, great interview. Thanks, Preston, for being on. We recorded this back in October. I was excited. I wanted to drop it then, but I said I'm going to save it for the new year. That way I get 2023 popping off just right. But until then, check out newly renovated BobbyDizzle.com. Follow me on there. All the ways to follow her on there: Instagram, TikTok. I think I got a Facebook. And of course, subscribe on YouTube and share. I'm chilling just over 100 subs right now. Not very happy about that, but you know, everybody's got to start somewhere. Trying to get 1 million. Go for broke. Shoot for the moon. Land among the stars, as they say. Anyway, like, comment, subscribe, share, please. Everybody, please share. Here's Preston Dennett. Thanks, everybody.
Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I don't lie at night, I be in my feelings.
We got Preston Dennett on the Bobby Dizzle podcast. Welcome to the show, Preston. How's it going?
It's going good. How are you doing?
Pretty good. So you've wrote many books on the UFO subject. I thought there was just a couple. I looked at Amazon today. I was sorely underestimating it. What of all your UFO research and experience in the field, have you ever had any real world experiences yourself? We'll just start there.
Yeah, I sure have. Not growing up, really. I came into this field as a skeptic. Found out my family, friends, and coworkers were seeing stuff, and got kind of envious. I'm like, hey, I want to go out there and see one myself. And it took a while. I was out there from the fields, interviewing people, going to places where people said they were seeing them. And a few times I saw, unexplained lights and that sort of thing, which was interesting, but kind of ambiguous a little bit.
Sure.
But it wasn't until my first real one, though I've had a number of them over the years, was in July 1992. And I was in the middle of investigating a huge wave of sightings over Topanga Canyon in Southern California, my hometown, and had stayed up late at my brother's house and my sister-in-law. They were kind of helping me through. It was a hard time in a way, dealing with all of this. And it got late, so I'm like, okay, I have to go home. They lived in Woodland Hills. I lived in Canoga Park, about 5 miles away. And I left their home around 11:30 or so, and had just left their house. I was maybe 2-3 minutes away, heading down their little street, Golondrina, it's called. And there's this hairpin corner, which is really steep, very tight, and you can't go more than a couple miles an hour. And as I'm heading around this corner, I saw what I thought at first for just a split second was a bird swooping down towards my car. This was a couple 100 feet up to the right. And I looked up at it. You could see it wasn't a bird. It was kind of a round light, small. And my next thought was, well, maybe it's a firecracker. It's late July. This is what I'm thinking. But this thing kept on coming down. And it went right in front of my windshield, a couple of feet away at most. And it was over the hood of my car. And just stopped. And it was a little light, an orb, I guess you might call it, about the size of a golf ball. Hovered there for a second, darted a few times back and forth, stopped again, went down, almost skimmed the ground and went straight up. And really the last thing I remember was gripping the steering wheel and looking up and watching it go off into outer space. And that's, that's my first real sighting. I've always told people, that's it, until someone asked me years later, actually, what happened next. And I'm like, I don't know. So now I'm wondering if I had missing time, because
that's what I was about to ask you. I was about to ask you if you had any missing time with that.
I wonder, because I've had sightings since then, some even better ones, closer. Well, not closer, but definitely more dramatic. And I always, oh my God, and I tell everyone and I write it down. But I actually forgot the whole darn thing completely. Left my mind. And having interviewed people who've had that experience, I'm like, how can you possibly forget a UFO that landed in front of you on the road? I get it.
I tell you what it is about the UFO. People that see them, like your experience, when they take those hairpin turns and go what physically impossible to do, that would freak me out quicker than anything. Like that's like, oh, it's not a firework, it's not a flare or an airplane. I mean, this thing just took a 90-degree turn, and Mach, oh my God, that'd be where it would end it for me. That'd be where the hair would stand up.
Yeah, that's one of the things you look for as a researcher.
Oh yeah,
does it look strange? Does it sound strange? Is it moving strange?
That's what all the David Fravors of the world always say. They take that 8,000 feet to the water level in a second. Just like it's nothing we can do.
Yes,
that we know about.
Not officially, right?
Preston, I wonder if now that was your first experience seeing something anomalous. I wonder now that you've had so much experience with the subject, what is your explanation? Do you have a clearer explanation than you did when it originally happened? Like the mechanics of it, the intention. Do you understand that first encounter better now, or not really?
I don't remember what happened, so it's hard for me to say. I've thought about going under hypnotic regression, which I do, support. I think it works, though it is controversial. I'd kind of prefer to remember spontaneously. Okay, I've talked to enough people who've had an encounter like that, and then years later, they'll see something that triggers the memory, and boom, they recall all of it. So I'm kind of waiting for the trigger or the cue to bring it back. So
you just remembered it.
Yeah, I remembered it spontaneously a couple of months later, up to the point where it darted off. But I'm thinking there may have been more to that. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me a bit if I was taken on board, because over the years I've had a number of encounters, and a few where they, actually communicated with me, flat out gave me a message, which is shocking when that happens. So it's been a long road. Yeah.
You were I heard one of the similar stories from another guest I had. You may have heard of her, Rachel Corpus. You told a similar thing about how we agreed to the abduction beforehand, so to speak.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case.
That was eye-opening, because it's totally possible.
Yeah, I know a lot of people feel like, oh, this is against my will, and they're, Greys show up and they're like, come with us, don't be afraid, we won't hurt you, and they have a very strong fear reaction, and next thing they know, they're on board, and that's about all they remember. But if you don't have a strong fear reaction, I think often you're treated differently. I think often, this is what I've learned over the years, that they will facilitate your desire not to remember, because this can have a profound effect on your life. There's case after case that supports this. One I'll point to is the encounter of Raymond Moody, sergeant from New Mexico, and he was taken on board and didn't remember until 2 weeks later, spontaneously recalled. And he recalled that the ETs actually told him, you're not going to remember this for a couple of weeks. You need to settle down first, and you'll remember when you're ready. And that's what happened to John Hunter Gray and his son in Richland Center, Wisconsin. This happens in a lot of cases.
I bet it does. And Betty and Barney Hill sounds a lot like theirs too.
Yeah.
You still think theirs is valid, or was it? I heard somebody trying to debunk it a few months ago, and I was like, wow, it's the first time I've ever heard a debunked story from that bunch.
What I like about their case is they had no precedent. There was no one that they could have possibly copied their story from. And the details that they share are ones that we've now heard over and over again, in terms of how the ETs look and what the inside of the craft look like and what actually happens when you're taken on board.
Very similar to a lot of the ones I've heard.
Exactly. Yeah.
Almost like a blueprint.
It's absolutely a valid case. And if you actually listen to their interviews, the hypnosis tapes have been released at some point. You can hear Barney Hill going through the emotional, trauma of it. I highly doubt it's hoaxed or anything like that.
And he had that cover your ears, that feeling of semen extraction. I know you heard a story that was got me like, wow, that was a very specific detail to throw in there just to be making it up.
Exactly. Yeah. and now it's not something we know
Mhm.
happens quite a bit. ETs do take genetic material from people.
Sounds like
Yeah,
a wild night in Vegas.
what's really interesting about abduction experiences, something I noticed right off the bat was that they sound exactly like what humans do to animals. So there's a story I told about in 2010, I was at the Rocky Mountain Biological Research Station. This high altitude, I think it's like 9 to 11,000 feet above sea level mountain research station. And one day I woke up early to go with a researcher and his research assistant to this site atop of the mountains. So I had partied a lot the night before, but so the person didn't think I would actually wake up, but I did wake up. And we climbed at 5 in the morning. We climbed across the river like it was up to my knees in water. We went higher and higher. We finally got to this beautiful area, super secluded. All there were some little pools of water. And what I saw the scientists do is they would get this net with a really long handle and they would scoop up the salamanders. Then they took him to a tent they had set up for research. Then they measured the salamanders. They actually cut off one of its fingers as an identification. They put a little neosporin. They said it didn't hurt the salamanders. Probably not. I'm not a salamander researcher. They even put an implant into the salamander. And then they just dropped it back into its little pond. And I was like, man, that sounds a lot like an alien abduction on humans. And if I look at the humans that were doing it, I was like, these humans love the salamanders. They're trying to help the salamanders. So that strikes me as interesting. A lot of the the way these abductions are recounted is just very similar to how zoologists interact with wild animals.
Yeah, I think there are some parallels. I'm not sure it's exactly the same thing, but I think we've come to, as researchers, know pretty much what exactly goes on when someone's being contacted. They're not being kidnapped against their will. This is something on some level they've agreed to. It's not harmful for the witness, though it can be certainly frightening and traumatic, especially at first. But if a person has repeated contact, almost always, I won't say every time, but usually they will come around and realize, okay, I did agree to this. This is for my own benefit. And what, being physically examined is probably the scariest part for most people.
Mm-hmm.
This is where they often heal you. This is the subject of my first book, UFO Healings. I documented 100 cases, and that was in 1996. I've since put out another book on that, and I've got more than 300 cases from pretty much every major researcher across the world. This is absolutely one of their primary reasons for taking people on board, is to heal them and make sure their genetics are okay, because we are doing horrible things to our bodies.
Mm-hmm.
And that is just one of their, what I would call, agendas. They're certainly trying to warn people about our use of nuclear weapons and material. That comes up quite a bit. They warn about wars and aggression and greed and corruption. They warn about our destroying our own environment. These are all very common themes coming from the 1950s all the way up to the present day, from every type of ET out there: grays, mantids, human-looking, strange humanoids, you name it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at what actually happens, it's not malevolent really at all. There's no accounts, certainly in my own files, what I would call sadistic behavior or torture, or like ETs going, I want to hurt you. It just doesn't happen. It's not there.
Yeah. It was you actually answered one of the questions I was wanting to know, how many different varieties or species there were that you've heard about.
Yeah.
Mantids, humanoids, lizards.
It's a kind of a trick question, because when I was skeptical of all this stuff, I remember watching In Search Of, an old program with Leonard Nimoy about this.
Oh yeah, it's a good one.
Talking about ETs. I'm like, gosh, they're all humanoid. Like, this sounds very much like Star Trek. I don't believe this for a second. These people must be misperceiving or lying. But this is what people are reporting, are humanoids. And yeah, they're grays, mantids, human-looking, short blue beings, dwarf-like beings, tall whites. Just goes right down the line. cat-like beings, dog-like beings even.
Really?
Yep, those are more rare, but they do turn up. And it's
Kinda
always,
like yeah.
yeah, and I've come to realize, like, these are not that far removed from us. Calling them aliens is a disservice, because the message the contactees are getting is, we are you, you are us, we are one. Many people have been told flat out by the Greys that they have the same genetic structure as humans and are essentially human. So we are all we have human-looking ETs out there. What does that say about our relationship to them? It's much closer than people realize.
So what's your opinion on the that story called, you mentioned the tall whites from the range out in the desert? What's the horse of range 27? I'm butchering the number there, but you know what I'm talking about. Is that a valid species? Is that something you've heard of before?
Yeah, Charles Hall, the tall whites, Millennial Hospitality books, which he put out as, quote, semi-fictional, but clearly he was putting them forth as an actual events.
They tried hard to debunk him.
Yeah, I met him, I heard him speak, I should say. And he seemed absolutely sincere. He was one of the first to sort of put that out, the tall white version, but certainly not the only. I've talked to many people who've described those same beings. I can't speak to his case personally. I did read his books. They sound legit. Judging on how he was treated, I think, yeah, probably. And there's, the descriptions he gave. I think it's probably legit. I can't say for sure, but certainly he's not the only one who's talking about tall whites.
I think if Bob Lazar had gone much longer in his career, he probably would have been put over there in his that guy's category as well. Just make him seem like a kook.
Yeah, I think Bob Lazar is legit too, for a number of reasons. I've talked to contactees who said, "Oh yeah, he's legit." One guy, Don Anderson, a guy from Utah, he had an encounter when he was 21 years old that really woke him up to the fact that he's been having contact his whole life. And from that point on, he had pretty much full conscious contact. And he remembered as a 14-year-old being taken on board a craft. And later he saw Lazar's drawings. He's like, that's it. That's exactly the type of craft I was taken on board. So yeah, I think Lazar is legit for a number of reasons. He's been vindicated. There have been a lot of whistleblowers since him that have come out and said the same darn thing.
Yeah, it's obvious. If you think of Bob Lazar now, it's obvious that his reputation is, like, I would say it's better than negative. He definitely hasn't been debunked, and he hasn't. So I think he has stood the test of time. Preston, I wanted to also ask you. I'm very familiar with your ideas and your writing and your speaking. So, I wonder, what is your opinion? Do you think that researchers are overcomplicating the issue when they start bringing in ideas of crypto-terrestrials, animals from our oceans that have been here forever? They are the cause of UFOs, time travelers, interdimensional. Are they overcomplicating the issue? Should we just focus on the extraterrestrial origin? Is that really the most valid explanation?
I think so. I don't want to overly simplify things either, but yeah, I agree with you. I think a lot of stuff gets put under the UFO umbrella, anything unexplained. But I do not subscribe to I'll say Jacques Vallée. I think he's one of the first to put forth the theory. But there are others, John Keel, Lauren Coleman, that UFOs are not extraterrestrials and are an intelligence, a mysterious intelligence that masquerades as ETs, which is a very complicated sort of anthropocentric theory, which the mechanism behind it is absolutely not explained. I think there's a lot of resistance for whatever reason to the idea of extraterrestrials, which surprises me, because if you look at the evidence in its totality, the extraterrestrial theory, and I hate to even call it that, far explains the evidence better than any other. You can call them time travelers because, yeah, they do have the ability to time travel, but that does not preclude them from being extraterrestrials. I don't think they're us from the future. I scoured the literature to support that theory. And there are a few cases you could march forward, but the vast majority of them, no. As far as interdimensional, well, we are interdimensional. All beings are interdimensional. All life, to some extent, I think, has interdimensional aspects to it. We can go to the other side, leave our bodies. We're going somewhere when we die.
Yeah.
The literature on that is pretty extensive, and the science on that is very compelling in terms of other dimensions. So no, I don't think that they're extra dimensional creatures. I think if you look at the evidence in terms of radar returns, these are solid craft with portholes that leave landing traces. We know this because the ground where they've landed is glassified, burned at 1,000 degrees. There's metal fragments. There's implant removal cases. There's people being taken on board and healed with technology and other methods. But it's clear that these are a technology. And let's face it, look at Roswell, the Roswell UFO crash. If that's real, and it's just one example of what, hundreds? If we have these craft and the bodies, well, all bets are off. Our government knows what this is. They know it's extraterrestrial. I think the problem we're dealing with here is a concerted disinformation campaign to muddy the waters. It's just look outside at all the stars out there. There's no possible way we are alone. That would make zero sense.
Right.
I mean, it's absolutely a logical, inescapable theory that ETs do exist, and we're seeing them. I don't fully understand why people are so resistant to this, other than that there is a campaign of disinformation to muddy the waters.
It's interesting because, okay, so first of all, it's interesting because early on, let's say in the 40s and 50s, I think the main hypothesis was extraterrestrial, and everybody was on board with it because it was like the most logical one. And what's interesting too is, I agree with you 100%. They're for sure. The thing is, they're for sure are extraterrestrials. For sure, they're out there. For sure, and for sure, they're very advanced. Some of them are very advanced. So it's like, yeah, that for sure is happening. I don't know for sure if there's interdimensionals or time travelers or crypto-terrestrials. But then it's like, the thinking went through a shift, where it went away from the extraterrestrial hypothesis in the community, and it went to all these more esoteric explanations. And I wonder if we're due for it to come back around now, back to extraterrestrial. We had our little fun, our little, adolescent stage in the subject, but maybe we should settle back on extraterrestrial to make some progress.
I think so. Though I am kind of intrigued by the term crypto-terrestrial, because people think of us, we're terrestrials, right? But are we really? To every other being in the universe, we're extraterrestrials. And the fact that some look just like us raises serious questions about human origins. And did we even really evolve on this planet? Reptilians are often pointed to as, I think, a good example of a possible crypto-terrestrial, and that they may be living on this planet.
Interesting.
I don't know. I don't have a whole lot of reptilian cases, honestly. But, the subject of my latest book is a lady by the name of Dolly Safran.
Right.
She's a fully conscious UFO contactee. I wrote a book about her experiences called Symmetry, a true UFO adventure. And her case is different from most of the people I've interviewed because she has very extensive experiences, does not need hypnosis, has no fear of her encounters, has had hundreds upon hundreds of visitations and onboard experiences. She will not use the term abduction or abductee because she does not feel that this is negative for her at all. And she has been told flat out that they are extraterrestrials. I mean, she knows. And they have told her that, yes, we are, the message I said earlier, we are one, you are us, we are all one. So she's absolutely convinced, and so am I. And I think that most contactees, almost like 95%, feel that they are extraterrestrials, not demons, not angels, not some mysterious intelligence, not time travelers, extraterrestrials. It's a simple, logical explanation.
You hear demons a lot, and you want to think that maybe because it's I say more logical explanation, but it just doesn't fit the MO of every other demon experience you've ever heard of. Like usually it's horrible, but this is more like a science, like clearly it's some kind of science experiment or a medical examination.
I looked into the paranormal in depth because people started reporting ghost encounters and Bigfoot and OBEs, out of body experiences, and demonic hauntings. And I mean, it goes right down the line of all this paranormal stuff is sort of comes along with this subject. And I've read all the books on demonic hauntings. No, these are not demonic.
It's just not the same thing.
No, it follows a very set pattern of demonic haunting. And no, demons don't heal people. They're very much, engaged towards scaring people and destroying their lives and possessing people, so to speak. And that's not
it's all chaos.
Yeah. The ETs are all about healing and teaching and guiding and warning. That's mainly what they're doing, trying to wake us up, get us to use our own psychic abilities. They talk with telepathy. That's what they want us to learn. This is a very prominent agenda. I'll use that word again. And if you look at contactees, you'll see a lot of them are mediums. A lot of them have really amazing psychic experiences right down the line, from levitations to out-of-body experiences to past life recall, healing abilities. I mean, you name it, they're showing it up big time.
Seems to be a commonality amongst the ones I've talked to. Have all been way on the clairvoyant side. The ones that have the most detailed remember. The ones that are most scared aren't the clairvoyant type.
Yeah, my heart goes out to people who feel like this is a negative experience for them. I kind of get it. It can be scary. But the problem is when you're in complete abject terror, you're not able to communicate. You're not able to observe well. You're not able to, remember well. And there's an immediate assumption that this is bad for me because it's so darn scary. I don't like it. But people who are able to move past that, that's when you get to the good stuff. And it's absolutely good. They will take you to other planets. Dolly Saffron did that many times. It will
That's
show
my
you.
next question. I was going to ask if any of them had ever done. I would, maybe it's kind of immature. I was thinking maybe it's kind of immature, just us humans. Like, hey, can you take us to see another planet? And they're like, you're stupid human. Why would you want to see a planet? They're everywhere. But so they do take you to other planets.
Oh yeah. I mean, a lot of people will basically look. The craft wall will turn transparent, and they look down, and there's Earth far below. There's hundreds upon hundreds of cases like that. And there's a smaller number of cases where it goes beyond that, where people have fully woken up. One guy, a Navy medic I talked to, Kevin Cannon, great witness. Unfortunately, he recently passed away, but he did talk publicly about his experiences. He's in one of my books. They took him to see the moon. He said he nearly crapped his pants when he saw the Earth come over the horizon, because he was thinking, oh, is this the desert? He saw craters and all this. And I've heard that a number of times. Another guy I interviewed, Jay Gardner, a contactee from West Virginia. He was 12 years old. They took him on board and they said, we're going to see the planet Saturn. Took him there and showed him. And that I've heard from many people. Dolly Saffron had the same experience. She's a contactee from Georgia, Florida, that area. And she was, 14 years old. She was having lots of missing time, right? Had another missing time experience at age 14, but remembered it the next morning just through concerted willpower. She was tired and she's kind of need to know what's going on, and put forth the effort and did remember. And she recalled them taking her up. She freaked out at first. They calmed her down and said, let's go. And they actually sat her in the pilot's seat and allowed her to steer the craft, which is exactly what they did with Jay Gardner. And she also saw Saturn. And they took her to the moon too, actually landed on the surface. And I know how this must sound to a skeptic, but I'm telling you, there's case after case after case of this, particularly among those who have had the courage and the wherewithal to wake up and face their experiences head on. And she ended up having a lifetime of experiences and going to full on other planets. The Greys took her to their home world, which has much less gravity, huge tall trees. She was taken there with other contactees, and they taught her all kinds of stuff, not only about science and biology and astronomy and chemistry, but morality and ethics, and spirituality and psychic development, and more. And asked her, what do you want to learn? And she says, I'd love to learn how to fly the craft. And that became the focus of her experiences. And she became basically a UFO pilot. And again, I know how this must sound to skeptics, but if you look into this, you will see a number of contactees reporting this. It is not uncommon.
Hey, I'm here for it. I'll take this all night. You're talking right up my alley right here. That's kind of like what I think about, like, the abductions like overnight. So, they're taking Alpha Centauri or whatever. They must have some hell of technology.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Millions of years beyond ours just to go over there like a weekend trip.
I wanted to ask you, Preston, if you could estimate, I know this is I understand it's a hard question. You may not be able to answer it, but if you could make an estimate, how much time do they have on us? How much more advanced are they? I've suspected it's anywhere from 2,000 to 2 million years. But what do you think?
Yeah, I asked Dolly about this. She can't say exactly. I like her case because she's really lucid with all this. And I think pretty much all contactees and the vast majority of researchers do agree that they're vastly more advanced than us. And I'm thinking it's on the order of millions of years.
Okay, that would make sense.
Their technology is so far advanced that it's basically psychically driven. It's absolutely, these ships, we have some that are, in the Air Force bases, UFO crash retrievals. We can't even get inside them, some of them. Open them up and there's no engine. And they don't understand what's going on because these craft are so far advanced. And according to Dolly, and I've heard this from many other contactees, these craft are themselves alive, biological to a certain extent.
Wow.
And the technology itself is largely psychically driven. So yeah, it's going to be very, very hard to reverse engineer this to any great degree.
Right. It'd be like a crow trying to reverse engineer a car or something like that.
Yeah. What is her species that she deals with, Dolly?
Grays mostly, but really a wide variety.
Okay, so it's multiple, so it can be.
Oh yeah, which is kind of the rule for contactees. Remember the Travis Walton case? He saw grays and human looking. Many people will see grays and mantids. She's dealt with a wide variety, mostly grays, the sort of medium and tall grays, but there are little short ones, which are AI, artificial intelligence, sort of biological androids. And she's like, oh yeah, I've dealt with those as well. Whitley Strieber talked about that. A number of contactees talked about that. So that's in a way another type. But yeah, tall whites, short little blue beings. My own sister-in-law, who illustrates my books, had encounters with these short little blue beings. And she's an artist, a really good artist, and she drew them, did a painting of them. And I will show this illustration to people who say, I saw these short, squat little blue beings. I don't know if you ever saw Whitley Strieber's movie Communion.
Yes.
But he had a representation of these guys, which looked very much like what my sister-in-law drew. I ended up showing this illustration to, not a number of contactees, but Dolly Safran. I showed it to her and she's like, yep, that's pretty much it. Very accurate. So there's a wide variety of types.
What's interesting about the types is that there's one type. So you sent me a picture of the cover of your book called Extraterrestrial Healings or UFOs That Heal. And there's this illustration of, I guess your sister did it, of a gray, okay? And to me, that gray looks like the gray that I saw. So it's a very cute, which was surprising to me. Like it's a very adorable, like a Disney version. So I just remember I was 19 years old and I was taking a nap in the living room during the day. And then I woke up and I thought my two little sisters, which were kids, were standing next to me. I thought they were just looking at me and I thought that was odd. But then I focused my eyes and it was really three very small gray aliens. and they looked like that illustration, very adorable, big black eyes, and they moved around like children because I thought they were children. And then when they realized that I was awake, that like children, they got scared and they ran away down the hallway. And then I went back to sleep. But yeah, I'm thankful that I saw them and that they were adorable. I'm thankful they were not terrifying to me.
Yeah, I interviewed a guy from Canada, actually. I haven't written about his case yet, but it's going to be an upcoming in a book. And he had an encounter with the gray, and he said the same thing. It was very adorable, very cute, very playful in its interaction with him. And he was shocked because this was some early on before this was in the media.
Okay.
And all these stories about scary grays came out. That was not his experience at all.
Right.
I love it when an artist like Betty Andreasen, she's had a lot of encounters. She's a Massachusetts-based contactee. She was able to illustrate her beings. Kathy Davis, that's a pseudonym from one of Bud Hopkins' case. She drew the beings. Again, looked very much like what my sister-in-law is drawing. So yeah, I think that's much more accurate than a lot of the fear-based sort of narrative that's been put forth.
Well, yeah, it's fun. It's funny because like I could see how you could take that image that I saw, and let's say you could change the lighting, add some atmosphere, and you could make it look scary. It's all about the context, I think. And I think, yeah, we're getting these different representations, but it's because they're under different contexts.
Yeah, well, go back to the Travis Walton case. One of the guys in that group was an artist and ended up working with Travis and put out some really good pictures for, his book. Originally, I think it was the Walton Experience, Fire in the Sky. And Travis Walton initially was, this was terrifying, very scary, but now he's come around and said, you know what, I think they not only were benevolent, but saved my life. That's the conclusion he's come to. He got too close to this craft and there was an electrical discharge, and they basically pulled him on board to make sure that he was okay. So I'm encouraged that people are beginning to come around and realize, no, they're not here to eat us. That is just too many horror movies.
To serve man.
Right? No, it makes zero sense when you think about how long they've been around, how truly advanced they are. And I think a very important point to make is if there's a being that has the technological ability to travel among the stars and basically reach any point in the universe they want, do you really think they're going to come to this planet, which is, struggling with so much war and division and all these problems, to come here to hurt you? Really? That makes zero sense. And we know they've been around for millennia, and they haven't taken over yet. Why would they wait till,
Yeah, there's probably other planets, like let's just say they wanted to mine the planet for resources. There's probably other planets that don't have atomic weapons there, that have all the resources minus the atomic weapons and the people to use them against you. So yeah.
I kind of laugh when I hear people saying, oh, they're using us for slave labor. I'm like, what? Wait, what? Are you out of your mind? Yeah, I think what part of the problem is we're dealing with a government that does not have our best interests in mind, that is covering this up, lying about it, putting forth a false alien threat narrative, and actually abducting people. My labs, military abductions, and are negative and are sort of being put forth, I think, to confuse the issue and make people think ETs are a threat when they're not. The only ET threat is to them and their power structure, their control over humanity, which is done. It's falling apart. Cover-up cannot go on. It's not sustainable.
Interesting.
I mean, that's really the only reason that we're seeing any amount of disclosure at all. It's because if they don't, they're going to lose control of the narrative.
I talked to my friend who's a skeptic. He's a medical doctor. I've talked to him. I've gotten to move a little bit closer to the reality of UFOs and extraterrestrials. But he made a good point that I hadn't thought about, even though I am a scientist, and well, he's a scientist too. But he made the statement, nothing can hide from science forever. It just cannot happen. And so if you look at this extraterrestrial thing, I mean, how much time has it been? we could just put like, the 40s or 50s. We could put a timestamp there as far as the government hiding everything. That's not that long when you look at the scale of time, of humanity even. So yeah, I think I guess I agree. Yeah, I think science, just the way, because it's out there, because of humanity's use of it, it's going to become apparent that it's true. And so it's interesting you're saying that the military is aware of this and they're trying to give more information so they're just trying to remain in control. And part of that is giving us more information, but misinformation. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, 100%. I think
Okay.
if they don't start to disclose, they will lose all credibility, because now the media is saturated with reports. I think the average person knows what a UFO is. Most people believe that they're real. The amount of evidence out there is fairly conclusive in terms of landing traces and radar return cases and metal fragments and injuries and healings and animal reactions and electromagnetic effects. I mean, I could go on.
What's interesting? The evidence is overwhelming and scientists ignore it. But it's funny to me to think about, like, I've dealt with scientists who don't want to deal with the paranormal at all. Even though I present evidence, I'm like, here's a published research paper about UFOs. They're like, I don't want to look at it. But it's funny because I see, scientists are like, I could see why they wouldn't want it to become known. They fight against it because let's say they're studying, fish or insects or, volcanoes, whatever. If all of a sudden, extraterrestrials are disclosed as real, it's like that takes away all their thunder. Like, who cares? You're studying volcanoes. It's like, we want to study UFOs. The whole world. It just changes the paradigm so much, even for a scientist. I mean, even though scientists, even though they discover new things, there's a limit to how much new stuff they want to be discovered.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. Science becomes somewhat of a closed system. And if it doesn't fit into the mainstream worldview and, defies what we think we know, it gets thrown away. And we can see this in every field of science. It takes an enormous amount of evidence to break an old paradigm. And I mean, anthropology is a good example. They keep moving back the date of modern humans. When I was going to college, they're like, oh, they're 20,000. No, 30,000. No, we think now they're 40,000.
That's 100,000 now. It's like an auction. Pre-Clovis, give me pre-Clovis, pre-Clovis.
And if you look at books like Michael Cremo's Forbidden Archaeology, it's mind-blowing, because here is someone who has the courage to examine the evidence that contradicts the current narrative. And if a scientist is not willing to actually look at the evidence, then you're not a true scientist. And that's my big problem with skeptics, is you have every right to be skeptic, but not if you're not willing to look at the evidence.
Right.
It makes zero sense to say this isn't happening. You're just going to stick your head in the sand.
I got told to so many words fuck off today because I said Bigfoot wasn't a major ape. So by somebody who had a scientist like username on Reddit. So I was like, I'm kind of pumped up. I'm gonna go in guns blazing tonight.
Yeah, well, Jane Goodall, she's huge in this field. She's like, oh yeah, I totally believe in Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's another good example. I remember I was resistant to the idea of Bigfoot because honestly, I was afraid it might be real. And I'm like, oh no, I just don't want to go there. This is going to be a huge research project. But I finally got my first Bigfoot case. I'm like, fine, and looked into it. And yeah, it's very much like the UFO field. Enormous amount of evidence. It's all over the US and the world. It comes stretching back hundreds of years. There's no way it's not real. And I honestly think, yeah, they're sentient, intelligent beings.
Yeah.
At least some of them. Maybe not all, because there's a lot of different types.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Seems to be a variety of those kind of bunches, cryptids.
Yeah, I think talking to my same friend who's a medical doctor, we came to the conclusion that it's probably not a one species on the whole planet. So there's probably at the minimum I think some of them could be just animals, apes, Bobby, but some of them only, and different types of species of apes. But I don't think that accounts for all of them. The biggest thing my skeptic friend had on me with Bigfoot. I got him to admit that the oceans are so big and so unexplored that there could be life in the ocean that's more intelligent than humans that has not been discovered. I got him to admit that. But he got me on Bigfoot as far as the bodies. I could not find a sufficient explanation for what is happening to the bodies. That's not to say that the explanation is not out there. I'm just saying that is one of the biggest hurdles for me right now is where are all the Bigfoot bodies? Yeah.
That really bothered me, and I dug into the literature on that and found 20, 30 cases of supposed Bigfoot, captures. Try and trace them down, and but of course the body is never available, and always seems to end up being, the Smithsonian Institution is implicated in a number of these cases where these things supposedly end up. But I absolutely wonder about that, because you'd think by now we would have the bodies. But the fact is that we do have an enormous number of scat samples and hair samples and all kinds of stuff. It's just very hard to verify. Footprints, absolutely. If you look into that, yeah, it's with dermal ridges and the whole deal. I doubt that this is real, but getting mainstream science to accept it is like pulling teeth. It's just insane how I feel like there's a definite concerted campaign again to sort of not even investigate this. I was
bothers
shocked.
the shit out of me.
The giants on Earth, another good example. I think there probably were giants on Earth. The evidence for that is amazing, and I had no idea. That slid under my radar for years.
Me too, actually. I have heard just a little bit of it, but now that you're telling me, I wasn't aware that there was strong evidence. That much strong evidence.
Those skulls in that cave they found, like why weren't we told that in history class?
Right.
I mean, it's true. It's not fake. It's those giants.
Yeah, that's why I was so scandalized when I found out UFOs were real. I'm like, because why they didn't teach this in school? What? There's a cover up?
I can understand. I don't know why. I can understand why we can't know about aliens. Maybe we'd freak out. Why can't we know about Bigfoot though? I mean, what's so? Maybe they're just as influential over us as the aliens are. Maybe it's the same scenario. They're just terrestrial based.
I wonder. I mean, if they're sentient, if they're intelligent, maybe people will have a big problem with sharing this planet with another species. But we share this with so many people. Like, oh, I'd love to see an alien. I'm like, well, look around you. Look at dogs. Look at cats. Look at dolphins. Look at giraffes. These are all species that are, alien to us in terms of not being us. But the fact is, we're all very much related. The genetics on this planet is strikingly similar.
Well, yeah, it's interesting because this is one of the closest things that I have to religion as a scientist. But it sounds very spiritual. But this is the current evidence supports this idea: is that every living thing on this planet, butterfly, a leech, myself, and you, we all share one common ancestor. We all are blood related. So if I'm looking at a butterfly, that's like we're related by blood. That's my relative because we came from a single organism. And it's not hard to see why. Preston, you're gonna. This is right up your alley, but it's because of bilateral symmetry. Basically, one of the reasons. So if you look at any animal, like a leech, like a millipede, like a ladybug, you notice that if you put a line right down the middle, the left looks just like the right. And humans have that. Why do we have that in common? It's because we share a common ancestor, basically.
Yeah, that's why we call the book Symmetry, the book I wrote with Dolly Saffron, because that was one of the primary lessons they taught her. There's symmetry to life throughout the universe. And yes, there are ladybugs on other planets, and giraffes, and pine trees, and all of life. In fact, here on Earth, we share genetics, just like you said. Celery has genetic strands that are identical to the genetics we have. Yeah. We're all. I love what you said. We're all blood relatives. It's a really good way of putting it.
Yeah, it's true. But yeah, that's kind of religious to me. I mean, because it's actually just science, but the spiritual implications are like, look, I got to treat everybody well. You're related to me, just like I would want to treat my my sister well.
And Watson and Crick, the guys who discovered the double helix, said, "This looks designed. We think this could be evidence of extraterrestrial intervention. I mean, they said it flat out. I thought that was interesting. And now scientists are looking at, species like the platypus or the octopus or, the Venus flytrap, and thinking, could these have ever even evolved on this planet?
Oh, interesting. I know that, the Venus, you mentioned the Venus flytrap. Is that one of the ones you mentioned? That's interesting because it only lives in one area in North America. It's like a one little spot. That's the only place where it could, and it's so radically different than all the other organisms as far as their expression of genes.
Really interesting. There's a number of species like that are only in one area. It really makes you wonder. I don't think Darwin, while he had some good ideas, is completely correct. I don't think creationism explains it either. I think if we look at what's the contactee accounts, particularly the cases of human-looking ETs, we're starting to realize, okay, perhaps life did not originate here on Earth in the way we think it did. And the book Symmetry with Dolly Safran, they told her humans actually lived on Mars. And I thought, wow, that's interesting, because there's a number of other contactees who've gotten that same message. And there's a lot of speculation and scientific, speculation about that possibility.
Definitely shocking. An interesting subject to me is the prehistory, the deep time, geological time history of Mars. I remember going to the Denver Museum of Science, and they had this cool toy as an exhibit. It was just a giant globe, very maybe 5 or 6 feet in circumference. And what the guy could do that was running it, the docent, the worker, he could project all kinds of data on this globe, a 3-dimensional globe. So he showed us the Fukushima disaster, and he pulled up that data. So we saw the planet and we saw the radiation spill from Japan into the ocean. He explained how all of us alive probably lost a few months of our life because of that radiation spill. It's as a consequence. But then he projected Mars on the globe, and then he went back in time. We could see all the deep valleys, the canyons of Mars, but he had the data in there. So he projected it millions of years ago. And you could see how Mars was in the past, how radically different. Obviously, it actually wasn't always the way it is now. It was a much different planet millions of years ago, but just like Earth.
Yeah, now it's dead. There's no magnetic field. There's no way people are living on Mars. It's one of the, I think, disinformations, or I don't know what the hell people are thinking when they're talking about that, because you cannot survive on Mars.
I wonder.
Radiation will kill you.
I wonder, what are your thoughts? Because I was talking about this on a podcast recently. My thoughts are like, instead of, if your idea really is to expand human, places for human to live healthily and make more use of land, I was like, instead of going to Mars, isn't it more practical to make ocean colonies? Because we have so much more ocean. And in the ocean, above or below, you at least have water, you at least have oxygen, you at least have gravity. You have things you don't have there. And then I think the guest, he said that maybe it's like a bragging rights thing, There's bragging rights in saying we're the first ones to get to Mars, but there's not as much bragging rights as saying we set up the first ocean colony. That's just one hypothesis. But what do you think, Preston, about this idea that we should be utilized, if we're going to really want to utilize our planet or utilize the solar system better for land and for human habitation, we should first focus on the ocean instead of the moon or Mars?
Yeah, I support that. I think the ETs are doing it.
Yeah, I do too.
My research was based off the Southern California coast, and I got a lot of USO reports, unidentified submersible objects, not just one or two, but dozens upon dozens. And I started really digging in, and like, wow, some of these cases involve hundreds of objects literally coming up out of the water. And there are some people who claim to have been taken to an actual undersea base. And we do more research on this, and there's some whistleblower accounts that we ourselves do have undersea bases. So I think that has been done.
I have a interesting story that I picked up. Okay, so I was working at a hotel, installing electronics in a hotel rooms. Okay, and this hotel was near a military base. So we went in this one guy's hotel, and he was like, he worked in the military. I don't remember what classification he was, but I asked everybody. I'm like, hey, have you ever seen anything weird in the sky or had a strange anomalous experience? So I'm over here fixing his internet line, and he tells me, he was like, okay, yes. He says, I used to work in the military. I was in a submarine. Okay. We tracked for several days, we tracked a large object that was going faster than any animal could. We couldn't identify it. So it's like a large, like a USO basically. And so he admitted that to me. I thought that was interesting. And then another little detail he put in there was that nothing to do with the military, but he said his mother, who had passed away, had often talked about talking to extraterrestrials. He's like, yeah, my mom told me that she would visit with extraterrestrials and she would talk to them. And I was like, oh, did you ever get any follow up on that or ask her, or she had passed away at that point? But he's like, no, she just told me that, and she was a sane woman, and I just never really did anything with that information, I guess, unless other than share it with me. So I'm just saying those USOs are out there.
Yeah, I think my favorite USO case that I personally researched involved a gentleman by the name of Ray Sachs, who was an electrician's mate on the USS Clamagore,
Okay.
Which actually carried nuclear-tipped torpedoes, which
Wow.
was public at the time. This was like early 1970s.
Wow.
And one evening, he's heading up the east coast of the US. They're on the surface. They're moving at about, I think it was 12 knots or so. And he's on lookout with another petty officer. And there's the commander up on deck and the second in command. When this USO comes zooming in from the stern at like 100 knots, far faster than anything we have, right? And it was big, and it came right up next to the submarine, which absolutely does not happen with conventional vehicles. You don't come within a quarter mile of each other.
Right.
And this was right next to it, 100 feet wide. Couldn't tell how deep down it was, but it was round and lighting up the water completely, and paced the submarine for full 15 minutes. And he was in touch with the sonar room, so the captain turns to him, the commander says, what are they seeing? And they weren't seeing anything. It was not appearing on sonar. He joked with the commander. It's like, maybe it's Captain Nemo. The commander did not think that was funny. But one by one, the high-ranking officers came up on deck to look at this thing. And no one could identify it. It was totally silent. Ray Sachs, the guy I interviewed, was talking jibber-jabbering with the other guy. And the second in command was like, shut up, stop talking about this. You're not to talk about this. And at this point, the object darts away in another direction at about 80 knots, still faster than anything we've got. And the second in command, this is according to Ray Sachs, turns to the commander and says, sir, how would you like me to report this event in the log? And the commander turns to him and says, officers who report this kind of event in the log do not move up in rank.
Oh.
And that was it. So this event was not recorded. I have to believe the commander told his superiors, because, I mean, shoot, this thing was that close. It was obviously unexplained.
Right.
And they told him, don't talk about it, but he goes down deck and he's absolutely swamped by every other guy on there on board. Like, what did you see? It was the buzz of the Clamagore for weeks, and not the only incident he had. Anything nuclear,
yeah,
to donuts, it's gonna attract UFOs.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's a crazy thing. It's a crazy pattern at the nuclear. So I wonder if, because I was like, how can I use it to my advantage if I want to see a UFO? Obviously, it's illegal and unethical for me to possess nuclear material. So
I was
I'm not
about to
saying
say,
that.
don't go buying plutonium from Libyans, Doc Brown.
I'm not saying that. No Libyans, no DeLoreans. What I'm saying is, what if you go to an area that already has like a nuclear power plant and you look above it? Preston, do you think that would be more likely to see extraterrestrial activity?
I do. I think we should stake out these. I mean, if you really want to see one, there are what I think UFO researchers call UFO attractors. There are certain things that do attract UFOs, and they've been seen hovering over mines, over prisons, over graveyards, over anything technological whatsoever. In fact, Jim and Coral Lorenzen, who started the first citizen UFO organization, APRO, the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, started looking for patterns and noticed very early on that anytime there was an air base or a dam or a hydroelectric station or anything of any degree of technology being built, they said there's going to be a UFO sighting over there, and they were able to predict it. In fact, Stephen Greer talked about this in his book, it was Disclosure. The Russians learned how to do this. They would, basically fake technological events that they knew would attract UFOs. Rockets is a good example. I did a study of that. There is hardly a rocket launch out there that it hasn't been observed. And I collected some 20 to 30, 40 cases of this, all the way to, I have 3 cases, get this is so wild, of toy rockets attracting UFOs.
Wow, really?
Yeah, a guy in upstate New York launching toy rockets with his sons. And these are just little toy, water rockets. And boom, these UFOs would show up and circle around them. Happened in Arizona. I've got a case of Colorado with toy rockets.
That's interesting. That's great. I wonder, I'm thinking now, okay, yeah, like let's say I got my own public land. Let's say I want to attract them. Okay, what if I could do toy rockets, but what if I just start building a large rocket, but I don't have any of the dangerous components? I think it's legal to build the outside of a rocket on your property. I don't think there's anything against that, So I wonder if that would be like faking, the rockets. I wonder if that would attract something,
Well, I talked to another guy who was a set dresser for NBC, and he went down to the La Brea tar pits one day to do a little publicity stunt where they basically built a peacock's tail, the NBC logo.
Yeah.
And it was a half disc, essentially, with colored lights around the edge. And the special effects guy, his name was Arnie Weiler, but the special effects guy who was actually building it was Rick Liebert. And they built this thing, they turned it on with these pitchel lights, huge computerized lights. And they turn it on, and these 2 UFOs come swooping down. And Arnie Weiler's like, oh my God. He turns to Rick Liebert and says, look, there's UFOs. And Rick Liebert just kind of shrugs and says, oh yeah, every time I do this, these guys come down.
Wow.
So Arnie tells me, so I'm like, I want to talk to Rick Liebert. This is crazy. Are you kidding? He's like, sure, you can talk to him. I've got his number. And Rick Liebert's like, oh yeah, I'm like, give me an example. And the best one he could give me was an incident, that one as well, but an incident done in San Diego in 1978 or so. What was then the tallest building in San Diego. And they had set up this 22 watt green argon laser, which was playing in beat to Pink Floyd and other rock music. It was a publicity stunt for a radio station.
Yeah.
They had contacted the FAA to make sure they could send this laser off. And they turned it on, and it's darting around. And he says, moments later, this huge V-shaped craft with the flat black metal, 3 lights on each side of the V, comes right down over the top of the building. All 10 of them who were involved in this stunt saw it. And there was a much smaller one way up there. UFOs almost always come in pairs, by the way. There's always, they have their wingman. That was something I learned early on. I'm like, wow,
So it looked like the Vegas lights just appeared, or not the Vegas, but Phoenix lights.
Yeah, well, something like that. Yeah, I don't think it was quite as big as that.
Yeah,
but it says it came right down. You could hear it going, making a low humming noise, and it was clearly investigating these lights. And I started looking at other cases that happened at Burning Man in Las Vegas. That festival, people were lighting up lights, and boom, it came down. There's cases.
I bet that is interesting for them.
Yeah, a guy faked a UFO, a disc, little lights on it. A UFO came swooping down to investigate it. So if you want to see one, lights.
That's perfect. Well, thank you for that detail. Yeah, what I'm thinking now, like I'm trying to, I design experiments, so I'm always trying. I'm like, every experiment I design has to be practical. Number one, you can't. What use is an experiment if you can't actually do it? So it has to be practical, which means it's cheap and legal and ethical. So I'm like, okay, now that you told me all that, I'm like, what would be really good is on my property. It's Christmas time is coming. What if I say I'm going to build a Christmas decoration out front that's basically a large UFO with lights? So that wouldn't, that makes sense. People do have lights in the front yard. But yeah, what if I just design a big, lifelike UFO with lights for Christmas? I wonder if that would attract something.
Honestly, I think the best method, because this is a big thing now in the UFO field. This is the forefront of research. CE5s, they call them.
Yes.
Human initiated encounters. What really seems to work, honestly, is meditation. It's basically telepathically reaching out to them on a regular basis, going out there. It works best, I think, if you go to a hot spot or bring along a contactee who's already got a connection.
Yeah.
But yeah, people are doing that successfully. I was a part of Stephen Greer's group for a number of years, CSETI. He came to LA and spoke, and we went out, and one came down the first time we went out. I was shocked. could not believe it. It was just an anomalous light, but I've taken enough astronomy to know it wasn't a satellite or a balloon or anything like that. And I went out regularly. We ended up having a core group of about 10 of us, and we had some good sightings over the years.
I was going to ask where you stood with Stephen Greer, what you thought about his research and his unacknowledged.
Yeah, well, I think he's doing some good work in the field. I don't agree with everything he says.
Yeah.
I think he's gotten a little bit controversial. I don't like to bash anyone in the field, honestly, but
No,
I think he's collecting too much money to do this kind of stuff. But absolutely, I think he's doing some great work in terms of the CE5 movement. He's really pushed that forward. The disclosure movement. I disagree with him and a number of other researchers who feel like the vast majority of UFO encounters are my labs, military abductions. Because I think a lot of people are having genuine contact. I really do. But yeah, I think, I support anyone who's willing to stick their neck out and talk about this subject in any capacity. And I do agree with him that this is not a threat to us. That the ETs are not here to hurt us. So yeah, I think he's doing some good work, but I don't agree with everything.
That's fair. Do you happen to know, Rich Hoffman from the History Channel, MUFON?
Not ringing a bell.
He's been on a few MUFON channels. He worked with Heinrich with Blue Book.
Oh, Heineck. Yeah.
He worked with him. He's been on. Rich Hoffman lives here in Huntsville. He hired me for my last job I had, and he's been on the History Channel several times. He's been on this podcast a time or two, or just once. I'd try to get him another time. I just see if you knew him or not. Big MUFON guy.
I can't say that the name is ringing a bell. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things, like if you saw him, kind of like Crazy Hair on Ancient Aliens, if you saw him, you'd be like, oh, that's that freaking guy. You'd be like, yeah, I know him. But anyway, yeah, we've eclipsed an hour here, and I can't believe it because it feels like 3 minutes.
It really does.
So I want to do my oh, he froze up. Is he still there?
Yeah, he's still here.
Preston's doing his best. Ooh, he's back. Oh, there he goes. He was doing your best statue impression. I've never seen one better than that. Can you still hear us, Preston?
I'm here, yeah.
Okay, yeah, you froze up good. It was incredible. I think the aliens were trying to stop us from talking much more. But I was going to say, since we eclipsed an hour, I was going to ask two selfish questions and let you go, possibly to speak with Wild Trees. But what from your reports and any reports from people you talk to, what validity does the moon landing have? As far as
yeah, I 100% believe we went to the moon. There's really no way that could have been faked. I mean, that was so widely viewed by people that there's just no possible way that did not happen.
You know what's funny? What's funny about that, I'll say, is that okay, yeah, there's so much evidence for the moon landing, and one little anecdotal funny piece of evidence is that if you bought the original Atari 2600, they made a video game that was a simulator of the moon landing. It had graphics and everything. So you played that video game, and you had a really thick manual. The manual was like a textbook. But you would basically, with your Atari 2600 and the joysticks and all the little buttons and switches, you could successfully do the moon landing from Earth all the way to the moon. And it was based on the actual code of the moon landing. I mean, if you have a simulation video game, it's hard to fake something like that.
I would pay $1,000 to play that.
Yeah, you should.
That was fun.
Oh, you played it?
Yeah, yeah.
What? Man, what was it called?
I don't remember, but you had to, get your right fuel levels right and your whole trajectory. It was hard.
See, I'm gonna be on eBay now. If you need me, I'll be on eBay.
You could probably get it for like less than $200. You could get the console.
It's probably you can find one that works. Yeah, the only reason I asked that question was I was like, maybe it was like a two-parter, A and B. Has anybody ever did a flyby in a craft to see the flag and the lander base? Maybe somebody had like a make a wish abduction. Can we take me to see the moon landing real quick?
Well, Dolly Saffron did actually have that opportunity.
They say there we go. So she did it. She did it then.
Yeah. And if you look at the contactee accounts, I think that they did find stuff up there that they're not releasing. according to a number of insiders, Chris Kraft or Maurice Chatelain, and a number of them, we were followed to and from the moon. A lot of the astronauts have said very veiled comments, or not so veiled even.
Yeah. So they're over that ridge. I can see them.
I think for sure that, because they've said, oh, we've released, all the footage. I think some of it may have been actually full on faked in a studio. And I think that, they've said, we brought all these moon rocks, but they have not released them. Next, they said, oh, we lost some of the moon footage. I'm like, really? You lost it? That I don't believe
Didn't
that.
make backups when you got back? Thousands of backups?
Yeah, I think if you look into the whole, is there alien artifacts on the moon? You're going to be shocked. Yes, I think there is stuff up there.
It may not be something you would look at and think would be an alien artifact too. Like, we don't know what we're looking for. It'll be right under our face.
Right.
And another thing, why do you think we quit going? I mean, is it because of H3? Nixon, Big Oil made them quit going because of H3, or did it just?
Yeah, that's
public
not
opinion.
my expertise, but I've looked into it, and from my understanding is that we were basically warned off, that we were doing things that were not going to be permitted in terms of like exploding a nuclear bomb on the moon. I think that was our plan. And that was not allowed.
Dick move.
It does seem shocking to me that we haven't continued the moon program. There has since been, many probes. Clementine went around the moon, and I think we're planning on going back. But it's my understanding that we're to a sense quarantined, to an extent, I should say, on this planet until we shape up and stop killing each other and lying to the people. We're not going to believe it.
It's like there's some kind of like throttled down, something throttling us back, because we should be more advanced than we are right now. The 50-year rule, they say.
Yeah, our governments are really badly mishandling this whole ET contact, and the decision to cover up and lie to the people, I think, is going to be one that ultimately proves to be a very poor and misguided decision.
Right. No, absolutely. Well, it's not hard to see the government has made so many blunders of all sizes and shapes. I love America. I'm just saying, Tuskegee experiments, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
It happens.
After hearing you talk, it sounds more like we're not allowed to know about it because it would make us better than the elites. Like, we wouldn't need them. We could maybe reach our singularity.
Yeah,
it's got that feel to it. Like, we wouldn't need all this protection. We would need welfare or oil, especially oil. Damn, that'd be over with day one.
Goodbye, oil.
Bye.
And that's behind. I think the cover up is the oil industry, the
totally
industry, and the.
That's part of my moon landing thing, because I got H3 up there, and Crater powers the United States for 10,000 years. Well, one shipment of that back to America, the oil industry's dead as soon as it lands. So I think that had a lot to do with it too.
Yeah, we have to stop looking to our lying government for answers, because they're not going to tell the truth on this.
Even though they give me my paycheck, I still feel you 100%.
Yeah, but ultimately, even really, I mean, yes, to a certain extent, we do need government, but the ETs don't have government. There's no galactic federation. There's no money. There's not a federalized system. They work together for the common good.
No Council of Ricks.
I don't have any good evidence of it, according to the contactees I've interviewed. It's not like that at all. No,
I'm out. Okay, my last final Make-A-Wish
Bobby,
question.
I was gonna say, me and Preston, we're gonna do our interview tomorrow, so we don't have anything planned.
That's fine. Okay, I still don't want to keep him much longer than an hour, because that's what I don't want to be that guy. Don't go on his show. He goes for 4 hours.
I've already warned him. I warned Preston about that already.
Oh, I try to wrap it up. I try to wrap it up hard. But what is the what do you know about Roswell? Like, the evidence behind it, the real life evidence.
I'm 100% convinced it's real. I have 5 of the 50 books on the subject. Well, I have probably closer to 10, but there's at least 50 books on that case. And I love this case. It's the grandfather of cases. It's the most famous, I think, in the world. And what I like about it is that investigators, and there's a lot of them, have interviewed the people who saw this thing come down, who saw it on radar, who found it on their ranch, who were taken to guard the wreckage, taken to pick up the wreckage, taken to drive the wreckage to the base, flew the wreckage, studied the wreckage, studied the bodies. I mean, we've interviewed people from every aspect of this case, from every angle. Air Force wrote out their own book. Oh, it's the mogul balloon, and those were dummies you saw. Well, wait a second, dummies, really? 1947, when they were not even being used? Yeah, it's an absolute legit case, and I think one day it will break wide open. Well, it almost did. They releasing that press release and saying, we found one, we've got one. If that had not been retracted, we'd be living in a different world today.
Yeah, they like it was 100% out there for like 4 or 5 days, wasn't it?
It was at least a day. I'm not sure it was that long.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was a substantial amount of time that it was just a foregone conclusion. And all of a sudden, hold on, Mylar, hold on.
Yeah, what a
Back
shame.
it up.
And they actually threatened witnesses, and there were mysterious deaths surrounding that incident.
But you haven't had any the reports from the people you talked to that got actually shown, I say, lack of a better word, footage or reports from the ETs about that. Maybe got like a briefing. Oh, this happened.
Dolly Safran asked them specifically, and they said, "Oh yes, Kevin Cannon, the Navy medic, he had an encounter with mantids, and he asked them about it. And they said, yes, that did happen. So yeah, there are first-hand contactee accounts.
This Dolly Safran, a VIP. What's she doing? Is she still with us?
Yeah, if you want to have her on the show, she will come on.
Jesus, I mean, she sounds like me if I got abducted. I would annoy them so bad they would drop me off. Like, shut up. You're supposed to be scared.
Oh, she's amazing. She's a scientist by nature, a registered nurse, really smart. I mean, well, she learned from the ETs, so that's no surprise. Eidetic memory. Yeah, I can absolutely bring her on if you want.
Oh yeah, I will definitely be reaching out for you. That's amazing. Okay,
Yeah,
but I won't keep you much longer, but because this has been crazy, and I'll have to go watch this again, like I always do. After they're over, I'll go watch them. Like, I cannot believe this is happening. I really appreciate you coming on, for real.
Hey, my pleasure. It's an honor.
We'll talk to I guess you'll talk to Wild Trees tomorrow, and maybe me. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow night.
Oh, there you go.
Might get some Chinese takeout and sit home and talk again.
Hey.
Sure.
And I have
we'll
a panel planned. I don't know if it's going to be next month, 3 months, but it's going to be Why Can't We Know? I'm going to have a half dozen, maybe folks like you and a couple other guys I researched to talk about that. Might be like a 90-minute deep dive. If you're interested in that.
Hey, I love talking about this subject.
Hey, 'cause I'm just going to sit back with this when that happens. Like, I'm the fly on the wall. I may take my camera off and just watch.
And
anyway, go ahead.
And Preston,
go ahead,
I was just going to ask Preston where we could, go to. I know if we go to Amazon and just type in Preston Dennett, we could read and buy your books. But you also have a website as well. Preston?
Yeah, I do. Thanks. Oh, just punch in my name, it should take you there. I'm all over social media. I have a YouTube channel, on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. But yeah, you can get my books on Amazon or other online retailers, bookstores.
I was going to cyber stalk you and put all that in the description, but I'm glad you asked.
Another question is, I was just wondering, are you self-published or do you go with the publisher? What is your current method?
Yeah, I've done it all. I've self-published. I've worked with a number of different publishers, some big houses like Chelsea House, and smaller publishers, Wildflower, Llewellyn. They're a pretty big publisher. Oh gosh,
Okay.
Hampton Roads.
Hampton Roads, really?
Jipper Books.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Dang. And here I am doing stuff like on Post-it notes at work. Here's my website. How far are you falling? All right, I'll let y'all go. Thanks for being on again, Preston. Wild Trees.
No problem. It was fun.
And we'll talk tomorrow, hopefully. Take it easy.
All right. Thanks.
All right.
See ya.
See ya.
It's a podcast. It's another podcast.